Okay, very well. If you say so.
If you say so.
Doesn't matter if you're left or right, red or blue. The government don't give a flying about you.
Damn good show. You got Mr. Ronnie York, it's Ronnie Cash.
Brother Aloha here, man, has just made my day. He just has.
Every comment shout drives us to start. Community strong, feeling like a fortress. Every click, every sub, building a sub fearless. In the light of the screen, friendships bloom. Every pixel, every heartbeat makes the room. Living the moments with digital flair. I know how screwly living without a care.
Much respect for you. I love your channel. I love everything about you. You're the real deal.
Be kind to each other. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And just be nice for the hell of it. It actually feels good.
Breaking through the strife, this online space feels more than real life. Every shout out echoes deep and wide in Aloha's world. We stand next side by side, painted in vibes, no need
Talk to her, man. You never know what's gonna happen day to day. Like I always say, stay close to God, stay prayed up.
In the light of the screen, friendships bloom. Every pixel, every heartbeat makes the room. Living the moments with digital flair. I know that's true. We living without a care.
Fucking simple shit, right?
I don't understand what is going through their minds. If they even have one.
Aloha's world, we stand next side by
I
side.
always wanted that mullet. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button. Have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless. Aloha, everyone. I'm over 3 hours late and I'm still not ready. But then again, are any of us really ever ready? That reminds me of the battery joke. I'm ever ready if you're free to lay. Oh, I forgot I had that up. That is because UFOs are going to attack Earth in 2 days, right? Isn't that what they're saying now? I don't know. Oh shit, what happened to my comments? There we go. As if, what's up, brother? As if it's your business. Chris Gilbert, LSP, Mr. B. Well, Mr. B, I sent you an email. But I know you're eating a sandwich, but Silver Girl, aloha, Silver Girl. Hardcore Copper. Hardcore. She is hardcore. And then I know I sing Kelly, 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 Kelly. I bring it every day. Independent Men United, Snooks 22, Cheryl Rich, aloha, Cheryl. So, anyway, oh, my camera's off too. See, I told you I'm not ready. Yes, I am stuffing vittles down my neck. Sea Lover, aloha. So yeah, Thursday after me and Dave's show, well, my feet have been hurting for like over a month, but I just figured that's part of life, right? It's part of my job. My feet hurt. I just got new boots. That helped a little bit. But then after Thursday night, I didn't get no sleep, like 20 minutes here, 15 minutes there. I could feel my heartbeat in my left foot. And it'd come and go every couple minutes and excruciating. So then Friday comes around. I was supposed to go to work, but I didn't because I was in too much pain. And then Nina's like, just go to the doctor, go to the hospital. And I hate doctors and hospitals. So I'm like, no, I only go until I absolutely have to. So Friday I didn't get any more sleep. 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. And so then yesterday, Saturday, it was last night too. And it would come and go. So when it would go, I'm like, okay, I can lay down. I can finally get some sleep. As soon as I lay down, so I was like, fuck it. Guess I'm going to the hospital. I was there till like 6 o'clock this morning, but and the shit still hurts, but not as bad, I guess. But I didn't even read what it is. They told me, but I was so tired. So I was gonna read it on here. Something about vascular some shit. I don't even know. And the worst part is because I'm clean from pills, I can't really take anything for the pain. So I did that to myself. I don't know where the hell. I don't know. Anyway, something to do with my veins and blood not flowing properly or getting to my feet. And oh, this was the best part. So I'm in there in this funky looking wheelchair, like it looks like one of those wheelchairs in the jails where they strap you down. Like it was weird looking, but and then he's like, take your socks off and lift your feet up. So I like got my feet lifted up, and then he's like, how long has it been purple? I'm like, purple? What the fuck are you talking about, purple? I'm like, I don't look at the bottom of my feet. Like, if I don't know it was purple, I probably would have been here a long time ago. So yeah, bottom of my feet are purple. That's nasty. Yeah, it wasn't too bad though last night though, Sea Lover, because I went so late at night, it was dead, empty. But it still sucked. And it was so cold in there. I swear they had their AC turned to like 42 or something. Freezing my ass off. And they did a CAT scan and x-rays. When I did a CAT scan, there's like 3 of them in the room. There's like 2 females and then a guy. And he's like, yeah, so basically from your chest down, da da da. So, you got your belly. He's all basically you gotta drop your drawers, man. I was like, huh, all right. I didn't sleep for 2 days, so it was like I was drunk, but I wasn't drunk. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit, dude. Do what you gotta do, man. Just drop my drawers in front of 3 random strangers. Purple foot, amputating time. As if seriously though, man. The night before when I was trying to go to bed, I was in so much pain. I remember I went in the room and I told Nina, I'm like, I swear to God, they're gonna end up amputating one of my feet, jokingly. And then when he said it was purple, I was like, oh shit. I was joking when I said that, man. You guys, like, I need my feet for work. Feet don't fail me now. Feet don't fail me now. I need them. The Nut House. What's up, Nut House? I know, right, Cheryl? Already. So it's like, I remember like last week was the New Year's party me and Nina went to. And now it's already 24 days away from Christmas. Speaking of Christmas, my dad for decades, yeah, decades now. Every year for Christmas, he writes a Christmas letter, and he's got a very very long list. Like, yeah, well, you guys met my dad, coolest guy in the world, right? So he's got lots of friends, lots of people like him, lots of people know him. He's a true legend. And so he's got a very long Christmas list, and he writes a Christmas letter every year and sends it out to everyone, and they're always funny. And I just got mine a couple days ago. So do you guys want to hear it? Because I want to read it, but only if you guys want to hear it. It's good stuff. Oh, 19 more days, huh, Mr. B? Right on. Happy early birthday. Oh, that's one of my shit. That's one of my jobs that I hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry. This is one of the jobs I forgot to text them back yesterday. I didn't make it. Okay, sorry about that. Had to text them back. But okay, right on. Sorry, yeah, I got distracted. See? So easily distracted. I need more light. There we go. All right, so instead of ho ho ho, Merry Christmas, it's ha ha ha, Merry Christmas 2024. Well, somehow, some way, we made it through another fun-filled, action-packed year. First of all, I'd like to let you know this year's Christmas letter was not written by AI, but was composed by GI, Gary Intelligence. Try not to expect too much, so grab a drink or two, the stronger the better. Sit back and try to get through this letter. Hey, that rhymed. What's up, Wolverines? Hey, Wolverines, brother. Sorry, man. I was gonna meet you backstage last night and talk to you. I didn't forget about you, man. But yeah, I ended up in the hospital, so but we'll still hook up, and I still want to help you out with all that. So I know last year my doctor told me that I was going deaf, and that was hard to hear. But I refused to get hearing aids because then I could hear Chris. Chris is his better half. I wouldn't have any excuses then. Chris claims that whenever she says anything that it goes in one ear and out the other. Much to her surprise, it doesn't even go in one ear. One of my doctors asked me if they could use my picture for a new medical pamphlet they were putting out, and I said sure. Unfortunately, I was the before picture. Damn, it's hard. You know why? Because I don't got my glasses. I don't even know where my glasses are at. Shoot. Lately, I've been wondering why people keep asking me if I have a bad back, but I have a hunch. I didn't get that the first time I read it. I've also been forgetting things lately, where I left my keys, why did I just walk into this room, and so on. Just the other day, I went grocery shopping, and at the checkout, I went to reach for my wallet. Sure enough, I forgot to put my pants on. Chris keeps telling me that since I retired that I had developed a lot of bad habits. I told her I realized it, but I've gotten used to them and I kind of like them now. I do know that a long time ago I was young and poor, and after 50 years of working, I am no longer young. Heck, I even fell off a 20-foot ladder last spring. It's a good thing I was only on the first rung. Life is an adventure. This past year was the year of reunions for us, a family reunion and 2 class reunions. We had a blast at Chris's family reunion. Our cousin Peg knows how to throw a great party, even if it was in Ohio. It was really wonderful to see everyone and catch up. The class reunions were fun too. At Chris's reunion, I just made up stuff. No one knew who I was anyway. At my reunion, I expected to see a lot of old people there. Much to my surprise, I was correct. I remember in high school, I couldn't wait to be a senior. Now, not so much. Everyone agreed the older we get, the earlier it gets late. Not only that, but what is worse than middle age is growing out of it. Hopefully, we will both make it to our next reunions. Chris continues to teach at CCC, and during the spring and summer, she is still chasing that little white ball around on the golf course. At one time, golf was considered a rich man's game, but now has millions of poor players. The Severson clan that's Chris's family, went to Big Sky Mountain last Christmas. They spent a week flying down the mountains and had a grand old time. Chris was thrilled to ski the mountains with her sons and grandsons in such a beautiful place. Not every grandmother can say that. Very true. I haven't been skiing with them in, I don't even know, 15 years. All right, page 2. I didn't go because with me, it was an uphill battle and they wanted to go downhill. Plus, I thought it was too binding. All I asked was that everybody had 911 on speed dial. Our granddaughter, Melody, that's my daughter, has had an amazing senior year at high school. 1 year of college completed, part of the homecoming court, and her athletics continue to amaze. She made history and played football for Southgate Anderson High School, Michigan, and scored a touchdown. A first for a female athlete playing football. You can Google it, and you can, and it's true, she did make history. She has a bright horizon. We are proud of her. Basketball and softball coming up this year. I spent 3 weeks in Hawaii visiting my son Steve and his better half, Nina. After the first days there, I had to make a visit to the emergency room, and I just followed up yesterday. I was then surprised with an all expense paid 3 days and 2 nights stay at luxurious Hawaii Queens Medical West. I developed cellulitis and was fed antibiotics intravenously and checked for possible blood clots. My grandson Damon, that's my son, surprised us and spent my last week in Hawaii with us. We were going to swim with the dolphins, but they were booked solid. Then we were going to swim with the sharks, but it sounded too expensive, so we passed. A lady we met said her husband went swimming with the sharks and it cost him an arm and a leg. Maybe next year. We hope you have a great Christmas and next year is full of delightful surprises. And please remember not to eat aluminum or you will sheet metal. I thought that was a good joke. Just so you know, I will be sending jokes telepathically next year. So if you think of something funny, it's me. Most of all, remember that people are like scenery, beautiful and great at first, but then we get used to them. Don't let your family and friends become a scenery. And then it goes to end it with Go Lions, Super Bowl, here we come, Chris and Gary Harloha. And then at the very bottom, his better half, Chris, says, my name is Chris, and I kind of approve of this message. So that's the Christmas letter from Mr. Harloha Sr. Yankees for life, aloha. See, I seen the chat moving in my peripheral vision, but I wasn't reading it. Seagull Rock Squawk, aloha. What else did I miss? No stupid people. I always forget that that's right there. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately. And then unfortunately, they don't, and it's unexpected. You know, it's just here one day, gone the next. Oh, sorry guys. My foot's starting to freaking throb. The Lions game was see, I don't even watch. Oh, did they play today? Yeah, today's Sunday. I'm sure. See, I literally and have not watched football in so long, over a decade. But I mean, cool that they're doing good, I guess, because I always said as a Detroit fan back in the day that we'll never see them, not in our lifetime, we'll never see them win the Super Bowl. I still get surprised seeing them. I'm an hour and a half from East Coast. Hey, make stupid people famous. Aloha, brother. Good to see you, man. How you been? And Yankees. What are you up to, Yankees? You working today, brother? What about you, Nuthouse? You working today? And Wolverines. What are you up to? You working? 3 people I want to talk to. Yankees, Nuthouse, and Wolverines. Oh, you are working on break. All right, right on. Billy, aloha. Aloha. I went to the family potluck Thanksgiving gathering and now get to lessen my Christmas card list by 3 so far. I'll get the lesson. Yeah, I know it's so hard. I try to, but it's one of those things, Cheryl, where it works, and then if I massage a certain part of the bottom of my foot, it's like I'm manually pumping the blood, and then it feels better, and then after a few minutes, it starts throbbing again, but then if I stand up and move, it goes away, and then after a little bit, it comes back again, and then it's just like there's no way to. Yeah, I don't know. And they really didn't give me any answers last night. They just kind of took the pain away, and I finally got some sleep. What's up, Camo Carl? Good to see you, brother. No, I almost was going to be hanging out with you again last night, Camo. I seen Cola, and shout out to Cola, by the way. Good for her, man. I'm glad she started going live. She's got a great stream too. But I seen she went live again, and I was gonna jump up, but I was in way too much pain and ended up going to the hospital. So, and shout out to my brother Drew, man. I was shocked. I was doing some stuff, but I was still listening to Mr. B's, and then I was like, "Is that Drew's voice?" And then I looked. I'm like, "Holy shit, that's Drizzle Stank." So good to see him for sure. But did I miss it? Or I'll just hold on for Wolverines. Wolverines, if we're not doing nothing later on, I could that link I sent you, I could still meet you back there and oh dude, Steve-O, no shit. Me too, for like the past month. Every day, every night. Well, every day, sometimes every day, but every night for sure. But sometimes if I have time, I'll do it before I go to work too. Stealing Tree, what's up? Aloha, Eric. But yeah, Cola's Cola stream Saturday night was great. I only caught like half of it last night. But that is awesome that she started going live and her sub count jumped from like 19 to 70 something, I think. Oh, it's tremendous. It's amazing. Wonderful show. Speaking of Trump, let's flip up the conversation a little bit. Where'd it go? Oh, maybe not. Can't find it now. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, it's right here. This is a short one. Oh, that's why, because I didn't even watch all of it. I only watched the first 2 minutes. But very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. That's why I love Brian from Here's the Deal and Disturbing Illusion, because his original channel, High Impact Flicks, YouTube shot him down because speaking the truth. So I'm surprised, although this is a newer channel. He's only at like 12,000 subscribers, but speaking the truth nonetheless. Going to be an interesting 2025. Yep. There you go. Make stupid people famous. Yeah. Make stupid people famous knows what I'm talking about. Well, maybe, but it's about tariffs. So. Oh, right on, Indy. Yeah. See, I always forget. Like, I know, but I forget. It's like, yeah, everyone I know, like, it's because it's weird if you think about that. It's like we are still on the same team. I don't even want to say that because that's like, but you know what I mean? But then we all change perspectives on everything kind of all at the same time independently, you know what I mean? There's Drew. What's up, Drew? Drizzle Stank. I'm still of the belief you could elect my dog. All candidates, Trump included, are selected and overruled by the shadow government bodies. Yep. By the banking system, by the Federal Reserve. That's who's in control. It's not, the whole two-wing same bird fucking fugging. They're all going behind the curtain and sipping champagne and smoking cigars and cheersing each other and saying, we got them right where we want them. Is that right, boss? Is that right, boss? Do we got them where we want? What do I do next? Van Life, what's up, Van? Good to see you, brother. Van the man with the beautiful beard. Federal Reserve is owned by the Bank of Rome, aka the Vatican, and Rothschild Bank. Yep. What was that? I forgot the name, but it was a Rothschild, and he said, give me control of all the nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws. Oh, look at this. What's up, Dad? I just got done reading your Christmas letter. Aloha, Dad. That's Harloha Senior right there. Where's my hat? Well, I was watching Mr. B's earlier, and he started talking about plumber's crack, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta wash my plumber's crack. So I didn't put a hat back on after I showered. All right on, Van Life, you too, brother. Yeah, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving, man. Oh, is that who it was? Makes you people famous? Lionel Rothschild? Yeah. Give me control of all of your nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws. Because why would they care? It's cool. Is it just you, Dad, or are you with Chris? If you're with Chris, aloha, Chris. Love ya. So, all right, this is a short one. I'm gonna share it real quick because now that so many people are taking the words right out of my mouth, and you guys already get it. You guys already get this shit. That's awesome.
Currency world has reached a fever pitch, and I have no idea what people are thinking. I'm going to read this to you. This is a post by Alex Jones. He knows better. This guy's not stupid. Donald Trump knows better. They know what they're doing, guys. Alex Jones says, breaking, President Trump just announced a 100% tariff on any country that creates or promotes a replacement for the US dollar. Now, don't you think that countries all over the world have been a little nervous about the value and their holdings of the US dollar for at least the past couple decades since we've been releasing the money printing hounds of the Federal Reserve? There's an interesting plot twist here at the end of this. This is what Donald Trump said on his Truth Social. The idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. We require a commitment from these countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face a 100% tariff and should expect to say goodbye to selling to the wonderful US economy. This is nonsense. So basically, we as a nation who engage in empire building and mass destruction worldwide as we plunder resources, and the only way we can do that is through the fiat currency petrodollar. We expect other nations to continue holding a currency that we hold the cards to. The Federal Reserve issues and values American dollars. And when they dilute the money supply, the M2 money supply through quantitative easing or money printing or creating money out of thin air, it devalues every single note in circulation. So if you're China, if you're Japan, if you're Bahrain, if you're the UK, if you're holding US dollars, the people with their hands on the levers of the money printing machine are valuing the dollars that you have. Why wouldn't you want to pivot to something that's going to help you retain your value in the dollars that you hold or whatever currency you have? You would pivot, and to threaten people that, hey, if you back away, we're going to penalize you. We're going to penalize you for seeking.
We're going to penalize you because Dave is here, man. What's up, brother?
What's up?
How's it going, man? How's mom doing?
She's crashed out next to me at the moment. How about you, bro?
Good, good. Better than I was last night, that's for sure.
What happened last night?
Just my feet issues. I didn't sleep Thursday night or Friday night, and you know how I hate hospitals, and I won't go unless it gets to a point where I can't take it anymore. Well, last night it got to that point where I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to sleep again, and 3 days with no sleep is too long. So
Yeah. Oh man, I just got in. Bed mom sat down. I'm trying to be quiet because her bed's right next to me. So I'll try to make it work.
that's cool. Yeah, man. Thanks for popping in.
I'm glad you're all right, man. So what'd they do for your feet?
I couldn't even tell you, man. I was so tired. I mean, they gave me put an IV, gave me something, and then did a CAT scan. They took X-rays, and I don't even know what they gave me. And I was trying to read what I just do with it. I don't even know what I did with it. Oh, right here. And then the doctor was talking to me, but I was so tired. I was like, I just want to sleep now that my foot, it wasn't hurting, but now it's hurting again, but not as bad. So, but yeah, I'm
Well,
gonna go through that later and read it and find out. I gotta get a podiatrist or something like that.
yeah, we need to maybe need to cut it off.
Right. That's what I'm afraid of, man. It's like, dude,
I think it's
hey,
probably inflammation, bro.
well, something about my veins and blood's not flowing. Like the bottom of my foot's purple. I had no idea. I literally had no idea. The doctor's like, "How long has it been purple?" And I'm like, "Purple? What the fuck are you talking about?" And then I
Yeah.
looked. I was like, "Dude, I don't look at the bottom of my feet. If I'd have known it was purple, I would have been here a long time ago." But yeah, even if they do cut it off, man, it ain't gonna stop me from plumbing. I'm the best damn plumber to ever plumb the plumb.
I broke my foot one time and I still laid a floor. I literally laid on the floor and dragged myself across the floor to finish it.
Yep. That's that Detroit work ethic right there.
It was that $1,300 paycheck for one day's work.
You know what else that is? That's shout out to our parents. That's for people like Martha and Mr. Harloha
Oh
that
yeah,
raised us right. You know what I
right.
mean?
That's right.
Hey,
That's right.
Latina and Kelly, aloha.
Without disturbing mom, I'll give you guys a quick glimpse into my world. Reality for a minute. This is reality. I've been talking about it.
Oh, look at mom. Love you, mom.
Got her
I
all
know she,
snuggled
I
up.
know she's sleeping, and I'm pretty sure you got headphones on, so she can't hear anyway. But
Yeah, she's chilling. I got all her stuff,
she looks
diapers, and we're changing her and doing her stuff. So anyway, without embarrassing her.
comfortable.
Yeah, she's crashed right now. She had a good day. She had 1,400 calories today, which is probably at home. She was getting like 600.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, because when she was at home, yeah, it's if no one's there checking on her, she's not, you know.
Well, they were gonna try to put her in some stupid old folks home or something, or a rehab, like some rehab place, terrible rehab. I'm like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, I don't trust those places, man.
So in one day, one solid 30 hours, we got a bed, a table, depends, like all the stuff she'll need, water, food. Took our dining room table and all of our stuff out, our paintings down, and then installed all this for her, and then brought her home. So here we are, and it's been good having her here. Been good.
Yeah.
I brought her banana pudding, bro. And you know my mom. She's like, that ain't no good banana pudding. So, but then she like, we'll have a little bit of the banana pudding, and it had bananas in it. She goes, okay, maybe that's real. She's so funny, dude. So tonight I was bringing her food. I called her. I'm like, what do you want to eat? I'm like, how about a Popeye's chicken sandwich? She's like, whatever. And then all of a sudden my wife's like, I want Taco Bell. And my mom's like, yeah, Taco Bell. Well, having a Taco Bell. You know, she don't go to Taco Bell. My mom never goes to Taco Bell.
Right.
So I brought her a big old bean burrito supreme. She ate the entire thing, and she's like 85 pounds soaking wet. So I don't even know how she fit it.
Wow. That's
You
crazy
plowed
though,
it.
man, because I didn't eat fast food for a long time. And I remember I was so hungry one day, it was a couple years ago, and I stopped and got Taco Bell. And as soon as I got done eating, my stomach was like bloop, 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 bloop. I'm like, oh man, I shouldn't have got Taco Bell out of all fast food that I got for the first time in like years. But
Thank
Sea
you.
Lover, he said there's warm water. That's crazy because that's what I was just telling Steve-O earlier that I been soaking my feet in Epsom salt, and that's what I use, warm water. And usually when I do that, I'm good for like 45 minutes to an hour, but then it still comes back. But
Maybe put you on some antibiotics, maybe.
yeah, that's the weird part. They didn't give me. Usually, if I go to the hospital and I leave, they give you some kind of a prescription, right? They didn't give me shit. They just gave me
Yeah,
whatever they gave me there, and then
I think you
they were
gotta
like,
ask these days, like after the Rona. Like for instance, my mom's in the hospital, right? So I'm like, hey, where's the kitchen? Because there used to be like cafeteria, right? You go down to the cafeteria, basement floor. They got all kind of food and whatever. Oh, they're like, oh, that closed during the Rona. I'm like, well, what do they eat? Well, they got a little cafe upstairs, tiny little cafe, right? That's funny. Oh my God,
Chadwick.
dang, that just blew whatever thoughts I had out of the water.
But I'm still shocked though about that they closed. Like they never reopened it.
No, no, and
That's
so
that's gay.
so I went to the gift shop because I was gonna get her like some crossword puzzles or some crap to do, and the gift shop is shut down.
Even the gift shop. What the?
I'm like, what is going on? Or I said, just like, did you guys close everything and just never open it again? And they're just like, that's basically it. That's basically what happened. So they still have the kitchen for the patients, but not for the staff.
Dude,
So
I know last night they had a not a kit, but they had like it was like they called it the break room. But there's like vending machines and tables and stuff, and but there was no like food service or anything. No kitchen.
shout out to all of you that said hello. I don't want to be rude. Sorry, I missed. I'm just looking and I see everybody. Hey, thanks for all the love from mom and prayers. I appreciate every single one of you. She's doing a lot better, man. She's here where she's loved instead of sitting in that stupid place, man. And those
Oh yeah,
people,
I mean it's got to get lonely too. I mean, at that house over there in Dearborn Heights by herself, and
that sucks. But at the hospital, like this is the weird part is like I am not racist. Everybody says when you say you're not racist, that means you're racist. No, I'm really not. But the hospital over there is almost completely Indian.
really
Like,
the same one that
yeah, yeah, it's so weird, dude. It's like you got
I didn't know
probably
that.
75%, and there is a definitely communication breakdown when you're trying to
Oh
talk to
sure,
people and you're like,
yeah.
hey, she needs this at 12, and they just nod at you, and they're like, and you think they understood what you said, but they don't. So here's the craziest thing happened to me all week. Right before she got discharged, I was waiting on Vincent's for the bed. It was Thanksgiving Day, and nobody works Thanksgiving Day, but they were emergency bringing me a bed. I missed my Thanksgiving with my family, waiting on the bed. This guy called Fatima or some crap, or Fareem, calls me up and he's like, man, you got to come pick up your mom. You got to come pick up your mom. And I'm like,
David, you have to come pick up your mom now. David,
yeah.
I am talking to you.
So I go, what do you want me to do? Throw her on the floor? I said, when the bed gets here, I'll bring her home. And when the oxygen machine gets here too, then I'll bring her home. But until then, she's not going anywhere. They called me 26 times in 24 hours to come get her. Every time I
Wow.
told them the same thing. The last call was from the floor supervisor, the unit supervisor. He was at his Friday prayers. He literally told me this on the phone. He goes, listen, you must get your mother or I will have to charge $1,200 per night. And he goes, I am currently at Friday prayer, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, the prayer is about to start, but you need to get your mom or we got to charge $1,200. So I'm like, bro, if you're going to try to charge my mom $1,200 for one night, then you need to pray harder on your rug.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? There's no bed, no oxygen. What do you want her to do?
you need to pray better to have better morals and
That's what I'm
standards
saying,
in life.
bro. It's like, what are
But
you talking about? So the second the insurance said it was time for her to go, It was like she was nothing, like a piece of lint or a cotton ball. Like, bye. Up until
Yeah.
then, they were fine, nice. But there's a
Well, yeah,
definite,
up until then, yeah, because they're getting all their money.
there's definitely a communication breakdown, and it's like terrible. It's like I feel like almost like I should have put my phone up and said to translate it into whatever the Indian thing is. I'm
Oh
not sure,
yeah, yeah.
Indonesian, whatever. I'm not sure. I'm not up on that, but um, just translate it so they understood better.
Right. I mean, I
But
gotta be honest though, like with the whole race, I'm not racist either. I don't even honestly, I don't think racism actually exists. I don't.
me neither. I just think it's
Yeah.
dysfunctional when you have a healthcare system where you can't communicate with the people that are taking care of people that are
Right.
very sick.
Right. But I mean, last night for me, I was like so out of it and so tired, and then the doctor finally comes in, and I really didn't look at him. I was just like my head down, like And then as soon as I looked up and looked at the doctor, and he was like this, he looked like a white nerdy kid that went to Harvard, and as soon as I seen that, I felt better. I
See?
mean,
Yeah.
is that racist?
No, I just think you're like, wow, this guy will understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, that and like, okay, I automatically trusted him because he was a white nerd. But I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, okay, so I
What,
try not to be judgmental, but we all are. And Cola, what's up, Cola? Good to see you. I was gonna jump on last night, but yeah, I did it.
white and nerdy.
White
Gotta be
nerdy.
that white and nerdy.
And he was, man. He was like he had the glasses, and I mean he was the perfect, picture of what
That's
he was.
my favorite doctor is usually like a young Chinese guy with good English because they're usually super smart. They're super to the point, and like literally they'll just, people fart around with answers. They'll just look at you, go,
Yeah.
you have pancreatic cancer. I'm really sorry. Follow up
Look
with,
look, your
whatever.
balls are going to fall off. Okay.
So, suspend them with this string for now and good luck. At
Yeah.
least they tell you that, what did I always said plain English is better understood than bullshit. Just
Right.
tell me how you feel. If you don't like me, tell me. If you know what I mean, you don't want to be around me, just don't be fake. Just tell me. I'd rather have people tell me
But
truth, you know?
oh yeah, for sure.
Why
I
waste
don't
time?
know. I do. Well, this is just popped in my head. I don't know her name, but the nurse that was at Queens Medical West last night in Oahu, Hawaii. Shout out to her because it was so cold in there. I swear they had the temperature set to 42, and I'm just shivering. And I'm like, I should have brought a sweatshirt. And she goes and it's like it just came out of the dryer. She grabbed this it was like a folded up bed sheet or whatever, but it was super warm. And I was like, "Oh my god, you are awesome!" Because I didn't ask for it or anything. She just brought it, and then like 15 minutes later, she brought me another one. And then after I had the CAT scan, came back, she brought me a third one. And every time they were like fresh out of the dryer, super warm. So shout out to whoever you are. I never got her name, but that was one awesome nurse, very
All right.
awesome nurse.
Okay. I'll get her in a minute. She went over to Lissa. She'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. All right. My bad. Mom woke up.
She okay?
Yeah, she woke up.
Hey, Lisa Anderson, aloha.
Being too loud. It's all good. I'll shut up. So good to see all these people. Hope you all had a good Thanksgiving. Van Life Bikers in the house. Mr. B.
Yeah, I don't know
Wolverine.
if you remember Drizzle Stank, because I haven't seen Drizzle Stank in a while, but his name's Drew Drizzle Stank. Super cool guy, man. He just kind of disappeared for a while, and then he just popped up back up today.
Well, it's
So
good.
Jizzle Stank, super cool guy. He's a Midwesterner. I'm trying to find because earlier, right here, because earlier you were talking about you still did the floor with a broken foot. You know, if you want to shoot out, I want to say Pennsylvania. Not sure. I want to shoot out to Pennsylvania and lay 24-inch tiles through a whole house. That's what Drew will be doing. Steve-O, I love to tell Dave the truth, but every time I look, Dave's not there, man. I guess he just can't handle the truth. Oh, Carolinas. Oh, my bad. All right. I don't know why I was thinking Pennsylvania. I remember now that you said it. My bad. Why was I thinking Pennsylvania? Oh, but yeah, Carolinas.
All right, Mom's gonna give the crowd the famous wave. All right.
Oh, sweet.
I told her that y'all were praying for her and stuff, so she's gonna give you the. Lord, where's my camera? I'm on the YouTube side looking for the camera.
Oh,
Hey, let's see. There you go, Mom.
Hello.
Hello. They're saying they're praying for you. Hearts to Mom, much love to Mom. Praying for you and Dave's mom.
and her other son says, "I love you, Mom."
Steve says he loves you, Mom. All right, she's sleeping, but yeah. All right, we're gonna not embarrass her. She's chilling. She's a cool mom. What other mom would let you do that? They'd be like, put that camera down. My makeup, my curlers.
What did they used to say back in the day? I didn't put my face on yet. Like, didn't put your face on. What do you? That was the funniest phrase to me when I was growing up.
Yeah, was it? Was it? I haven't put my face on yet. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Mom wants more Taco Bell.
Mom wants more Taco Bell? I doubt it. She's stuffed. I think that's why she passed out.
Oh yeah, I know. I would. Well, I pass out after every time I eat, but
You ate a lot of Taco Bell.
Hardcore Copper, she is a really cool mom. Hardcore Copper is very cool mom. But and your mom, Dave, our mom, she was always been cool and understanding, but tough love. You know what I mean? She was understanding, but she didn't take shit either. And now that Cola is here in the chat, I want to shout out Cola again. And Snooks or Indy, could one of you guys drop the link for Cola again? Everyone go check out Cola. She just started going live the other day. I joined her on her panel Friday night, and then she went live again last night. She has a great show. And go check her out, subscribe. And let's get her to 1K. It's been a while since I tried to help someone get to 1K. Let's get Dave to 1K. Speaking of which, I always forget to bring that up but then again, we got to start getting more content on Dave's channel too. But besides shorts. But if you're not subscribed to Dave, definitely go subscribe to him.
If you subscribe, all your wildest dreams will come true.
And if you go to my homepage at the very top, the first thing you'll see is Dave's link highlighted.
I literally, honestly stopped about, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago trying to get subs. I haven't been really putting myself out there other than just like occasional. It's hard to get good content all the time, man, especially when you're busy.
It is.
Like, I like to get original content. You know what I mean? Like, I like to come up on situations and record that rather than just make some stupid stuff up.
Well, you know what else I was thinking too the other day? Because I don't know, for 3 years now, I've been like studying and researching and try to figure out, same thing like when I with plumbing, I'm always trying to figure out like how a business is run and how the business side of it, and same thing with YouTube, but I think if because you do, like you said, that is awesome that everything's got to be original, but I think you would do if you were to do videos, you would do great videos of stuff like if you did research on stuff and then got like video clips of certain things and then put together like a 7, 8 minute video,
I got
which
5 songs that I practiced and sang, but I just never put them out because I'm not like a great singer or nothing, but I've heard a lot worse. So, and they seem to
right.
do it. Anyway, it ain't about me.
But
It,
still though, like I'm saying though, with like doing research on stuff, because especially with the name of your channel is Starved for Truth. And
right.
so if
That's
you did research on certain things and then just put together a 6, 7, 8 minute video on it, I think I don't know, I think they'd be awesome.
that's where I started. That's when I started YouTube. That was originally why I wanted to come on here. But then me and you hooked up and we've been just like reminiscing every show almost. And
Yeah.
life happens every week and gets crazier. And then we just basically, this is like we would do if we were at home, just talking.
Yeah. I remember when it was Chinese New Year's and me and Nina were live in Chinatown
That was
and
crazy.
you were in the chat and I was like, dude, I need to get you on, Dave. And then we were talking and off panel we were talking. I was like, dude, it's just like if I was back in Detroit hanging out with you just like a normal night, it's just the same thing. And then now here we are, like what, almost a year later? Yeah,
Mm.
Southeast Wolverines remembers that. That seems like last week, right? Here it is, 24 days away from Christmas, and 2 days away from the UFO invasion in the sky. Did you hear about that shit?
Yeah, I heard about that.
This It's funny because I just want to laugh about it, but then again, what if it actually happens, right? Then it'd be like, oh shit, first
Like
time ever.
for people that are Christian, they believe in the rapture, like when God comes back to take the Christians out. So if that is a true account, I actually believe that. But if it did happen where millions of people just disappeared, they would definitely have to cover it up with something. Like
Oh yeah,
they could say, "Oh, alien just appeared in the sky." They've been hit. They have been flying around our bases like the last 3 weeks, like the drones and all that stuff. Yeah,
yep. I mean, that's why I've been researching a lot of USOs, unidentified submersible,
yeah, those. Yeah, I mean, those are
and
more likely.
because ask yourself this question. I don't know the exact number, but I think it's like 90 or 95% of deep oceans on Earth have never been explored. So why did NASA stop exploring the deep oceans back in like the late 70s and start searching for places off of the planet? Why'd they stop trying to find out what's going on in the planet? But instead, like, did they already find something? And they're like, well, we got to find a way out. You
It's
know what I
like
mean?
Elon Musk. Why does he say "Occupy Mars" on his shirt? Why does he want it? Why is he so intent
Right.
on starting a colony somewhere else?
Right. Yeah. What do they know exactly? What's going on in the deep oceans that supposedly they're not exploring anymore? Or have they and they already know and they're like, we need to find a way out. Like, that's just messed up. But if I can get all my research together and in time, I still didn't drop my computer off to get fixed, but I want to do a video on that. But I don't know. I still got to finish my video for Ronnie. Can't
Yeah,
be
like
nothing.
I don't know if people thought about that, but Ronnie was a religious guy. He believed in God, and Jesus and all that stuff. And you know, I don't know if anybody ever like has sat back and thought about where is Ronnie right now.
I
'Cause
have
I sure have. Like,
a few times I thought of that. I'm like, if Ronnie definitely knows the truth now, and he's probably sitting there going, "Holy shit, none of us knew anything." You know what I mean?
yeah, we always think we know things. You know, we're prideful and arrogant. And we're all shouting each other down, but really, we don't know nothing.
Yep, exactly.
So yeah, I figure Ronnie's walking up there on streets of gold, if you ask me. But I mean, I know some people that probably aren't.
That's the other scary part. You ever think of that? It's like some people that that aren't here anymore, and it's like even you're questioning where they went.
I question if I would go sometimes.
Yeah,
Those are tough questions. People don't like to look at that kind of stuff. People like to just ignore the news and ignore everything and just pretend everything's normal. But there will be a day where something crazy does go down, and then people will be seeking, but it might be too late. So you kind of got to, I say, find out now. That's why I say truth. You know, I'm starved for truth. Give me truth. I want it now.
mm-hmm. Hardcore Copper, do you want to? Do you want to come up, Hardcore Copper? If you do, I'll put the link in the chat, but only for Hardcore. And I just want to address this comment real quick because I noticed it a second ago. This is crazy, Chadwick. He says, I was bringing the roast in from the barbecue, walking fast because my dumbass was just holding the rotisserie skewer and it was hot. She forgot she was holding the fork and stabbed me
Oh
right in the
God.
friggin' chest. Pretty
Wow.
friggin' deep. Wow, dude. That's, oh man.
Dang. So I'm sure you had to go to the hospital, huh? God. You sure it was an accident, brother? Just asking. You know what's crazy? Talking about all this alien stuff real quick. I saw in my email today this dude he's like urgent. Said urgent with like an exclamation point. It's like, get you and your family a gas mask immediately. And then it was like, if you want to know what's going to happen by December 3rd, watch this video. And then like I looked at it to see if he was selling the masks, and he wasn't. It was just a video he was putting out for people's education or whatever he thought was going to happen. It's like, well, yeah, even if I ordered, what am I going to do? Order 5 gas masks right now? And then when would I get them? Like 3? It's going to be too late, brother.
Right.
Send it last week. But anyway, if the nukes come, I'm just going to be happy anyway. So
Well, that's the
let
thing,
them
though.
come, dude.
At the end of the day, if it all comes down to that, we're all nothing we can do, right? Like crying over spilt milk. But right on, Hardcore Copper. Grab the link real quick. Let me know when you have it. I'm gonna take it back down. But Forging Thought, Chadwick is definitely a tough dude because he did what I would have done. Nah, I glued it.
Yeah.
But you never met Chadwick, have you? He's a firefighter and one tough cookie, dude.
I went to Best Buy today to look at a new keyboard, and they were like an average $160 to $200 for a keyboard.
Just for like a basic one?
Yeah, and I bought this one like 5 years ago for $60, and it was like almost top of the line.
Wow.
So I
went. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I went up to check the price because it said $193, and it was since it's Black Friday, and I went up to the thing, and he's like, "Oh, it's $35.18." It's like, holy crap, for a new Steel Series keyboard that lights up with 10 different patterns and the magnetic ergonomic thing for your palm and all that.
Right.
Like, dang. The reason I got this keyboard, you're going to laugh. The other keyboard I have is mechanical. It's for gaming, and it's the real loud click. And since I'm next to Mom, she wakes up so easy that when I was playing my game last night, I kept waking her up, and I was like, all right, I'm going to get off here. Oh, I went and got this. Is whisper quiet. You can't even hear the keys when you're typing.
Oh, damn.
So, and it just so happened to be $35 instead of 200. I'm like, okay, God, I think that might have been a blessing. I'll take it. Because you and I both know I wasn't spending $200 on a keyboard.
Right. Well, especially if in your mind it's 2 to 3 times twice as more as it should be. Which is actually what, right when you came up, that's what I was sharing about how Trump's devaluing the American dollar.
Oh, he just threatened all the other countries that were trying to, the BRICS countries. Yeah, with the 100% tariffs. I just read that today. It's like, if you don't use the dollar, then you're not going to be in the economy. You're not going to use the U.S. economy at all. You're going to pay 100%, which I think will raise prices here, but we'll see.
That's what it's exactly. It's devaluing the worth. Well, here it is. We're let's see. I'll play a little bit more. It's already pretty much halfway over.
Other options as we devalue the American dollar is exactly what Donald Trump is saying, and people applaud this. This is basically, we can steal from you, and if you try to escape our theft, well, you're going to pay dearly. You might as well say goodbye to the U.S. But wait, there's more. Like I said, the plot twist is coming up, because pretty much everybody wants to get involved in the digital currency game because they're pivoting away from the Federal Reserve, World Reserve, U.S. dollar. He says, this is Trump, there is never. Well, the people who are the suckers are the ones who continue to hold Federal Reserve notes that continue to be devalued. Hey, you can lock them in your vault. You can put them in your safe. You can stash them under your mattress for all I care. Every note that you have is being siphoned of value the more they print it and the more they devalue it, which means you're going to need more of those notes. You're going to have to work harder to get more of those notes just so you can maintain a level position when you go out and buy goods and services. Trump says that there is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America. Let's see who Trump is saying should wave goodbye to America. Are you familiar with the Enbridge project? Enbridge reached the minimum viable product stage in mid-2024. The project aimed to explore a multi-central bank digital currency, or CBDC, perform sharing among participating central banks and commercial banks, built on distributed ledger technology to enable instant cross-border payments and settlements. That sounds like a currency that they want to use to replace the American dollar world reserve currency. And who exactly is participating in this? Because remember what Trump said, hey, anybody who wants to do this, you might as well wave goodbye to America. This should pretty much startle and sober up anybody who listens to this video right here. Project Enbridge was the result of extensive collaboration starting in 2021 between BIS Innovative Hub, the Bank of Thailand, the Central Bank of the United Arab Emirates, the Digital Currency Institute of the People's Bank of China, and Hong Kong Monetary Authority. And guess who also joined in mid-2024? That's right, the Saudi Central Bank joined. That's Saudi Arabia is even moving away from the US dollar and joining projects like Enbridge. As of that time, the observing members to Project Enbridge included Asia Infrastructure Investment Banks, Banco Centro, Philippines, Indonesia, France, Namibia, Turkey, the European Central Bank, Guess who else is on here? The New York Federal Reserve, the Bank of Australia, Reserve Bank of India, South African Reserve Bank, the World Bank. So there's a lot of banks representing a lot of countries who are trying to move away from the American dollar. And Trump just issued a threat to every single one of them by saying if anybody tries to replace the US dollar in international trade, and any country that tries, any country, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, real quick, just from Wolverine's comment, when I was growing up, everybody's dad or mom worked at a factory. Yep, that's my dad. He's in chat. Gary Harlow, he 50 years Ford Motor Company. Actually, I think it was more than 50 years, wasn't it, Dad? But yeah, 50 years, and I always say this too. I do like Chevy better, but I respect Ford because they put food on the table for a family of 4 for a long time. So
We always need Chevys for when our Fords break down.
right, you know.
Hey, Gary, good to see you, brother. Hey, Steve, real quick about this, what he's talking about. I think my take on that is like anybody who tries to completely not use the dollar at all, like tries to like destroy it. That's who he's talking to. Like I know, like Saudi Arabia is not going 100% into that. They're still using 60, 70% USD, and then they're going to have a percentage of yuan, I think the yuan or whatever, but they're going to do both. So I think like Russia, I think is fully invested. China's not, is only partially invested. I think if they all go in together and just like pull all their money out, I think that's what he's talking about. That's just my opinion.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, and that's what I like because I say it all the time. I still don't know shit, man. I really don't. Like we were saying earlier, when we're dead and gone, like our minds gonna explode because we're gonna be like, dude, we really didn't know shit, but because I don't, you know. Even when I think I know something, I still don't claim 100%. Like, no, that's it. That is the fact. You know, it's like,
Where's your dad in the chat? I didn't see him.
He hasn't said nothing in a minute, but
Oh,
he's
okay.
here.
He's in here. Okay.
He popped in. Let's see. A little while ago, he said, what was the last thing he said? I put it on the screen. Here's the last thing he said. He said, I say there ain't no heaven, and I pray there ain't no hell. Won't know by living, only by dying will tell.
Yeah.
He said that 10 minutes ago. So he may have went to bed, but because it's late for you guys. But he's also retired now, so he might be up till still.
Partying.
Right? Yeah, maybe Chris went to bed and now he's doing his partying.
Woo-hoo. Come back to Hawaii.
The use of intimidation and or violence in the pursuit of political and or monetary gains is the true definition of terrorism. Yeah, I agree with you. Makes you people famous. I agree with you. And then that's the thing, though. That's what makes it hard because I still catch myself. Because, dude, I don't know. I want to say that whole MAGA community thing or whatever, that whole MAGA movement is a cult. Seriously, because I still catch myself thinking ways that I would think when I was part of that. Because I was like really into that. And even though I think different now, I catch myself.
Let me tell you how I thought of you, right? When I knew you back then, I voted for Trump, but when I knew you back then and you were doing the flag wavings and stuff, I never said anything. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, holy crap, dude, Steve is really, really, really into this stuff. Like you were like at beaches with like 50 people waving flags, and you had this giant size Trump flag across your whole garage, and I'm like, holy crap.
Yep.
Trump
Dude, they called me the flag. They called me the flag guy because every week when they had those rallies or whatever, and all the people are out there, I'd show up and I had all these things that attached to my van, and I had like 20 flags. Just I just like when I get into something, I go all out, right? And
I was like, holy crap.
yeah,
But I like Trump, but I was like, wow, Steve's on a whole nother level into that stuff.
it was like a cult, man, and they sucked me in, but then I kind of started realizing things, and
I think
you
there's
know
a
what?
fringe element of MAGA. Like there is definitely a fringe in there, like a 20% that are just nutball backdoor
Oh yeah,
hillbillies, you know, that are ready to just take up arms and be nutty.
yep. And then
But
no matter what you tell them, they're not gonna believe. You know, it's that whole thing. Like my dad's always told me growing up too. He's like, people are gonna believe what they want to believe. So if they don't want to believe something, they're not gonna believe it. You could tell them the truth and show them facts to their face, but if they don't want to believe it, not gonna believe it. You know. But
could be. It
it's,
could very well be. Anything that you put ahead of God, I think, is an idol.
well, the crazy thing for me is what opened my eyes was at one of those Trump rallies. This is one of those things where I truly believe that everything happens for a reason, good or bad. And what happened was it was right when COVID came out, but where we were doing the rally thing was actually right outside the hospital that I was at last night on the easement. And there's like this huge easement out there. So at times there was like well over 500 people and stuff, right? So, and you know, the mask and all that crap. And I was walking from one side to the other, and this cop stopped me and he's like, "Hey, come here." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "I need your ID." And I was like, "Oh." I'm like, "Oh, because I don't have a mask on." I'm like, "We're outside." He goes, "No, no, I just need you." And I'm like, "For what?" And then like most Trump supporters are bootlickers. Most Trump supporters are like, "We back the blue." And I was like, I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't feel like I need to give you my ID. What? And so I did, because I'm like, well, he's a police officer. They're our friend. They're here to help protect and you know, they're the good guy. And then that's when I started looking into the 1A First Amendment communities, and I met, you know, like Josh from Accountability to All, Chris, Denver Metro Audits, you know,
Yeah,
Brian, Here's the
yeah.
Deal. That's when I started listening to all of them, and I was just like, wow, man, I've been blindfolded on that too my whole life. I
I
never
feel,
knew.
and you know how I feel. I feel like there's a lot of good out there, but I also know like when they read you your rights, if you even think about what they're reading you, is that you have the
Exactly.
right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held
Will.
against you in the court of law. And then they try to get you to confess.
Yep.
I'm like, even if I liked cops, I would never sit in the cop car and start spouting off information that would end up coming
Yeah.
against me because they literally
Yep.
tell you they're going to use it.
Well, because most people think that they can talk their way out of it. That's what I used to think my whole life. But
Pride, yeah. No,
there's lawyers that have YouTube channels that go on just to tell you, as a lawyer, do not talk to the police. Do not talk to them. Do not tell them anything, because they will. And it says can and will be used. That's like the key word. Can and will be used against you. So yeah, do not talk to the police. Don't think you're going to talk your way out of it, because it's not going to help.
unless you're a girl,
They're
you
going to
might
use
be
it.
able to.
Yeah, this country is still worth fighting for. Oh, absolutely, though. Yeah, just because caustic vampires have taken the helm is not a reason to give up. No, it's definitely still worth fighting for.
Not candy. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Okay.
Did you say candy? I want candy.
I thought you
See, there
sound
you
like
go, Cola. I heard a word and I thought of a song. Yeah, see, Dad's still here, Dave.
Gary. Gary.
Gary.
Instead of Jerry. Gary. Gary. Oh man. So your dad went home. He's back to the cold with us. And like,
Yeah.
here's the crazy part. We had a rose at my mom's house. I think it was about 10 days ago. I picked the last rose that was growing. Now the ground is cold enough for the ice to stick. Doesn't that normally not happen till January? Like the ground gets
Honestly,
cold.
I don't remember, honestly.
Oh, you suck. Everything
Here,
about
check this out. Check this out, Dave. This is this year's Christmas card. That's Dad snowblowing in his swim trunks.
I'm not surprised one bit. Look at those. Look at those legs, dude.
That's how he stays tan. He
Dude.
even wears swim trunks in the winter. Hold on. Mr. Denny Cola, Mr. John Denny Cola. What's up, brother?
I got it. My bad. I'm live. My wife's messing with me.
Oh.
She's running around here naked.
Well, I'll just say hi, Dave's wife, because I don't want to say her name if she doesn't want.
She can't hear you. I'm on the headset. Or my
Okay.
mom would have been
Fine.
throwing stuff at me
Keep
by now.
forgetting you wear the headphones.
You know how women are when they get together, they get a little feisty. Just like the men sitting around talking about their wives, and then the women sit around and talk about their husbands.
Garage talk, yeah. Hey, John Denny Cola, did you just get here? I was just telling the story how I first got into the 1A community and why. But yeah, Indy loved it. You know what though, Indy, in my dad's defense, he can't really feel his feet or his legs. So, you know, when you're always like, oh, you're one of those guys, oh, I don't get cold. In his defense, he can't feel his feet and bottom part of his legs, so he's not one of those guys. He literally doesn't get cold because, you know, can't feel something. Been all around the world, and I can't find. See, Cola, it's musical Tourette's. Been all over the world and witnessed the abhorrent. How do you say that word? Abhorrent monsters that are the moral standard in other nations. The reason we have the ability to witness and challenge these ideas is because we live here. Good point. Yeah, good point, Chadwick.
I'm out, boys. Tomorrow's going to be tough after 4 days off. 2 days of the 4, I was pouring concrete on the home front.
Oh, that is always tough having after 4 days off and going back. That's always hard.
Hey, Van, if I come down to Arizona, how soon can I start my job?
Me too, Cola. I like it though. But yeah, Van, how soon?
It takes him a minute to type. He's old.
Because you know what, too, though, Dave?
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I moved here, it's weird, man, because I instantly felt like I always had more energy and more.
Did I say Arizona?
Just because, Nevada, close enough.
Oh, my bad.
He's a Reno, Nevada.
Yeah,
First of all, get it right, David.
Get it right, punk.
Oh, at Hornet. Okay. Hey, I don't got a big brain like you, Chadwick. Look at the big brains on Forging Thought. I'm just kidding.
Think about a second. Mine are shrinking too. I just closed the YouTube tab.
But yeah, Van, always good to have you, Van. And yeah, that does suck after 4. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Going back to work after 4 days off, it's hard because
there you go.
I just found this out within a week, bro. Lots of work, P-test, background. Yeah, you know,
I got no issues with that. I don't do no drugs, but I eat a lot.
Dave hasn't had to worry about a P-test in what, 25 years?
No, but just give me at least an hour to start and stop peeing, because that may happen.
Like that one movie when he still had a hot mic like Naked Gun or something. He still had a hot mic, and he goes in and he's just peeing and peeing and peeing and peeing. And then it like slows down and stops. And then it starts going again.
You gotta go pee like middle of the night. You feel like you gotta pee so bad, and then you get up and go, and you're just like leaning on the wall, like, okay, is it gonna start? It may not start.
Oh shit, Forgent, dude! If you want to come up right now, dude, I don't think you and Dave ever met, have you? Dude, if you want to come up right now,
Get up here, fool. I ain't
yeah,
swinging.
dude, that'd be awesome, man. I haven't been on panel with you in a minute, in a long time. Let's see. This is for Forgent Thought only.
Do you see the thing where you can pay for your groceries by waving your hand now?
Oh yeah, yep. But this is nothing personal to anyone else. I just don't like. It makes it
Yeah.
hard to have more than 3 or 4 people on panel. For
Yeah.
me anyway, because then people start talking over each other. So that's why I like it when it's just me and Dave, or me and Dave and one other person. So
All
that's
right,
for Forgent.
Mom's making fun of me and my wife now, so I'm gonna put Mom in the laundry room. She don't stop.
I'm gonna throw her in the laundry. Get in the pantry. That's it, Mom. To the pantry.
You don't care? Shut up. Oh no, I'm kidding. Your feet are close, so I might tickle them. Just bring me 6 years of electric experience from an electric contractor on letterhead, almost 50 an hour. I'll take it.
After January, that's quick. Almost 50 an hour in 3 weeks.
$50 an hour if I move to Nevada.
Dude, and like I was saying a minute ago, it's like when I
Good
moved
offer,
here,
brother.
dude, just because it's better weather, it's nicer, you don't like it makes a
Going with me?
difference in your health.
You gonna go with me, Ma? Okay. She likes the warm. She said pretty warm there. We may come.
I can't find my baby, my favorite white boy.
Freak squads.
And don't worry, everyone, he didn't take the link from out of chat. He has full access to
My favorite white boy. He said that his name is Creed.
Oh.
What's cracking, my brothers?
What's going on, man?
How y'all doing, man?
There he is! There's my favorite white boy!
I found him.
Boy,
oh, here we go.
that
Here we go.
escalated
All right.
quickly.
Here we go, man. I'm excited for this, dude, because I haven't seen. Oh, let me see you backstage, Chadwick, real quick, just so I can make sure it's you. I got P-Bomb before someone stole their avatar.
Van, you guys got good dental insurance?
Okay, you're good. You're good.
I need good dental insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Forging Thought. What's up, dude?
Now everybody calm the fuck down. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
What's up, Forging?
Man?
Dude,
Hey, how you doing,
got-
man?
It's been a long time.
you got those deep nut voice.
I tell you, man, it's a curse.
Oh my lord, you sound like a radio host.
You know
Trying
what
to like
else he
say
has?
something. What's that?
You know what else he has, Dave? He's got a lizard tongue.
I do.
You have a lizard tongue?
It's
Yeah, I was a
he's got-
piercer and
Oh.
a tattoo artist for a
Oh,
long
it-
time,
it's
so I
split
have a
like
bipolar
some-
tongue.
Is it
Yeah.
really split like some Ozzy Osbourne shit? Like,
I've seen it, dude. It's
sweet.
Dang, 3,000 a year in dental. I only get 1,000 right now.
I don't get any.
After
But
Oh,
damn, dude, you
after the
got
Marine.
stabbed in the chest. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, it wasn't that bad. It only went in like a half inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch. It wasn't bad. It was
I
funny
don't
as hell,
even
though.
have a half inch. That's bone for me.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of women like it like that, though. It's okay, buddy. So how's everything been, man? Haven't talked to you in a while.
Billy. Good, man. I've been, same old. Besides spending the night at the hospital last night.
I didn't get to hear what happened. I came in late.
Nah, just my feet. I don't even know. It's been I had cellulitis too, which was a problem twice.
Right.
Over a year ago and then 3 years ago. But that But then my one foot was just killing me, and I hate hospitals, so I don't go unless I get to a point where I can't take the pain, and it got to that
Right.
point.
Oh, my
And then
swollen feet. Oh, my shoes fell off. Oh,
well, then the doctor looks at by my feet and he asks me, "How long has it been purple?" And I was like, "Purple? What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
So yeah, it's something about my veins and the blood's not pumping and correctly. Or damn, Creek, thank you, brother.
Yeah, cuz. Hey man, I owe y'all some. I'm giving it back in increments.
All right on, man. Hold on, we got to give a shout out to Creek for the super chat.
Oh, believe me.
Getting down with the super chat. For the love of you know I'm back. Getting down with the super chat. For the love of you know I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh,
What the hell was that?
Okay.
What was that?
This is a super chat
Oh my
shout
god.
out.
Oh my god.
Was that? Oh, I forgot what you said earlier. Now that is as gay as someone with a mustache.
That is gayer than cum on a mustache, is what I
Yeah.
said.
Oh shit!
That was
That's
oh
pretty
man.
gay.
That was fucking mantastic right there. That's what that was.
Billy.
I like this guy. I like this guy already, y'all. Oh man.
Let's see.
Oh
So
man.
Joe.
So what else is new? Besides you having the gout and having your feet all like swelled up or
Jacked
whatever.
up.
Jacked
Yeah,
up.
man,
Now,
man,
now, Steve, I'm not gonna say anything until we get backstage on that.
How long have you been having problems with your feet?
Shit. Well, years, but that's the thing. But for the past 3 or 4 years, it turned out to be cellulitis. And this, I knew it was different. And oh, hold on, real quick. Yeah, Joe S. I knew a lot of Billies growing up. I don't remember that last name, and I'm not sure if you're trolling or not, so I'm not going to say that last name. But I don't remember that last name. But I remember a lot of Billies growing up. But anyway, yeah. So then this, I was like, this isn't the site. It isn't the same shit as what's been happening in the last few years. So yeah, that's something new. I forgot where I was going with that. I got distracted. But oh yeah, other than that, I'm just living in paradise.
Yeah. How's
Paradise.
you still kicking ass in the plumbing world?
Somewhat. Could be busier. I wish it was, but yeah, I'm still grateful for not having to have a boss. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem when you have integrity and you actually do good work, though. You could be like some of the other plumbers, like the Benjamin Franklins and stuff, like leave little things that'll be messed up in a year so you can come back and fix it and be like, oh, yeah, these things go out.
Right. Yeah.
Not only that, but I've noticed so many people, people that become their own bosses and this and that, one way or another throughout running their own business and whatnot. I've seen so many people that have started to run their own company or whatever that have made an invention and patented their invention, and just from that alone have become and still picked up a lot of work and everything, but off of their invention that they made alone could also help out other plumbers and this and that, and it grows. It's a big ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I know
tremendous.
what you mean.
Tremendous.
The 31 years that I have been plumbing, I'm always trying to think of that next invention, plumbing tool or something. And I'll kind of think of something, but then it'll come out and I'll be like, oh, I didn't think of that, but I kind of thought of that. It was like, you know what I mean? It's like the $1 million idea, but I haven't come up with it yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, that happens a lot. I had the brilliant idea for a fire tool one time, and I drew up the designs and everything, and then somebody's like, we have that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the
most,
They're
worst.
like,
things,
they're like,
most
Yeah.
things,
but you didn't think of the hook that actually comes with a hook, and I'm like, motherfucker, all right.
I'll hit
most
you up
things,
tomorrow, Van Life. Thank you, brother.
most
Good
things
stuff.
that anybody can think about, and like, so say you're sitting here and you're like trying to come up with an idea or something, and you write it down, and then like you pitch this idea to somebody, and it's like, we already have that. It's like, oh, anything that you could think of, somebody's probably
Yeah.
more
Well,
so
I
than
have done that.
come up
I
with.
was wondering because I've been tinkering my whole life, and like one of my favorite hobbies is I've been blacksmithing since I was 9 years old, and I've been welding and fabricating and stuff. And I love to repurpose steel and make my own tools. Like half of my metal shop is all homemade tools. And there's some stuff I make that do all kinds of things in the blacksmithing shop that make the jobs easier, and little things that I've made that I'm like, man, I wonder if this thing exists. And then I find out it either does or doesn't, or a different form of it exists. So it's like, that kind of stuff. I always wonder if there's something I've figured out that somebody else hasn't, but I'm sure they have.
Yeah, I have done that. I have thought of things and then found out that it's already a thing. So it's like, damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I came up with a tool for bending rebar that I thought was genius, and then somebody's like, "Oh, you mean a dicky wrench?" And I'm like, "Shit! All right, well, there's another one."
I think there's a word for that too. Like,
Be right back.
it's like where you subconsciously hear something, and then you kind of get the idea in your head. So then you come up with the idea, but you really didn't come up with the idea. You came up with it because you subconscious. Am I making any sense? You know what I'm saying? There's like a word for it, but
Oh,
That is
most
possible,
of the
Steve.
time, no.
Or I'm a pioneer, or I'm
No,
a
I was
genius,
speaking
Steve. It
about
could be that
myself
too.
because
No,
I was like, it would be really good if they made something where you could like a tubing cutter where you can, and then they're like, yeah, we got 15 of them. Like,
yeah.
oh, I must have heard. Yeah.
The one thing I did come up with that I thought was pretty good, but I wouldn't even know how to, because it's like almost like a recipe. It's not really like a invention. It's a fireproof material that is made out of shit. Sorry, I know you don't like to cuss on your channel much. I apologize. But it's just made out of stuff that's basically in your cupboard, and you can make it for you like can have 5 pounds of this stuff for less than $10, and it's a powder that you mix up with another substance. It makes a 100% fireproof material. I've had a MAP gas torch, which gets up to 3,000 degrees, blowing on it for about a half hour while I'm holding it in my hand, and it's only a 1/4 inch thick, and you can't even feel the heat over like 20, 30 minutes. But
Talking about
I know
the yellow bottle, MAP gas.
yeah.
Wow.
I've made videos of it and showed a bunch of people, and they're like, "Wow, that works really good." And you can mold it like basically you can mold it like Play-Doh, and it'll dry in place and be hard as a rock. It's almost like it looks like plaster when it's done. I call it the fireproof tortilla. It needs work, but that's all I call it. But yeah, it works great. But I've always been like, how the hell would I even market this? Because it's just like a ratio of the things that you mix to make that material.
Shark Tank.
But
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank. Yeah, go on that
You
show and be
need
like, "Hey,
Mr.
assholes."
You need Mr. Wonderful on your side to make your life not so wonderful.
Those
That
guys
sounds like a German
are
movie.
all
Who's Mr.
idiots.
Wonderful?
They are
those
idiots,
guys
man.
are all, I don't know why half those people go on there because it's like you're just ruining your whole career and success.
What kills me is when they want 200 grand for like 25% of their business. I'm like, you are so
Right.
desperate. That's so
Yep.
desperate.
Or I'll give you the big percentages of the company are the ones where they say they're going to buy it outright. I'm always like, okay, if they tell you they're going to buy it outright, they think it's $1 million idea. Just walk away.
Right. Or the ones where like their company's already successful. And it's like, dude, you're already making it. And then they still want to give away 25% for like a small amount of money. And it's like, now you're just ruining it. Why
At
give
that,
away?
at that point, I think they're just a bunch of vultures. That's what they seem like to me. It's like vampires sucking off everybody
And
else's
that's
businesses.
right. And you notice their greed too. It's
like
like
zombies.
you see that they'll take a product that's either successful or they know they can be successful, and they'll just throw all they're going to do is throw the stupidest marketing campaign ever with one of those infomercials that's like, does your cat make too much noise? The ones that you see like late night on like cable TV, and
Yeah.
like it's just that's all they do is that, and then they end up making the percentage that makes them a millionaire, and then whoever invented it's just out in the cold. That's
Yeah.
why I can't imagine that show has done well for very many people, honestly. Like, I obviously haven't followed up on that because I don't watch that nonsense, but
See what I
Chrissy in the
did too?
background covering her
See what I-
face.
No, that was Megan.
Oh, that was Megan. Oh wow, she looks just like Mom.
what?
From now
Like
on,
her.
when they walk through, I'm just gonna turn the camera on.
I had seen a thing, and this wasn't anything that this was just some Facebook video. These guys made a deal for like splitting logs. What they did, they took a chain and wrapped it around a whole entire log, and went to splitting the damn log with an axe. And as they were splitting it, all of the wood would be contained within that chain. So they can walk in circles around it, and by the time that they got done with it, they can grab the other end of the chain and take their split pieces of wood and bring it to sit it wherever. And I thought that was pretty cool. I seen one yesterday where they went and got like a 16-inch tire. I mean, depending on the diameter, however big around your piece of log is what size tire that you would need to sit inside of that tire. So the one that I seen yesterday, they had a 16-inch tire, and the guy split the piece of wood, and he went to walking around it, and which it didn't. I thought it was a very cool concept, but he didn't have the chain to pick his wood up and walk and sit it wherever. This fucking guy grabbed the whole entire. He grabbed the wood and kind of like made it to where it wouldn't slip out, and then grabbed the tire and walked off with it. And I was like, man, I really wish that he would have seen the chain.
See, I'm a tree climber, so I have the luxury of knowing about an invention called a rope.
A rope.
Yeah,
I was a tree climber for a lot of years.
Invention.
It's an ancient technology, but it's some people know it. I'll teach you the ways,
I just have my old lady hold the wood while I'm hitting it.
and then let go while.
Just squeeze this tree, honey, real quick.
It's like a Polish lumber yard. I think the best invention I did see come out of that show was it's an older one, and I'm biased because of the fire department, but it was called a Guardian Angel, and it was a Christmas tree topper that was it looked like an angel, or they had a couple different designs, and it was designed by a firefighter, and he put out the facts of how many Christmas trees burn down every year and how many house fires are caused by Christmas trees, and usually when there's a fire, it surprises the family in the middle of the night, so it's always a bad situation. And Christmas trees go up like nobody's business if they're dry. I've seen a lot of them, but the Guardian Angel was a Christmas tree topper that was actually a sprinkler, and it detected smoke and flames, and it would, from the heat of that, it would actually douse any flames on your Christmas tree. So it was like a fire preventer for a Christmas tree. The thing was awesome.
Oh
If I
wow!
remember
Yeah,
correctly,
it is pretty cool.
they immediately offered him like just a ton of money, and but they ended up getting like half of its company. So yeah.
Damn.
Here's like some infomercial fails.
There's got to be a better way. Look, oh, my hands.
Oh, come on, dude. I have
Really?
the sock thing is real for me.
Yeah.
Oh, you told me about that.
Cola's comment made me think of that because she already said, "I love the over exaggerated commercials where they try to do normal things and like
Right,
fall
like you
down
fall
the
down the
stairs."
stairs. I read
And
that.
then You can't do normal activity without that product. Like,
And I always laugh at this stuff too, but then every once in a while, you know, I can carry somebody out of a burning building, but I'll reach for a pack of gum on the ground and end up hurting myself somehow.
right.
This dude just ran over a hose while it was on with a lawnmower. I mean, that happens every day.
My favorite ones are the ones where it's like a product where it's like to organize, and the woman has like her hair with like tape all up in her hair and stuff. Like, I don't understand.
I relate with that. The gate, those gates, I relate with that because there's kids here all the time. We are in prison all the time with gates. Oh, that darn bag!
Oh,
The amount of
the
times
remote.
You can do it.
the amount of times that I kicked one of those little gates that separates the rooms, those ones that just butt up against the wall. How many times I kicked that thing over and it just rattled through the whole house? I can't even count.
Yep.
This chick just broke an egg like outside of the pan.
What the?
That's
You
not
know
the
that
pan.
umbrella. Have you ever seen that umbrella invention they made though? That was pretty cool. It's like
What
when
umbrella
you
invention?
pull it closed, it doesn't close like a normal one. It goes up first and then in, so it like pushes all the water out. Like, hey Benjamin, aloha.
Oh, so it doesn't
You
drip all
pretty
over your
much
table or
like-
whatever, or all over the floor.
Right, or if you're getting in your car and you close it, it all doesn't like come splashing back on you. But I don't think I've ever. Well, I've had umbrellas, but I don't think I've ever like bought one to own or used one. Come to think of it,
It was just like a
besides for
backwards
show.
closing umbrella, right?
Yep, yeah, literally that's all it is. Backwards closing. Yep.
I remember seeing that, and you know, I didn't even think of the fact that you could keep your floor dry. But I remember thinking, like, man, that'd be really good if you were like stranded somewhere and you needed to collect rainwater.
What's
Yeah,
up,
no
Taylor?
kidding, right? Yeah.
What's up, brother?
Did you just see her try to drill through the wall?
Some of these are just so stupid.
She
I
put
tried
her
to
whole
push
rib
them
cage into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at this is how I drill. Just
She's
ram
like,
the
I
drill
can
through the
do it.
wall.
Dude,
Come on, bro.
Oh, right
what
through
the
the
hell?
Oh, that's funny as hell. Right there.
Just bam.
That happens all the time.
Oh yeah, I always fall through my coffee table.
3D
You know?
through the table.
I know. I've
I
fell
step
through my
on
coffee
kids'
table
toys,
so many
that's real.
times. If I had
ECW,
$1,
ECW.
if I had $1 for every time I
Dude,
fell through my coffee table,
How did
I
she
wouldn't
even
even have
fall
$1.
through the table?
I can't count how many times I've tried to bring a cupcake in the living room and fallen straight through my coffee table like that, face first. Just
Right. I always lead with my face when I fall through my coffee table.
I gotta give her
exactly.
credit though, because that's some good acting. I mean, she went full like I'm going all in.
And how convenient was it that the glass was already removed from the coffee table? I mean,
I think
that was a lucky break.
we should
Yeah.
see that again. I need to know how she tripped because does she have a bag on her foot? Oh my god, she biffed it hard.
Tripping on the rug.
Watch how hard. Oh my god.
What was that? It looked like she was working a shake weight.
Oh my gosh. Ready? Boom.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, what was that? It looked like she was working a shake weight, but then something exploded in her face.
Can you
She's like,
slow it
"Give me that
down? You
soda.
gotta slow this
Give me
down
that
a little
soda."
bit.
What?
Slow
Oh,
that
yeah,
computer
Dude,
down.
oh my god.
That happens all the time.
Oh
Every
yeah, I
time
can't
I go-
control my saran wrap.
Every time I pick up the dish soap like this happens every time. And look how now natural. It just whoops. Oh man, I dropped it.
Look, and the saran wrap, dude.
I'll be up.
Okay, lawn chairs I can actually relate to. The old school lawn chairs.
Yeah, those things are the metal ones. They get all
I remember
rusty.
trying to carry like more than 4 of those for the family, and oh god, it was bad. What are you doing? I want to know what instruction these people got when they were shooting these. That's oh my
I
god.
know that. It'd be a better video if they explained what each infomercial was actually for though.
Right. Do you remember the old Life Alert commercials?
Oh yeah, I've fallen and I can't
The acting
get
in
up.
those was Oscar worthy. I remember those still to this day. Like, I'm having a heart attack. Don't worry, Mr. Perkins. Help is on the way.
You have about 1 minute and 37 seconds till it completely gives out, but we'll be there in 4 minutes. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Right.
Jeez.
Top 5. See, I just don't want to get copyright. I don't know how this works, but
Do you see the difference of this hair?
My God, yeah.
Look at that. Is that gorgeous?
My God, it's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Now
I
let me
can't.
look
is
at the
that
back.
gorgeous?
I am.
Is that gorgeous? No.
Who was that on the
But
phone? That was
I
awful.
keep like 8 cans at a time.
Oh,
Trevor.
girl,
I
let me
keep like 8
You're
cans.
good. Mwah. That one's got it. Whoa.
That Harvey Feinstein?
Thank you. I got
I fell on my
Oh,
booty.
God. I keep like 8 cans at home. Oh, my God.
I just tripped on one of the cans.
I never leave home without it. My hair has such volume.
I kept that one in my underwear. It fell down my pant leg.
God.
Oh,
What
what
is-
is this one?
oh,
with
this
the-
is-
Really,
make
out
that-
here before the show, you know, I'm playing the Wii, and it's one of those things where I have to go back into makeup and say, hey, can you touch me up? I mean, holy cow. You know, really, it gets you moving. That's the great thing about the Wii.
I hate
So
this,
you can
man.
see right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air.
Hit it.
And
Hit it.
when I-
Hit it. Hit it.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
And there goes the tennis
Idiot.
racket.
He just broke it. Did you ever see the one,
Oh.
dude? It's hilarious. It's that Canadian game where they slide that puck on the ice and then they're brushing it.
Yeah.
Ice
Oh, curl. It's called curling.
curling. Yeah, they were doing the Wii game curling, and they're, dude, it was the funniest clip from live stream news because the way they're just like, you know, what is
With
this
the
guy
broom.
doing? Oh yeah, it feels so good. I'm getting it.
Optical zoom, Schneider lens,
Look at that horse.
photo printer, SD
It looks
card.
like a horse
Look
fly.
at that horse. The bushy tail, the big teeth, the hooves. Okay,
What
my
is he
producer Tara
talking
Cates
about?
just told
It's
me
a
this isn't a horse,
butterfly.
it's a butterfly.
That, you know, this asshole was on the Tosh.0 show and he claimed that he knew it was a butterfly, but he was making a joke. He
I
couldn't
don't
just say,
buy
yeah, I
it.
messed up.
Do you guys even see
Yeah.
a horse though?
That's what I'm looking at. I don't buy it. How does he see a horse? I don't buy that he made it up. I think he really
No,
thought it
he,
was a
he
horse.
tried to play it off like he made it up and it was a joke, but he messed up.
Hey, much love, Mr. Harlow. Have a good night.
Oh, what I miss.
Good
Oh,
night.
good night, Dad. Good night,
Yeah.
Dad. I love you.
I
I'll
love
try
you,
to
Dad.
call you tomorrow. I know I'm horrible with the phone, but I'll try to call you tomorrow, Dad. I love you.
Trying my whole life to have 10 legs like you, and I still fail.
Where do you see a horse? I don't get that.
The horse.
And he's like, he even said hooves. Like, dude, what are you?
Right.
What are you
The big,
on?
the big bushy tail, the excuse me. It was more of the big bushy tail, the God.
That's a pretty good impression. I like that.
You like
The
that?
big-
I was working on that.
big bushy tail.
The big teeth, the big bushy tail. Look at that.
Look at them teeth.
Only have a limited
Oh,
number
these
that we can
ladders.
give out right now because it is very, very
Oh.
popular. We're going to go to
Oh,
the
dude,
phones.
these.
Hi, you're on there with Lisa and
This
Kevin.
one's
What's
funny.
your
I've
name?
seen this
Hi,
before.
Lisa. It's Renee from California. Hey, Renee. Chris is over there, kind
That
of
don't look
giving us a
hard.
look at how to use the ladder there.
I got to
He
tell you
looks
something.
hard
I
as
have this
crap.
ladder. It is
Mhm.
awesome.
Oh, now
Fall,
And
fall,
everybody everybody wants this ladder. I live in an apartment with
Oh my God.
vaulted
Oh,
ceilings.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to
What
make
did
sure that Chris.
OSHA have to say about that?
It would be funny if they would lower the 4 payments to like $20 right after that happened.
Right.
Right.
It's okay.
There's a little recall
He's
slip that
moving,
goes
he
up.
is okay.
I thought
Mitch.
something else was coming because I've seen like I have a gorilla ladder and I've seen people
Oh,
with the little giant ladders and stuff, and I've seen
This one.
contractors who work with those things chop their fingers off. I was
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
it was going to go somewhere there where it was going to close on them.
Yeah,
Collapse.
this one right here, that actually I think happens on this one.
firmly
Yeah.
in place, so really.
I don't want to
You're
watch.
This one where he
This is tough.
climbs on
It is.
top and he
Listen,
falls.
give you an example.
Yeah, it's so strong. It can
Oh,
You have
hold
a,
me.
God.
Wait,
you
no,
have
it
to get up
can't.
in the wall, high ceiling, vault
Right.
the ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk
Linda,
right.
you get up
And I tell
there.
you, it's very safe, it's durable, and it's lightweight. Carrying me.
Yeah.
So really, see,
Uh-oh.
now it's locked in place. Okay. So
No,
really,
it's not.
You say,
No, it's really not though.
God, Harold, are you okay?
Actually, I didn't have it locked.
Hell
He
no,
folded
Harold.
face
Really?
first.
Hell
You say,
no, Harold's
Oh
not
God,
okay.
Harold, are you okay?
Actually, I didn't have it
Not
locked. You have to lock it. Once you lock it, you're okay.
His
It
chin
would
is
probably
closed.
help. It would probably help if
It
the
is
man
very
had experience with more tools than just another man's penis. That probably would have helped him out a little
Right.
bit. He might have had a little
Exactly.
more technical knowledge.
Should have wore a
Yeah,
helmet, Gary.
they always
He should
do
be at
that.
home coloring.
They always get the guy that like never even picked up a screwdriver in his life
Oh,
to
this
like.
guy.
Oh, I
do
love
this.
these guys. You'll
This
get
guy.
15,000 dimes for $99.
That hurt. Oh, that hurt big time.
What did he do?
God.
And this one. And the nice thing about these practice katanas. Oh!
Oh, it came back
that
and
hurt.
stabbed him.
Oh my
That hurt
God.
big time. A piece of that the tip just got me, Odell.
Yeah.
How did you
Chip,
not
you're
know
really-
for a katana for $45 wasn't gonna be real strong?
It's a wall hanger Chinese steel piece of shit is what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Plastic handle. I
He
wonder
was
if
all
that man
the tip.
stitches.
Made out of solid stainless panzo to panzanite steel.
Steve, go back to that screen what you just had. What's up with the dude on the couch?
That's what
No,
I
that
was
was-
just
it didn't
looking at
even-
when I took
It didn't even
down.
have a tang, brother.
Right there.
Was
If
it-
you lose, you laugh.
It's like his grandma
What is
dressed
that?
him like a
That's what I'm
ball sack.
saying. I just saw it and I'm like, is it like
What
a
that?
biscuit? It's like two biscuits down there.
No, it's a ball sack.
Ah.
I'll
Okay.
click on it and see what it
Don't click.
That ain't right.
It's
No.
clickbait. There probably ain't nothing in there with that same picture. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. These are usually funny.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. How about 3 easy payments of $39.95 and one very difficult payment of $47.82?
If I had $1. Bah.
Oh man, right in the old daddy's nugget.
Eesh.
What is that?
They're like a big extendo.
Oh, your hand's gonna go right. Yeah.
You idiot.
And
That looks like the guy at my stepdaughter's job.
Yay.
that's scary.
That was scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these are
Come
put
on,
together
Mike.
so-
We'll get you in there somehow, Mike. Come on.
I want to find that one with the. I know I did
I
a
remember those days.
screenshot or screen record of it. The one I was talking about. Where did I put that?
Man, I
on?
remember in my 20s. I found out a couple times in my 20s that my front planter box was really warm to sleep in.
Yeah, I had 88 Oldsmobile. I used to sleep in the back seat and I'd wake up with the sun in my face. That's how I'd wake up.
88 Oldsmobile. Is that 4-door?
Yeah, it happened a lot. Big bench seats though. Big bench back seat.
Oh yeah, a lot of room.
Man, I had a 2000 Durango that everything folded down and it had the third row seats. It was like a king size bed in the back of that thing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My Durango. Mm.
If you ain't
Can you
home
name
by
a truck?
11, sleeping in your car.
Can
Dang
you
it.
name a truck with 4-wheel drive? Smells like a steak and seats 35 Durango. Ooh.
35 is Oompa Loompas or what?
12 yards long, 6 lanes wide, 65 tons of American pride. Durango.
Mm,
We're shipping all back home.
nice.
That don't
You know what? That was.
Durango.
I'll tell you what. That Durango, that 2000 Durango I had was the best vehicle I've ever owned until it wasn't. When one thing went wrong in that thing, it just like everything was destroyed. It had like a fatal flaw where the wiring harness would get dripped on by another part that was leaking.
Did it
And
keep
was like
running out of gas?
it was no, it was a common problem they had where the damn transmission fluid or something would leak out of this one part and go on the wiring harness, and the wiring harness was $3,000. And once the wiring harness went bad, it kicked out your O2 sensors, your transmission, your everything. Everything. It was like a total fix, and I ended up trading it in on a bike.
Damn.
That's what I think of that. My son bought this foreign job car for like $600. He got home, and on the way home, all the wire, like the insulation on the wires, every single wire in the car burnt off on the way home. All of the insulation, the bare wires.
Holy crap!
It was
Oh,
toast
shit.
by the time we got it home.
What
Yeah.
kind of car was it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Was it a Ford?
It was a Buick. It was a Buick.
A Buick?
Yeah, it was
Holy
a Buick. Like a small Buick. It's like a Skylark or some crap. I can't remember exactly. All I know is when he didn't pay his payment, they could shut his car off and he couldn't leave for work.
A lot of new cars are like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the whole harness burnt, and then to get another one put on, and then that one burnt too. We're like, okay, we lost. Chuck that one up as a loss.
We pay full coverage if let that some bitch burn up. We'll fucking get a new one.
Yeah, he was 17 or something like that, though. You ain't getting no cheap insurance at 17.
No, not at all.
It's more than the
Actually,
payment.
on the contrary, Steve, the only Ford I've ever owned actually had flames coming out of the hood, and I would just shoot my extinguisher in there about every 3 blocks, and I got it home. So I mean, that was a decent vehicle.
Yeah, it literally had actual flames.
Yeah, I had a 351
Damn.
Windsor that blew, and it had flames coming out of it. So I would just get out and shoot my extinguisher into the hood, under the hood, like every couple blocks, and I made it home. I only had like a mile left to go, and I knew what was on fire. It wasn't that big of a deal.
Injector stuck open or something?
No, it was a carbureted 351 Windsor, actually it was a 351 Cleveland. I put a Windsor in it afterwards, but it was a 77 step-side Ranger, the full-size Rangers, and it was a great truck, but the motor was bad, and yeah, it just had this one problem where it didn't keep bursting into flames. It only did that one time, but that was when it finally went bad.
Spurting.
But I mean, hell, I know fire.
You haven't lived until you changed a gas tank under a car.
You remember Billy, right, Dave?
Yeah.
Obviously. But you remember that big Continental she had? That big black 4-door? Or no, wait.
Yeah.
It was a different car. I'm sorry. But yeah, so she got that black Continental, but the car she had before that was an older Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you had a Mustang and you got rid of it for this? And she's like, oh, well, it burnt down on 94. And I'm like, burnt down? Why did it burn? You know what? And she goes, I don't know. I was just driving. I don't know. I was just driving home and it started on fire. So I'm like, how? And she goes, well, no one told me that I was supposed to change the oil. So she just like drove it and drove it till it blew. And then I'm like, well, what'd you do when it caught on fire? And on 94. And she's like, I just got out and walked home. I'm like, you just left the car like.
Oh my
That's
god!
how stupid people
Well, I
are,
can't
man.
say nothing. I left to Bonneville in Detroit, and I was so mad that I just walked away and took the plate off and just walked away from it and never saw it again.
Well, I don't know what happened. I was just driving down the road, and all of a sudden it started smelling like a fart. So I got out, and it was on fire. So I left, and
God.
So I was like, well, that's no good to me anymore. So I just left it.
You guys all have to drive beaters like me, where like you pull up at a red light and then your brakes would be squealing so freaking loud and grinding that you'd just be so embarrassed. Like you'd have to like shrink down in your car.
I had a car that I called Shakes. It was one that I had like in between good cars. It was a Infiniti G20 that I got at a lot for like $800, and I called him Shakes because every time we would get up to the stoplight, he'd be afraid of it because he'd just start shaking. Everybody would look at me. I'd have to drive it up to be like, "It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay."
Is if I'm driving and you smell something from a car that's like, you know, it's a car, like something smelling from it, and I still like, better not be mine. Better not be my car.
Right.
I always think it's my car.
Steve, I don't know if you remember it. I don't think you were with me, but I was going down Hines Drive, which is like a local park for us. It's like 10 miles long. You can drive it. It's all woody, and then they got people
No
playing
stoplight.
softball and volleyball. Yeah, no stoplights. Well, there was like this. The girls were playing softball on the side of the road. I'm in a drop top convertible. I'm driving by all these chicks, and I'm like slowing down, and I'm like beeping, and a couple are waving, and then all of a sudden my hood, I didn't shut my hood all the way, like the latch didn't catch, and my hood just flies up and wraps right over my windshield, and I can't even see where I'm driving. So I literally had to pull off the road right in front of the girls, get out and try to bend my hood back down with my head tucked between my legs. I was like,
So it was
all
like
right,
that.
guys.
It was like that scene in Tommy Boy.
Yeah, my pride. I had
Oh,
no
man.
pride left, dude. It was so bad. They're all giggling. I'm like, oh my God.
I seen that happen once. It was on Telegraph, and it was one of those, like, it was like a Jeep, but like a mini Jeep. I forgot what they were called. They were kind of cheesy looking, but it
The
was
little
like a
tiny ones.
yeah, a little tiny
The,
Jeep.
the,
And
the Liberty. It was either the Liberty or the Renegade if it was a newer one.
yeah, it was like, what were they called? It wasn't an actual Jeep though, but it looked like a Jeep. It was like the same, but it was like a mini. I don't know, it was like in the 90s, but I was going down
Talking about
Telegraph.
the
We're going like
trackers?
50. The what?
Trackers? Suzuki Sidekick trackers?
Yeah,
Or
the
like a
Sidekick.
Trooper or something.
Yeah, the Sidekicks.
The Sidekick. That's what it was, the Sidekick. And we're driving like 50, 55, and one of those was like next to us. And we're like, do you see those new Sidekicks, man? Those things are like so cheesy. And then all of a sudden their hood just goes whap, like straight up. Yeah, that was the only time I ever seen someone's hood pop open like that, but it was funny as hell.
I was part of a Jeep club for a short period of time, and I actually saw the top of somebody's Jeep come back, and it wasn't like a soft top. It was a 81 CJ7 that this guy had, and he had a fiberglass top, and the thing weighed like 150 pounds, but we were going down the freeway at, 65, 70 miles an hour, and the wind caught it. He never latched it down. The sumbitch came off, and luckily I was far enough behind him where I was able to swerve out the way, but it landed on the lane right in front of me, and I mean, that thing was, it was scary as hell.
Damn, man, that could have did damage if it would have.
Yeah. Well, the car behind me ran it over, and I mean, their car got messed up. They had like an old New Yorker, like a Chrysler New Yorker, and it took the whole front end off of their damn car.
My God.
Like the whole air dam and the bumper came off their car from it. It was crazy. And he's like, I can't believe I lost the top of my Jeep. I'm like, your Jeep will drive out of here just fine. This poor family just lost their damn car.
Right.
You remember that yellow van I had, Steve? That old rust bucket yellow drywall van?
That who had?
Me, back in the day. Like it was a work truck, a painting truck.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yellow ugly van. And I'm coming home after a 14-hour workday. I had like popcorn ceilings. I did a whole house. I got paid like $2,900 cash. But I wanted to get it done one day. So I'm coming home through Romulus. And I'm driving, and all of a sudden, freaking one door falls off. This is one of those real long vans, dude. And the door just falls off the back. I see in the mirror, and it's just sparking down the highway. And all of a sudden, the other one comes off, and it's just sparking down the highway. And then, like, it was about 10 seconds later where I see the cop lights. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. You know how tired you are after 14 hours? You just want to get home and die on the couch. He's like, what are you driving this piece of trash for? Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, long story short is it got impounded. And I spent the night in Romulus jail and got out in the morning with my $2,900.
Because your doors fell off?
Yeah, because apparently that's reckless. Like, I didn't know they were going to fall off, but the hinges, like the bolts on the hinge broke on one, and it was enough to pull the other side off.
Holy crap.
See, that's another thing that's so messed
you got that
up.
speech. You got the speech from Smokey and the Bandit. You can't drive this piece of shit on my highway.
No, it was an
And
Arab. It was an
that's
Arab
what
guy.
else is messed up about laws and shit. Because it's like, all right, you're driving a piece of shit van, yeah, but you're working and trying to do better, and then now you're getting held down further because you're driving that van trying to get a better one and work and improve. You
I
know.
should tell the rest of the story though before we bash the cops too much. So it was like an Arabic. It was an Arabic cop, and he wasn't having nothing. Like he was a state cop. He wasn't listening to me at all. Did not care. It was like your door could have killed somebody. And then he pulled it up, and I had a warrant out of Dearborn. You know how you
Oh,
do
that is,
work. You know how you do work program. All
yeah.
like all of the things I ever did were always like moving violations or headlight broken or stuff I couldn't afford to fix. I never did criminal. Well, I didn't get caught, but I didn't do criminal things and get caught. But anyway, I got 7 days in Dearborn jail, and they gave me work program instead. I did 4 days of the work program, and they weren't keeping track of who came. They weren't like roll calling. 28 of us. They weren't calling out our names for like 4 days straight. They didn't even call our names. So like the 5th day, I'm like, yeah, they won't even know I'm there. Well, they did. They did figure it out that it wasn't there, and then they put a warrant out. So when I got to Dearborn jail, they said, oh, by the way, you're going to spend the next 7 days in the jail, and you're not going to see the judge till Monday. And that was during 4th of July, so I watched the fireworks through the bars. They had plexiglass and bars. Yeah, that
Damn.
was that. But when I came
Damn,
out,
bro.
I still had my $2,900.
That is a country song if I've ever heard it.
Dude, my life is
Yeah.
crazy. You wouldn't believe my life, man. Me and Steve had some crazy things happen.
Oh yeah. Well, I think when you had that van, oh, am I froze up? I'm froze up, aren't I?
Yeah, for a
When
minute.
you had that van, that was one of the times that remember me and Dez, and it was in Romulus too. We came out because you needed help and we needed money, so you're like, hey, you come help me sand the drywall or whatever, and we'll work overnight. So it's like a new subdivision going up. So we're out there over in the middle of the night, got those long poles with the sand, doing like the high ceilings and stuff. Just
Raining
drywall
down on us.
dust
Yeah.
all over our faces and hair, and then we're like wrapping up, getting ready to leave, and someone called the cops. Like it was an empty house, no furniture, nothing.
I
It was like
remember that.
Right.
Yep.
cops showed up being total dicks to us, and it's like,
I
dude,
remember
look
that.
at us. We are covered in drywall, like, but yeah, they just well, you can't be here at 2 a.m. Says who? Who says we can't be here at 2 a.m. working?
Listen to this. I did a job in Detroit where I was up on the 2nd story of the house, 35 feet up, and the neighbor came over and knocked my ladder down on purpose because he was pissed about the noise.
Holy
He took
shit.
my ladder and left me on the roof, dude. I couldn't not get down. I had to call my son to come and put the ladder back up and get me down.
See, I would have taken it further. I would have started spraying you with a hose.
Yeah, needless to say, I was gonna bust a little cap. I just went home. That was the only bad thing that ever happened, really. But he's like, "Hey, man, you're making noise." I'm like, "Hey, F you." He's like, "F me? F you." And I heard the ladder. I'm like, "Oh, damn, I should have been nice." I didn't know it was like that. Needless to say, no more little Saigon jobs for me.
How'd you oh, that's where that was, Little Saigon?
Yeah. That one was an
How'd
Inkster.
you end up getting down?
Brian came.
Oh, okay.
Brian. It was either Brian or my brother.
God, dude wouldn't even bring it back. Dick.
Oh no, you're sitting up there, dude. You're up there. He didn't care if I could get down. I'm like, all right. That's all right. I'm gonna go pull all your pot plants when I get down. Don't worry. Come back the next night in the middle of the night and pull all those pot plants out of the ground. Oops. Oh, by the way, in Inkster, they used to grow pot plants well before you could do it legally. Whole backyards.
Or you can
Oh
wait
yeah,
till he
the
leaves his
Inkster.
house and Gorilla Glue shut all of his windows and doors. That's a fun one.
Peanut butter up under the handles of the doors on his car.
Or just a whole a cube of butter so it's nice and fast.
Oh yeah.
Vaseline on the windshield wipers is a good one too.
Triple expanding foam in the plumbing vents.
Oh my god, that's so mean.
That is fun.
That is funny. Anyway, we were all crazy, I'm sure. Probably
I think
me more.
my favorite one I ever did is the expanding foam that's meant for fireplaces. It's like the high heat stuff. You do that in someone's exhaust pipe, and when they start their car, it blows out a little like half-inch circle. It just blows out like one little hole of exhaust, like enough for the exhaust to get out, but it whistles. It whistles loud as hell. And you can hear that. It sounds like a Jetsons car from like a mile away.
It's like
we bought something like, you remember Sean, Dave?
Yeah.
Who ended up ending his own, but
yeah.
We bought this thing. I forgot. It was like a gag gift or whatever, and you put it inside someone's muffler. So like the faster they go, the more they accelerate, the louder it gets.
Yeah.
And dude, I remember he was over. We lived in East Dearborn, and he was over. So we're all hanging out. And I ran outside real quick and like threw it in his muffler. And then we're just waiting for him to leave. Like a couple hours goes by, he leaves. And the further he got away, the louder it got because he was like accelerating more. Dude, I never laughed so hard. And then next time he came back, he was like, I was like, yeah, man, when you left last time, dude, it seemed like someone was up. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. He's like, I still haven't figured it out. Da, da, da. And then he's like, I did find this in there. I guess they put these in mufflers to keep squirrels from going up there or something. So we never got the chance to tell him it was just a joke. But
I sent my wife up one time to buy blinker light fluid.
I did that to my ex.
Yeah.
Blinker fluid.
Yeah, blinker light fluid. Yeah.
Yeah. I sent my ex to go in there to an AutoZone one time. And then she went back in after I told her. I'm like, no, they have it. I'm like, you went in twice. This is your fault now.
Yeah, it's not called blinker light fluid. It's like, it's some other name. Just ask them, they'll find it. Sent Brian in for like, a Canuter valve.
It's like sending the apprentice out to get the board stretcher or the left-handed crescent wrench.
Right. Or the
Brian, buy me go in there and buy me some Canuter valve. I need a Canuter valve. It's like 8 inches, 8 by 2. And he's like, what is it, chrome? I was like, no, it's like steel, It's probably in like aisle 7. Comes out, it's like, you're an idiot. There's no Canuter valve.
It's like a new take on that old man joke that's like give me the butt for. What's a butt for? For pooping. Dumbass.
What
the fuck is
this is so
that Big
stupid.
Mike?
Looks like the Gravitron at all the carnivals.
You mean the Pukinator?
Yeah, gone wrong.
God. That ride, I never rode it because I'm like, dude, if anyone loses their stuff on this ride, I've got a 100% chance of it washing machining into my face. So I'm not going to do that.
Dude, we used to go upside down in the Gravitron. The one that makes you stick to the wall.
Yeah.
Spins around. Yeah. We used to go
I
upside
don't know,
down.
dude.
No problem.
Carnivals, I don't like carnival rides. I never have because I look at the people running them and I'm like, dude, everybody that works at this carnival looks like they got busted by Dog the Bounty Hunter at one point. I'm not about that.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I'm the only one that someone tortured in one of the carnivals before. I got in a salt and pepper shaker, and the louder I screamed to get off, like he let it go for like 8.5 minutes.
Damn.
Great. And it's supposed to be like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. And the more I screamed, dude, the more he went.
Yeah, he didn't like you.
I was like, let me off, you mother.
I know that I tortured a carnival worker on the bumper boats one time because when I was on leave, And when I came back, I really didn't want to get off the ride, so I just kept riding around in the bumper boat instead of pulling into the dock. And they threatened to board the other bumper boats and come get me like the Navy. I thought it was hilarious.
I'd have been like, "Come do it! I dare you! Come do it!"
So I started screaming like a pirate, and I was going to do the pirate thing, and like because I kept going in circles, like I'd pretend I was going to pull in, and then I would just be like, I'd like ride away, because the things don't go fast, but it's just fast enough to really piss them off. And it's like I did that like 4 or 5 times, and everybody was cheering and laughing. But then the next people want to go on the ride. So like we're actually he got on the loudspeakers like, we're actually going to come get you in the other boats if you don't come in now. And I was like, oh. And then I heard my girlfriend. She's like, "Kid, you are embarrassing me. Get back in here. Get back in here."
Once in a while, you would get a.
You'll never take me alive.
I was going like, you'll never stop me.
Once in a while, you'd get like an honest carny, like you know how you shoot the star out, the game where you shoot the BBs at the star, and you got to get the whole red star out of the paper, and if you do, you win. Once in a while, the guy would be like, "Hey, all the 4 guns right there, they're all bad, dude. You won't win. But if you use this gun," like one time it happened to me where I shot the star out, and then a lot of times, like he's like, "Nope, there's a little tip. It bent backwards." You know what I mean? After spending like $30.
Oh yeah, do you remember? I worked one summer at the Carn.
So did I.
Carney.
I was too at Canfield, right?
Yep, at Canfield. Yeah, I blew up the balloons for the dart throwing. That was literally my job. I just blowing up balloons. Just
Cheryl, we had that happen.
The second night, I was making elephant ears.
See, I always wondered with the star game, it's like, so you want to get, like for me, it was for my girlfriend. I'm like, I want to get my girlfriend that stuffed animal because there was a nice big fat stuffed pig above me and it was bigger than all the other pigs. I'm like, I want to win that. And if this guy's going to hand me a rifle, why would I point at the paper target? I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that pig. just tell him, like, you know, you're handing me a rifle.
Pig.
Give me the
Hey,
pig.
were you there? Were you at Canfield when they did the carp catching contest where they had like a 20-foot pool that they had built with 2x4s and then they put like a tarp in it? It was like 20 feet long by 10 feet wide, and then they put all these carp in there, and you had to.
Oh God!
They gave you a bucket and a rope, and the contest was like you got your picture in the paper and like a free wristband or whatever for the day. If you caught the biggest carp. Well, I went. I didn't remember if you were there or not, but anyway, I went and I kept pulling the bucket in, and it was like 10 minutes went by and not one person caught one fish. We were all young, like 13, 14. And I jumped right in, dude. I jumped right into the water. I got pissed off because I couldn't catch one, and I just went underwater and grabbed the biggest carp I saw and come out with it. And when I came up, I had it squeezed in my chest, and the guy snapped the picture with his camera, and I was in the front page of the paper holding the carp. He's like, "Kid wins carnival contest. He really wanted that fish."
I wonder how many people went down to try to bear hug the things that got blasted in the face by one.
I still have that newspaper. I'll have to pull it out of the drawer and show it. It's just me holding this carp. It's like, kid goes. It should have said kid cheats, but it said kid goes in the pool at the carnival to get the carp. Of course, I was covered in putrid water and had to go home and couldn't use the band anyways. But
wait, I got a question. What the hell happened to Creek?
He gone.
He's not even muted though, and he's just like did he leave his house and forget he was on here?
He went outside and hit the big one.
He's lurking, hovering, watching, judging.
So wow, but did you? I just was going back through chat because my computer was freezing up for like the past 10 minutes. I couldn't do shit. But
perhaps it's cold.
They said another channel that said they will not swear in Trump on January 20th, but I'm not buying it.
If we
make
the
whole thing about December 3rd with the alien thing.
Oh
Who
God!
started that?
What are they saying now?
No, it's just that the prediction happened a long time ago, and it was before Trump even ran for president the first time, and when Joe Rogan was he was just an actor, the guy from MMA, and it said
Mhm.
so many days, like 30 something days after triggered something, the aliens will like attack, but there'll be like U.S. Air Force fighting UFOs, but then there'll also be UFOs fighting other UFOs, and it would be so many days after Trump is on Joe Rogan's podcast, and that was before Trump was
Yeah, but how do they
president.
know all this stuff? Who,
They don't.
like,
Yeah,
where are they getting this from?
It's
You
just,
know,
oh
like,
my god. Some people should be at home coloring.
Yep.
Steve, I got into an argument about 2 months ago with somebody. Do you remember when they were saying that there was aliens at that one shopping mall in Florida or whatever? And it was like a whole big thing?
Yep. I remember that.
So that
Yeah.
that was a bunch of horse shit and completely made up. And after like a couple months ago, somebody was arguing with me that it actually happened, and there was a big government cover up that there was aliens there. I'm like, no, dude, it was an incident where there was a altercation at the mall, and then somebody photoshopped in like really shitty footage later and said it was an alien. And this guy got into an argument with me, and he was telling me I didn't know what I was talking about. And then it turned into the old school, like, well, who are you working for? You're obviously working for somebody. You're a shill.
so
And then I turned on my camera. You won't believe how nuts this dude went when he saw me lick my lips, and he's like, "You have a forked tongue." This dude straight up called me a freaking alien and told me I was part of the lizard. Like, this dude was serious. He was legitimately serious. Called me a lizard and stuff. These people
You're
are
a
out there.
reptilian. He's a reptilian.
what do you guys think of that story where the Hispanic kids said something crashed into their backyard, and they
In
were
Vegas?
yeah, and then the cops said they had seen something too, and the neighbors had seen something.
That one kind of didn't go
yeah.
anywhere. I remember a lot of people were talking about it, and then like the next day, nobody was talking about it anymore.
That one to me looked more real than anything else.
It definitely looked a
And-
heck of a lot more real than that mall one. Because, and one of the reasons I say that is because people did stop talking about it. If something goes silent all of a sudden, I'm more inclined to actually believe it was something.
Yeah, and like cops normally wouldn't. They're prideful. Usually, they're not going to kill their whole persona by saying they saw an alien. Usually,
Yeah. But you know what?
I think that whatever it was, there's
a
a high probability it was something that they couldn't explain. That's I believe that.
I believe in
thinking that,
interdimensional.
because
beings.
I used to have this reoccurring dream all the time, like over 10 years ago, and then I just stopped having it. But back then, if I would have taken that dream and been like, oh, I'm making a prediction in the future and just made up a date, I'll just say December 3rd. Because my reoccurring dream, and it was kind of a freaky, like scary dream too, because I'd always be with like 2 or 3 other people, but I didn't know who they were, but we're all like trying to take cover, and like every plane and anything flying in the sky just suddenly just started like crashing, like they had no power anymore, no matter. And so we're just on the ground trying to dodge all this shit, because it's not just like one plane crashing, it's anything, helicopters, birds dropping dead, houses blowing up because they landed, and it was like the same dream over and over again for like months. I was like, what the hell? Why do I like, what does that mean? But maybe that is what it means. December 3rd. That's what's coming.
That's crazy. Yeah, so all of you guys send us gas masks. So next Thursday when we do our show, we can wear them just in case something happens.
Oh, so what I was saying in the chat, I don't know if you saw it earlier, Dave. So what the actual gas mask that you would get from the military, if you go to your local hardware store, even like a Lowe's or a Home Depot, and you get one of the industrial paint masks that has the particulate and the vapor filters, it's literally the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as the CBN filters. You just don't have the goggles that come with it, so you would have to buy waterproof goggles.
Oh,
But
so
it's
you're talking
literally-
about the one for pesticides and
just a
mold
regular,
and
just a
mildew.
regular,
Yeah.
like a 3M full face respirator, or a half face respirator with you would have to buy goggles for that. But
Yep.
if you get the filter that is the particulate one, which will be like a cotton pad, and then also the vapor filter, you got to make sure you get the vapor one too, the organic vapor. That
Yep.
if you put those two together, it'll be like the $50, $55 paint one. That will cover you for everything that a CBN filter would actually cover you for.
Yeah, those are also good for like lead, black mold,
Yep. Yep.
asbestos, I believe. Yeah, those were the.
Ironically, though, doesn't cover you for smoke.
That's weird.
A lot of people don't realize
Yeah.
that smoke is a completely different type of filter.
I was telling you, Steve, about that hand thing. I want to play a little bit of it, where you can pay for your groceries with your hand.
Oh yeah,
Because-
yeah. Play it. I've seen stuff about this before, but yeah.
Because you guys were talking about digital currency, like how
Mark
they
of the
want.
beast.
Yeah, they want us to go to the digital currency. They want everything to crash.
Terrible idea.
And if we do go to the digital currency and it gets hacked, then what would they do? They would say, well, in the name of safety, there's no other way for us to identify you or your money. You're going to have to get
But
some
and
sort of
that's
tag.
and that's the fucking that I've been saying that for so long. I hate
That's
fake
the
money. I don't even
fear.
have credit card. Like, God, I hate it.
That's the fear that they use in the name of safety. It's all we do it for your safety.
Everything's
Well,
safe.
and think about this. It's one other way to control in the future, because here's the thing: if you have tangible money, if you have money you can hold in your hands, like when there was a gold standard, if you have something in your hands, that's something that you can claim, this is mine. But if they or whoever it is, the banks, has control over it with the flip of a switch, not only can you get hacked by outside sources, but any government agency that decides you owe them money, anybody that, look at civil forfeiture and what police do on the side of the road when they take people's life savings out of their trunk because they can't explain why they have money. They just want the money. They're like, well, you shouldn't have money, so let's take this. And unless you can
And
prove
just
to us
like-
that it wasn't used for something else, it's ours.
Just like Dave was
But with
saying with his
digital
son-
currency, you have nothing to say, look, this is mine. There's no receipt if you have digital currency. They can just take it. So
Yep. Just like Dave was saying
you're
with
one
his
step closer
son-
to China with the social what is it, the social credit, where it's like they can just decide
Yeah,
that you have no money.
credit score. But like Dave was saying with his son, where he doesn't pay the bill, they can just shut his truck off.
Yeah.
Well,
Same shit.
also this. Think about this. What if they decide that you bought too
love,
many
Lisa.
potatoes? You bought too many potatoes this month. Your limit is 15 pounds of potatoes, man. You
Potatoes.
get, yeah. But you get like 5 gallons of milk a month, man. If you go over that, we're shutting down your card because you're just being a hog at that point. What if they decide just to be tyrants and
And
tell
then
you
that
how
would be
much you can
full
buy?
on Holodomor status back in Ukraine when they were starving.
Well, they already decided to be tyrants a long time ago, but
All right, here we go with this little doogie. I'm not gonna, I think it's only a minute long. I think we'll be safe.
By inserting a credit card. Then they hover a hand over a special camera, which scans the lines and veins.
Just one
and links
with
the payment to
with
their
a
unique
card.
palm
There's
print.
also many without.
The next visit to
So
the
is this like
store,
the
they
implants?
just scan their hand
Yep.
to pay.
I was really excited because I've been hearing.
Well, this one's lines and
Maxine
veins.
Most tried it at her local Whole Foods. She's one of 3 million who have signed up so far.
3 million
Easier for me
already.
to go to Amazon
Nope.
and just stick
3
my hand
million?
over their little
Wow.
reader than it is for me to worry about whether I have my wallet.
Still, those who opt in may be giving up all kinds of personal information that could be
It
used
might
for
be.
advertising and tracking.
Here's one thing I want
I'm
to put
sure
out
that
there.
Amazon and other
Oh, hold on,
organizations
let me-
are going to scale.
Yeah, sorry.
Stop.
Amazon and other
Up.
organizations.
Here we go. Go ahead.
So do you remember when RFID scanners first came out and the RFID chip was the way to go in the card? Well,
Yep.
in
Yep.
about 6 months, that was obsolete, and they were onto something else. And then you had to worry about a new way of people stealing stuff, and you had to worry about a new technology, and then another one, and then another one. What's to say this thing that they're putting in people isn't going to be bad in 6 months and it's going to be obsolete?
So what happens? This is what I always ask myself. What happens if they cut all the internet? Because it just happened in the Baltic. What if they cut all the internet cables between us and the rest of the world? Suddenly Amazon
I heard
is
about that.
nothing.
What if
You
there's
can't
power
order
grid
it.
failure? There's too many what ifs. What if there's a power grid failure? What if there's, society is already screwed as it is with everybody being reliant on computers these days. As soon as the power goes out, half the damn town goes nuts.
Yep. And I want to say much love and aloha to Lisa Anderson, and have a great night and a blessed night.
And
Much
nice
love
to
and
see you.
aloha.
Yep.
Peace
Love
be
you.
the journey. Cool run-ins.
I finished this up.
Organizations are going to scale this technology.
Oh, wait. There you go. Oh,
More
there
revenues.
we go.
Amazon says the system is secure and they won't share the
Amazon's the one
data.
who made
This
it.
tech analyst warns there are always risks.
So from a privacy standpoint, from a security standpoint, from the fact that what happens if this information was to ever get breached and get into the hands of wrong people?
You can go ahead. Yet paying by palm is going mainstream.
Did you hear
Panera
what they
Bread
said? Do you hear what they said? Paying by palm.
By palm.
It
So you
reads
just
the
salute.
lines on your hand.
Just give the old Hitler salute to the old computer, and you got your payment.
And then here we go next, Panera Bread.
and Starbucks are testing out the tech. Some sports stadiums are also
Yeah,
on
El
board.
Panera.
For me, I will never do that because it's your security, right?
Outside of Whole Foods in Toronto, shoppers weighed in.
It's easier. You don't have to fumble for a credit card or anything.
We appreciate technology, of course. Yes, it has made our lives easier.
See how happy they are?
Enough is enough.
No word
Well, here's
yet
the
on
thing.
when this might roll out north of the border. So it
Another
could be a
thing.
while before.
If you could track that and it's got your private information on it, who's to say that there's not more powerful ways of finding out where you are, and that could be a thing eventually.
And how would you protect your arm from someone who had a device that could just walk down the street and read you?
Yeah. Does it
Yeah, no kidding.
stop working? Does it stop working if your biological functions are no longer operational, or can somebody cut your arm off and all of a sudden that's like stealing your credit card?
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff to think about, isn't it?
You're telling me people in Cuba wouldn't be chopping your arms off and going to the gas station?
Yeah, they'd harvest your organs and take your money.
Yep.
Canadians can experience it firsthand. Nisha Patel, CBC News,
Oh,
Toronto.
firsthand. She said firsthand. I like what you did there. That was clever. That was so
No pun
clever.
intended.
God, that was clever. Bitch.
Right there.
So that's not even the one I was talking about. There is another one that you don't need a card for the first time. They just put a little thing under your skin and you can wave that. There's a
Hey, the first hit is always free, brother.
Yeah, there's a building in Europe, a couple of businesses, like big businesses, where if you want to use the printer, the copier, open up doors throughout the building, it's all in that little thing in their hand. They're already doing that. I think there's a couple million people already doing that.
It's
Yeah,
going to be
they're-
such an easy way for them to take people's money too, because how many people, as soon as Google Play became a thing and like paying online, automatic payments with your phone and all the other devices, how fast did people start spending money on really dumb shit or shit that they didn't realize they were spending money on?
And think of how many times we bought things over the internet during Rona where we gave people our credit card information because there was no other way to buy it. Like you bought pizza, you couldn't buy online or whatever it was, because people weren't, you know what I'm talking about? Like every time I bought pizza, I had to give them my card number, like read them the numbers and everything, because there wasn't nobody manning those machines or whatever.
Well, it's getting to a point now too where you can't even use cash. I've never had a credit card. I refuse to have a credit card because I don't believe in fake money. I don't even like having a debit card, but I have to. And I've bought 3 things on the internet my entire life, and 2 of the things didn't fit, and the other thing was a payment on something. But I worked all through COVID, and it's gotten to the point where like there's been several times I've gone to places to pay with cash, and they've told me like, sorry, we don't take money, but we can take a card, or we can take this thing where you just wave your wallet over the damn thing and it works, or your phone. And I'm like, okay, you have a cash register right there. Why the hell can't you take money?
That's the one cool thing about Dearborn is Arabs love cash. So even if all this stuff happens where I'm at, those Arabs, they love that cash, man. Like I literally,
Oh yeah, like Cheddar says too. What's up, Cheddar? That cash is king, man. Cash is king. And no, I know what you mean though, Foraging, because same thing, man. I've gone to a few places where they're like, "Oh, we don't take cash." I'm like, "What are you talking about? That's all I have is cash."
yeah, I'm
That's
like,
why I put that hook. I put that hook in Ronnie's song that I wrote for Ronnie. Steve is because he used to always say cash is king.
Oh yeah. That's
yeah. R.I.P. Ronnie.
What the hell was that?
That was Creek.
Oh yeah, that's oh he fell asleep. That's where Creek is. He fell asleep because that's his
He's a bird or
diabetic
something?
thing.
Oh,
Or no, that was his phone. That was his phone alert.
okay.
No, yeah, his diabetic thing makes a different noise.
I was getting all sentimental thinking about Ronnie, and then it was like,
Right.
about to be like, rest in
Creek
peace,
just
Ronnie.
does. He's just passing out. Just be coming on. Hey, what's up? Boom, gone. That's like the 5th time I've seen him do that.
Let's see, which one was it? Which one was it, Chadwick? The 1, 2, or 3? I think it was 3.
What's that? Oh, the
no,
song?
it was the first one. Yeah.
I mean, I sent you 3 different versions of it, and the funny thing is I actually have a cleaner recording of the one that's it's like the more emotional one. That's different than the other ones. But the first one I sent you is probably the best one, the kind of faster one. It's a little more upbeat. It won't make people sad.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that's okay. It's the third one then for.
Well, I know the dollar will crash. Everybody, I think everybody's in agreement the dollar will eventually crash.
I don't think it'll crash. I think it'll modify.
What turn into digital? You mean?
Turn into digital and definitely fluctuate in its value. But USD, I don't think is going to go anywhere unless the entire government crashes. But I don't see that happening in the near future.
I mean, do you see us ever going back to the gold standard?
I don't believe so. Not as long as the big 3 run every single type of investment that there is in this country.
Like you think about it, like how even if we did go back to the gold standard, how would we pay for things? You'd have what are you going to give somebody like a little tiny piece of gold?
Well, the thing is because citizens are so fucking dumb, they've let the powerful play the long game, and the long game, unfortunately, has got us into a place where we're kind of too far gone to put it back to the way it was. You know,
We're gonna hit Fort Knox and realize that it's just like Epstein's Island under there, and there's
there ain't
no
nothing
gold.
there. There ain't nothing there. God, there ain't been nothing there for a minute. I think that's part of the reasons that it hasn't even been entertained to go back to the gold standard. It really
Smile you couldn't fake. Told a few jokes you probably shouldn't tell. A real patriot to his nation, a seeker of the truth. Not afraid to ask the questions. If the man wanted answers, well, he knew what to do. Rage on rage. Rage against the sins of this world. Lay it on me. Your words spoken will always be heard. Your laughter will echo, your voice will still sing. In our hearts, your soul still rings. This one's about you, Ronnie. Cash is king. Through the last ice age, Ronnie's first cat had saber teeth. Cash took the Mona Lisa to senior prom, got tired of his flippers, so this man invented feed.
Remember when Ronnie single-handedly took out the forces of Genghis Khan? Yeah, it was before beating the crap out of that active volcano. Yup, it was right before he was artillery, heated dead center of the USSR with just a shovel, 1/2 box of expired Ritz crackers, and the now infamous call sign Raw Dog. You remember? Well, me neither, but you know, Ronnie would be laughing his ass off at that joke right now. Don't you? Yeah, I thought so. For you, Ronnie. Love you, brother.
Rage on Ronnie. Rage against the sins of this world. Lay it on me. Your words spoken will always be heard. Your laughter will echo, your voice will still sing. In our hearts, your soul will still ring. This one's about you, Ronnie. Cash is king.
Make him hear you. Rest in peace, Ronnie. We gon' miss you, sir.
But yeah, that's a great one, dude. And then there's two other versions, like so one of them a little more somber.
that one's the more upbeat one, and then I got some other somber ones, but that's the one that actually came out good, and Jessica did a good job recording it. So
That one hit me by itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dude, that night, because I wrote a song for Ronnie before that night that you guys told me he passed. I had no idea. Like that hit me hard as hell, man. I loved Ronnie. That guy was a hell of a dude. And I had a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I went back and watched every live that we did together, Steve. I forgot how many lives we did together. Like that, we had a lot of laughs, man. And we covered
Oh
so much
hell
ground.
yeah. Yep.
But God, we had like 9-hour broadcasts we did with that man. And
Yep.
so I had written a song about him where it's like it would have been inappropriate after his passing to release that song because it was all jokes. But I immediately that night when you guys told me, I said I would be right back during your broadcast. I actually started writing the song as soon as I said that. Because I was over here blubbering like an idiot because I was upset with myself for not showing him the song before he passed. The other song.
When I went back and watched a bunch of stuff, I actually was looking at how much more weight he had back in the day. And
yeah,
the beginning when I first started coming on with him.
Right. Well, yeah, it's one of those things because I was on with him every week for like over 2 years, you know, so I never noticed it because, you know, when you see someone all the time, you don't
Yeah.
notice the little changes.
I noticed how he was like leaning forward more and getting on his elbow a lot more for strength, and I had noticed a lot of little nuances.
What sucks, dude, is it's like what was his thing that he had? Like he never even would
Yeah.
tell me exactly what the diagnosis was.
Well, because what happened is, he had lung cancer before, and he
Right.
beat that, right?
Yeah,
So
I remember
then
that.
I guess it came back, and that's why I was like, "Man, you're a tough motherfucker, dude. You got," you know, I wasn't even worried about it. But then I guess I don't see. I don't know because he told
I think it was
me.
the chemo, bro.
Well, yeah, there was more
wouldn't
to it,
doubt
but he
that.
told me, and I can't remember if he told me on a live or if he told me in private. But anyway, I guess it really doesn't. But then he said they found a tumor.
I think he
And
told us
it
that
was
backstage.
yeah, so he had a tumor on top of that, and that's when I was like, "Oh, shit." And, yeah, but when
I only caught him.
I still thought he was, like, gonna pull through because he was a tough motherfucker, and then when Big Chap told me, dude, I was just getting ready. I was leaving. I was at work, actually. I was driving. I had to pull over on the side of the road because I couldn't even see. I literally
Right.
broke down.
Well, I know I caught a couple of your lives. Like there was a stretch there where I wasn't catching your lives, but I was watching your replays for like a long time. And
Mm.
I remember seeing him. He wasn't on much, but I remember seeing him a couple of times on him, and I saw, you know, unfortunately, it's like I saw what chemo and cancer did to my daughter before my daughter passed, and it's like you recognize the signs of when someone's in
Yeah,
bad shape
bro.
and when they're deteriorating, and it's like, you know, Bella, my daughter, when she was 5 years old, and when she passed away, she was only 28 pounds because that shit ate her alive. And
Oh,
it's like
I'm
you
so
can tell when
sorry, bro.
when somebody's going through the same thing. It's like, God, it hurt.
So
I didn't like
sorry,
seeing it.
man.
That is, thank you, brother. It is what it is. I'm a much better person for having met my daughter.
So hard though when they're small, man. It's easier to take when someone's lived their life and had one.
No, I'll tell you what, I don't wish it on my worst enemy. July 10th, 2011 at 6:51 in the morning still feels like it was this morning. But you know what? She saved my life. If it wasn't for that little girl, I'd be in prison or dead.
I could say the same thing
And
about
you know
my
what?
kid.
Everybody who met my daughter smiled when she spoke. So I think her body was holding her back. She had to go spread more smile.
I
Right, I
feel
don't
like
mean to switch it up, but I read one of the comments wrong, and it's kind of funny. So I gotta show Rich that southeast. I think if I got a foghorn, my closest neighbor might hear me. And I just read it real quick, and I thought it said, "I think if I got a fag horn, my closet neighbor might hear me."
we're all talking serious, and then you come up with the fag horn.
That's what I read.
We were in
Sorry.
depth. No, it's all good. That's all good.
But no, I don't. Hey, man, I was crying for the last 2 weeks. I'm not trying to get sad
I
again.
know, bro. I just think sometimes God gives us that extra time where people are sick and you're going, poor me, poor me. Why is this happening? Why? And like the longer I'm with my mom, I feel like it's a gift that she just didn't just go out. That like that extra time where you got serious about spending time and making sure that you said everything you needed to. And I think that's a gift because some people don't ever have that chance. That's the last thing I'll say about it. But I'm just saying.
I've responded to, you know, I've volunteered at the hospital for a long time. I've been a first responder for a long time. And it's like I've responded to a lot of incidents where people don't get the chance to say goodbye. And it's a melancholy catch-22. You don't, you know, it's hard to say. Everything's subjective, but one fact I do know is that every single day in the United States, when we get to wake up and we're able to wake up, there's roughly 3,000 Americans who didn't wake up. So everything after you wake up is a bonus, and every day
I
needs to
thank
be
God
treated
every
as a
day I
blessing.
get up. Yeah. Yeah. Every time I call my mom and she answers the phone, I am thankful. I don't know if people, you know, you don't really think about it, but man, when you're worried about someone and then like they don't answer the phone, you start freaking out. And I did that from work, and I came home. My mom really was on the floor, man. It's like you do need to take care of your family like that. You do need to be paranoid.
Well, not only that, but also like I think a lot of, and I was one of them. People take advantage because you don't like even for us individually. No one knows when their time is up. It's like that, you know, when you get a birth certificate when you're born, but it doesn't come with an expiration date, so you don't know how much time you got left, and you just take it for granted, and you know, you remember me and Stacy, Dave, you know, we text each other all the time. We talk, like we were really close, and then I'm 5,000 miles away, and then all of a sudden it's like, and I still to this day, when I see something or hear something, I go to text her right away, and I'm like, oh shit, that's right. Like 4 years later, I still got to remind myself, like, oh, you can't.
That's my fear right now. That is my fear that one day when I go to make a call, that she won't be there. And that's, that person you talk to or can tell anything to, like even if you had like crabs or,
Right.
anything, you could tell her
Or
anything.
the person you get advice from when they don't judge you, but they just tell you what,
Yeah.
from the outside. They don't tell you what you want to hear. They tell you the truth. And
There's few people out there
Here's the
like
thing,
that.
though. You're touched by those individuals' lives you're blessed by being touched by those individuals' lives. And as long as you keep their memory alive and as long as you speak their works and you talk about them and share their stories. I mean, 10 minutes ago, you didn't know I was a father. And now you know that I was a father to a little girl. And because you know that now, Bella lives. That's the way it works.
Man, it's amazing.
Keep the memory alive. In my opinion, talking about my daughter, people say this about Ronnie too. I say, Bella lives forever because heroes never die. And that's the way I like to look at people that I cherish.
That's awesome, brother. Yeah.
Hey, honestly, Steve, too, it's like you talk about people taking stuff for granted. That's a symptom of being blessed. And the reason people seem to get wiser, wisdom is knowledge gained by past mistakes and failures and trials and tribulations. The hardships that we have in life forge in us a more cohesive existence with the world around us. And it's the hardships and the trials that we go through that cement in us the values that we have. That's how we learn and have personal evolution.
That's
People who
kind of
don't know that, and people who don't understand what it is to have loss and tragedy, they've had a blessed life that hasn't been touched by tragedy. And unfortunately, it's like people need that dark contrast to appreciate the light. So
yeah,
kind of how I lost
so
my
hard.
care for money, dude. I used to always think like, man, it'd be nice to win the lotto, blah 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 blah. But when it comes to losing someone to gain that stuff, it means absolutely nothing. I don't want any part of it, dude. You know what I mean? Like possessions and money and all that stuff. If you have to lose someone to gain that, it's just
right.
it loses all of its luster. Creek said good night, by the way.
Oh yeah, you know what? He didn't take himself out. He just put himself backstage because
I
he didn't
put him
want to
backstage.
accidentally.
Yeah,
He didn't want to accidentally end it, but we got Cola, which I'm excited to have. I've been on her panel once, and this is the first time she's on my panel.
Hola.
Let's see. There you are. Aloha.
Hey.
Everyone, make sure
And
you
how do.
subscribe to Cola. She just started going live the other night.
And I learned how to do the virtual background. I'm about to do it again so I can look like I'm rich.
There you go. She got to show off her piano.
Hey,
show
we
off
all live in
grand
the
piano.
same house. What's going on?
All right. I didn't know how to
How
do
you
this. You showed me. I was like all excited like a little kid. I had a brick wall and this because my wall's white right here, so it just works. I don't have a green screen.
Yeah, mine just pixelates, and then you see my big ears. You'll just see like half my head and then the green.
Oh, Creek just left. So, all right, much love, Creek. Love you, brother.
I
Creek-
put him
Creek
backstage
sounded like
during
he
the
had a-
song. Yeah.
Creek sounded like he had a busy day.
Yeah, he's tired. Let's see.
You should
So
tell
how
your
did Cola? How did your stream end up going last night? I was listening to like the first hour and a half, and then that's when I was gonna get on panel again, and I was in so much pain I ended up going to hospital instead, and then I missed the rest of it. Did you end up going a long time?
kind of longer than I wanted to, you know.
how it
It
always
was a
works.
lot better the first time. There's a lot more people. I had a weird time that time as far as the time frame it was, but I noticed on yours so much professional and everything goes so good. Y'all's topics, you stay on point. You do so good because you've been doing it for so long. You know, I'm up there just hanging out like I'm hanging in my living room. It's totally different. Y'all do good staying on topic and all that.
Well, that's basically what it. I mean, it's like anything though, right? Like the first time. I mean, Michael Jordan didn't make the basketball team in high school. So it's like anything. You just. I used to get so frustrated when I first started because I had no idea. And then I was like, and I'd only have like 6 or 7 people in the chat. And I'm like, how do you even keep up with the chat? And then I'm like, that's only like 6 or 7 people. Like, what happens if there's 20 or 30? How do? But
Oh, I had a hell of a time. I had a hell of a time. I couldn't get my camera to communicate with my computer, and then I couldn't get my computer to communicate with my microphone, so I took it out on the computer.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
God, I was so mad.
Yeah. I couldn't even hardly get the link pinned and all that. And I think the way you do it, like a lot of people, they only give it out to certain people instead of just like anybody, because then anything can happen. I don't know how to do that yet either. I only know how. I was lucky to get it in the chat. Like it's hard when you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Some dudes they'll pop up on panel and just be like, "Oh yeah, I'm cool for 5 minutes," and then all of a sudden they drop trowel and beetle. So
Yeah, or even
gotta be
worse,
careful.
what happened to me twice was they took someone else's avatar from the chat, like someone that I knew for what, like, and then they would pop in backstage, and I would automatically think it's them because of the avatar, and then I got P-bombed twice.
Dang.
It's like, oh man, and then whoever's avatar they took, I don't remember who, because I think Garrett was one of them actually in chat right now. And I was like, dude, I know it was, and he was like, dude, it wasn't me, I swear. And I'm like, I know it wasn't you, man. I know you never do that.
That happened back when I was in your chats before. I think with I don't know if it's that Garrett or the other Garrett, but there was somebody who had a flat Earth map for their avatar, and somebody did that to you. I don't think they did anything bad though, but it ended up being a secondary screen name that was the same name, same picture.
What's up,
Yeah,
Howard?
hey, Howard County Observer, aloha, brother. Good to see you. All right on, brother. Yeah, much aloha, man.
Those
Wanted to
you
stop
totally
and
got
hit.
what I meant about those commercials, man. That I was glad you saw that because that's exactly what I was talking about. I like the ones that like those ones were actual real commercials, I think, that you showed. But sometimes they do the parodies, and like I know this one, I've seen it a bunch. I mean, I will laugh so hard. He's got the basket and he like drops it, like all the stuff goes out of the basket, clothes just everywhere, and he's like falling over top of it, like over the top, make fun of the over the top commercials. I was like, man, he knew exactly what I was talking about. Those
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know how to
some of
tell
those
my shoes.
infomercials are that ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so funny though. I was dying.
God,
That's
the ones for
exactly.
garden tools, the ones for gardening tools or any kind of like helper tools, they're the funniest, man. Somebody like bends over to grab something and they do a front flip.
Yeah.
I don't know how you run the hose over with the lawnmower though.
Hmm.
Pretty crazy.
I don't know. I've seen people run over a lot of dog beds and trampolines. God.
They were talking in chat, Steve, about the saying this digital thing will be the mark of the beast. Do you believe in that? Is that something that you believe in or ever heard of? The
Mark of the
biblical.
beast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my
'Cause
worst.
they've been doing that for because what Dave was showing a little bit ago with the reading your palm and veins and stuff. But before that, I remember for a little bit they had they literally put a chip in your forearm or your wrist, and you just walk by and wave it. And people were excited to get that. It's like you got a chip in your body. Talk about mark of the beast, right?
Yeah, that's what I would never. I'd be too afraid to do that, even if it was. It could be an actual technological advancement that was really meant for the. I wouldn't risk it. Like you can't grow up hearing that and then do it. Like I just wouldn't risk it.
And how is that not going to cause cancer someday?
It will, but there's a benefit to risk ratio they're hoping you don't ever be curious about.
I don't know if it was you, Forging Thought, that said it was either you or Dave's not here that said that it could end up causing trouble, and I'm rooting for that. That all these ones that they're instead of advancing, like they go, oh no, all these people got their identities taken, and then that just
Yeah, I was
makes
talking
them
about that. That's one of my biggest fears. It's one of my biggest fears. You know, RFID tags were supposed to be the cool thing that were going to happen. You know, those little computer chips that came in your debit cards. It was going to be the wave of the future. And then all of a sudden, somebody came up with a device that they could just wave near your butt, and all of a sudden they
Yeah.
got all your bank information. And then they had to
Now
change
you
that.
gotta
And they had
have-
to change something else. Then they had to change something else. Who's to say when you walk through an X-ray machine, these things aren't going to go defective, and all of a sudden they're bad? You got to get another one.
Or
Yep. Now
worse
you got to
yet,
get a
what if
wallet with RFD blocker in it for that reason.
what if
Or
they
the chip
can
freaks
actually
out as soon as you get you walk through the X-ray machine. All of a sudden, it freaks out with whatever kind of technology it is. Now you have skin cancer, stuff like that.
what if they explode? What if they burn
Yeah.
up in your
You know
arm?
what? That's what I was freaking about last night too. And another reason I hate hospitals and don't go unless I get to that point. But when they were doing that CAT scan on me, I'm like, what kind of radiation? Even the X-rays, because when they do it, they leave the room. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm just in here right now with all this technology going on. Like, what kind of radiation, whatever, are you just putting in my
So-
body that?
One X-ray gives you about the same, like one torso X-ray will give you about the same background radiation dose that flying over the Atlantic Ocean twice will do.
Right. There's a meme about that. They're like, it's safe. And then everybody gets behind this. They put you out there. And then they all run behind this big barricade.
Yeah.
So
It's safe.
meme like
That's why we're
that.
gonna put a lead shield over your jugs just in case you want to reproduce someday. But it's safe.
They didn't even do that. That's the other thing. Slobberjaw. Holy shit! What's up, Slobberjaw? Good to see you, brother.
They didn't give you the lead banana hammock.
I was thinking about that when they went in the other room to go do the first X-ray, and I was like, dude, it's been a long time, but I remember they used to put this big, heavy lead thing over me, and nope, not last night.
They're going after your bits there. Sue 'em.
Man, wow, I can't believe Slobberjaw. I haven't seen Slobberjaw in a minute.
That's a
Hope
great
you're
name.
doing good, brother. Yeah, cell phones too, right? Yeah, exactly. Hardcore cell phones, I haven't held a phone to my ear in so long. I don't even know. I'm using Bluetooth or speakerphone, but I'm still holding it all the time. And
I just yell.
I kind of miss the days without phones. I'm not gonna lie.
You remember how
Dude, it
glorious
was-
it was when
yeah.
we had answering machines? I mean, even that was messy at a point, but like coming home and not having to worry about like, oh man, I missed a call from this person. You didn't even know you missed a call until you got home.
Right.
Right.
People knew how to handle like an emergency without calling you at work.
Yeah. If I had an emergency or I had something that needed done quickly, my mom would get a phone call that said, you have a collect call from Mom, I'm done with football practice. Come get me.
yeah, that's The collect call was the best way to do a free one from a payphone.
10
right?
10 10 10 220.
Yeah.
I had a pager, bro.
Yep, me too.
Oh, I
Actually,
thought I
my
was getting
first
shit when I
pager,
pager.
my first pager wasn't even turned on. I just had it to look cool.
Mine was my mom would hit 911 and I had 10 minutes to get to a phone.
I'm so glad you said that because I was just gonna say my dad got a cell phone. He was the first one in the family to get a phone because they didn't want me and my brother to have a phone, which I think is smart. I hate it when kids have phones. But my dad gave me his pager because I was the one that was always out riding my bike or skating and stuff. And I knew that if my parents' phone number popped up on that pager, I had 30 minutes to get home. And if I wasn't home in 30 minutes, my ass was grass. So that's the way it worked.
What's up, John Eagle?
And you grew up in a family with an Italian mother who knows how to work that wooden spoon like a pair of nunchucks. You definitely get home.
Yep.
Whatever they can grab fast enough.
God, my mom was like Michelangelo with that thing. If I came home 31 minutes late, it was.
I remember the first time me and my sister fucked up. My dad made it go to our rooms, and we were in there for 3 hours, and he went out to the garage and handmade a wooden paddle with 3 holes in it. And he took his time. I mean, he spray painted it, let it dry, everything. We're just in our rooms like that was. And when he whooped us, it really wasn't even a whooping. It was the 3 hours we waited that was the punishment because those were the worst 3 hours ever, man. I was like,
Wait
what is
till
he
your
doing?
father
Look,
gets home.
you hear the machine running. And it's like, what is he doing? Is he going to punish us or what? Is he going to, what's going on? And then he comes in with this bright orange wooden paddle. It had 3 holes in it. Oh, man.
See, I had the torture of mine came quicker, but it's like my mom would relay to my dad what I had done, and then I would hear the sound that sounded like a duck running across a linoleum. But what that flapping sound was his 2-inch wide Camel Cigarettes leather belt buckle or belt clearing every belt loop on his Levi's. Just and then I hear him just doosh, 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 doosh coming towards me. Oh, here we go.
It's funny.
I tell you, when I was really in trouble, though, was when my mom would speak Italian. My dad would just go in the garage and he would literally fix stuff that wasn't broken because he knew I was going to get it and he didn't want to hear it. My mom would come in the room and be like, "Lupo, non stai lavorando oggi?" And I'm like, "Oh, God, here we go." Looking at my brother like, "You did this, you did this."
I kill you.
Oh, man, I learned to behave, though.
Hey, Best Life. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? I subbed you, Best Life. Why not?
Yeah, Best Life's cool, man.
Yeah,
So when
there's
your next,
there's a
go ahead. No,
I
go
was
ahead.
just going to say I've noticed a significant difference in the behavior of children of yesteryear and the children of today that got timeouts and talking about their feelings.
No belts.
Do you guys think
I'm not
that
saying
really works? The timeouts?
No.
No. Timeouts work?
When I first came back to California, my first birthday that I was visiting, coming back to California from Oregon, my nephew, who had never gotten a spanking or anything, he only ever gotten timeouts, he punched the cake when they were trying to sing me happy birthday. And then when his mom grabbed his hands and told him, "That probably hurt Uncle Chad's feelings," he punched her in the face.
Ooh.
This is a 9-year-old boy.
It would have been all
My
over
grandmother,
for me.
my grandmother, my mother, my father, myself, and my uncle were all trying to rally over everyone else at the table, like, "It's not my kid, I'm gonna kill him." You know, we were about to kill the kid. And then kid's mom grabs his hands and goes, "That really hurt mommy's feelings when you punched her." You know what? Eventually, like, I love my nephew to death. I got 2 of them. But this kid, he was ornery as hell. And you know what finally straightened him out? He went on a camping trip with me for 2 weeks. And just being told, like, "Hey, I know you get away with certain stuff at home, but you're camping with Uncle Chadwick, so how about you shut the fuck up and listen to me, kid?" "Well, my parents don't cuss at me like that." "Well, I just did. I'm going to tell you something. Are you going to listen?" "Okay." And as soon as he came home, he was yes sir, no sir, polite to everybody. Little angel. He's been that way for 2 years.
That's what I like about Medea. If you ever seen
somebody
those
talking to him.
shows. All the
Which
Medea shows, movies, where she talks to the kids and they just
Stop
shut
popping
up.
that gum, little girl.
Oh, yeah,
Here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
smack that lip. I'm gonna smack
If you
that lip.
if you coddle too much and talk to children like they're stupid, like if you do baby talk and talk to children like they're completely unintelligent, like yes, you do certain things to adapt your speech for children, but if you don't talk to them like a complete moron, they'll get smarter and they'll understand things better.
I
And when people
agree.
sit there and go,
Yeah.
"Hey, if you know
very,
you got to do that to be nice to people's feelings," no, they're not going to
very
respond to
true.
that.
Very
I feel
true.
like we're more responsible than we give credit. I think we all had pretty rough parents, and then we kind of overcompensated, and we wanted it to be better for our kids, so we
Yeah.
didn't do switches and belts. And then everybody got softer along the way. But I don't know. I think it should have been in the middle somewhere, because I think when I talk to people, and pretty much we're all near the same age in our generation, we had some strict parents. Like they didn't mess around, and spankings and belts and switches weren't off the table. And nowadays that's unheard of. But I just feel like it's like an overcompensation for how strict it was when we were kids. But I don't know. I agree it's too soft, but I don't know, maybe in the middle somewhere, from one end to the other.
I
Yeah,
always
it's
think
well,
that my
especially
parents.
when it comes to getting a trophy, just participation trophy, just for showing up. That's where it goes too far, because it's like, how
You
you
gotta
gonna
teach
get?
the kid how to lose too, right? You gotta
Yeah,
teach them
you can't be
everything.
rewarded for just showing up.
The best way to build character is through humility.
Yep,
And how do we learn? By failing over and over until
And
we
exactly.
this is why when I have conversations with certain other grown men, I love to look at them and say, "You've never been punched in the face, have you?"
Exactly. It changes your whole
Because you
outlook.
know why? With
Hmm.
one of my favorite things to say is, without consequences for a negative action, one will never be inclined to change their negative behavior.
So true.
Until you
true.
know that you fucked up, you might not know that you fucked up. So
Yep.
your ignorance may not ever be punished. See, we're helping.
Exactly.
We're in the helping industry.
We're a bunch of enablers.
Yeah. You're all selfish. I don't know. I like to think people, I've told people about like getting hit with the belt and stuff. They're like, "Oh God, oh, how could you?" Because I live in California, first of all. So people are like, "How could you? Oh, your parents, you must be. Do you need to sit down? Do you need a safe space?" I'm like, "No,
Do you need
I
a
think I'm
safe
going to do all
space?
right. I think I'll be all right." And they're like, "Well, are you adjusted? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just saved you from a house fire, so I'm pretty sure that I'm okay." But they're, people will talk to me, they don't understand. It's like, my parents did the best they could with the circumstances they were dealt, and everybody's family is subjected to a certain set of circumstances that are unique to their family. Both of my parents are immigrants. I'm first generation American. My father was born on the Isle of Man, and my mother was born in Italy. And with them comes certain traditions and stuff that, both my parents smoked at a super young age because they're European as shit. That's just something that, certain things got molded into the American value system. And you know what? Me and my brother turned out pretty much okay. So I think that they did just fine. So I don't want to hear people when they say like, "Oh, you were abused." It's like,
All
no.
these kids,
Every time I ever got a spanking, I know what the hell I did wrong. Believe me, like I know what I did wrong. I was an ornery little shit. I was
all
the
these
youngest kid, and I
kids
thought I was a
now
class clown.
need a PTSD gerbil. What do they
Right.
call it?
And
A support gerbil?
Was it a comfort animal?
A pocket
comfort
mouse.
animal.
Yeah,
But
make
I
them
do
feel
gotta
bad.
say though, because I was talking about the wooden paddle earlier, I do gotta say I barely got a whooping that night. It was the waiting that was hard. And after that, I think I only got spanked or paddled twice. So I really wasn't beaten or whooped all the time. You know what I mean? It was just he made his point the first time. So there really wasn't any more times that like 2 other times, and it wasn't even like I couldn't sit down for a week type, you know?
All right.
It
The
was just
point is, why do you discipline? You discipline so your kid learns. It's not because you're angry, hateful, trying to hurt them.
this
If
is
you're
gonna
doing
hurt
it
you
right,
more than it hurts me, or it's gonna
right?
hurt me more than it hurts you.
If you're doing it right, you're doing it out of love to teach the kid something, so he doesn't do the same thing again. You're not trying to hurt him.
Yeah.
If you hurt him, you
And
got
with
a problem.
children, And with you're not abusing your kids like to abuse them. The thing is the reason that spankings and discipline works with children is because children have not developed the emotional they haven't evolved enough as a human to understand complex human emotions and all the feelings that adult minds will understand. They don't understand that type of empathy yet. So but what a child does understand is a little swat on the butt or a swat on the hand. There's one time in the 5 years that my daughter was on this planet, there's one time I had to discipline her, one time only, and that's when we were visiting during a holiday and my mom was putting something on the table and said, "Oh, Bella, can you pass out these napkins?" And my daughter looked up and did that kind of face, and I was like, "Hey, come here." And she got close to me, and I just went, "Puh," and did the little finger flick into her lip. And I'm like, "No, what do you say?" And she went up to my mom, and she's like, "I'm sorry." And she's like, "What are you sorry for?" And she's like, "I did this when you turned around, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it." And, she was very apologetic. And you know what? I never once saw that little girl be even the slightest bit snotty with anybody ever again. She understood that what she did was wrong. She even explained to my mother exactly what she did. And it's like, my daughter was a little angel. Anybody who would say different is lying. Children don't understand the complex emotions, but they do understand a little bit of like, oh, I didn't like that. So it's an immediate understandable consequence.
Right.
That's why it
And
happens.
that was my thing too, and still to this day, it's if I know my parents are disappointed in me, that hurts more than anything because I don't want them to be disappointed in me. You know what I mean? So my whole life since a child, if I ever knew they were disappointed, that was more of a punishment than anything.
Yeah.
That's only good kids, though. Probably some of them don't care.
Yeah, it's true.
And then if you have the parents that if you feel disappointed, you think they're disappointed all the time, you think you're a failure as a kid, and then you start having insecurities. And those are the kids that don't go out for anything in school. Those are the kids that are kind of quiet and recluse. I had that.
Gang.
Yeah, I had that.
That's later on I had that, but it's only because I wanted to do different stuff than my brother. And you grow up in a family that loves sports and you want to be the kid that does science. It goes a little different way.
Yeah.
Then you grow up and you get tattooed from your eyeballs to your asshole, and they cut you out all the photos on Facebook. Fun stuff.
I know my grandmother only smacked me across my face once, and I remember the first thought that I had was, I deserved that. It's like I was like 12 or something, and I remember exactly where I was standing next to a closet, and she said something, and just like you said, forging, I don't even know what I said, but it sounded like meh, 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 meh. It had like a little attitude. It doesn't even matter what I said; it's the way that I said it. And she just smacked me, and I just kind of was stunned because she'd never done that, and I thought I deserved that. So you're right. One time and no other time. I knew better when I said it, I'm sure, but she needed to let me know she didn't mess around, I suppose. It's funny though, just thinking, I always think to that first thought, oh man, I deserved that. At least I knew.
Hardcore. The funny thing, after the Marine Corps, I was a piercer and a tattoo artist for a long time. That's why I got so many. I have over 600 hours of tattooing on me. And Silver Girl, wonderful to see you. It's been so long. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, Silver Girl's still here. Right on. Silver Girl, you're awesome.
She is.
That's like
it's cool seeing a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time.
Oh, this picture's got to be at least 2 years old because I was going to say, because you mentioned tattooed from head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
And like my son, that's why I said this picture's got to be at least 2 years old because he's got way more tattoos on this now. But he's, and no homo, but like you still good looking dudes, tattoos or not,
Oh, I'm beautiful.
But that's my son. And,
really?
yeah, he's just 31 years old.
You said that was only 2 years ago? It looks like it might have been taken in the Middle Ages.
Well, yeah, he was at the Renaissance Festival.
Yeah, I know.
But Yeah, I know that arm's a lot darker. He's got more fill in and more tattoos, and his other arm's already completely. But yeah,
Yeah,
sexy,
mine goes up.
sexy kid.
Mine goes up the whole. All right, mine goes up the whole back of my head and down to my fingertips.
Oh,
Yeah.
come here, Bubba. Say hi to Auntie Silver Girl. Say hi to Auntie Silver Girl. Say hi, Auntie Silver Girl. I love how he just sits there like, all right, how long do I got to do this? I gotta sit here and look at the camera. He's a
Yeah,
good boy.
Silver Girl, I do sing. I've been singing for a band for the last, couple different bands for the last several years.
I could hold him like this for like an hour and he'll just sit there. Like, all right. Yeah, he's a good boy, huh? Oh, right on Nut House, you taking off, Peanut? Much love and aloha, brother. Oh shit, we're over 3 hours. Damn, see, that's how you know it's a good stream.
Flies by, man.
Feels like I just started like an hour ago. Hardcore, I'll do a face reveal if you do. Oh, we've all seen Forge and Thought before. I thought we have. Yeah, you've
Yeah, I've
been
been
on
on
my
the stream
panel before with the camera on.
But I am just a
Back in
sight right now. My hair is not done. I just
I didn't have a chance to put my
just can't
face
do
on
anything.
yet.
I don't have my face on. I got curlers in my hair. I got like
That's
staying
the
in the
other thing with
hospital.
your kid.
My shoes fell off and my feet hurt.
I always see those memes where it's like, hold my cigarette while I zip your jacket, these little kids and stuff. Like when I was little, everybody smoked. Everywhere. Everybody had a cigarette all the time. And it doesn't go. People actually care about their kids now and smoke in the same room or the car.
see. I had the luxury of I've never taken a drag off a cigarette once in my life because when I was a child, both of my parents smoked. My mom smoked from a young age. My dad started smoking when he was like 10. Just because in Europe, everybody smokes. Like it's not a frowned upon thing at all. So my dad, for the majority of his, first 20 years of life, 30 years of life was Camel non-filters, one right off of the other one, like 3 packs a day. And, or just under 3 packs a day. And it was bad to the point where when I was, 4, 5, 6 years old, we would go down to visit family in Los Angeles, a 7-hour drive from where I live in the North Bay. And we would be in a 1977 Camaro with all the windows up, with Camel non-filters on one side and Virginia Slims on the other, and me and my brother sitting in the back. And we'd get to LA and I'd be just green as a goblin, just sick as heck. And they're like, I wonder what's wrong with him. He must get car sick. It's like, it's a straight freeway shot. I'm pretty sure it was something else. It wasn't the car ride. But I'd be totally sick and they couldn't figure it out. And then eventually they figured out it was the cigarettes. I couldn't breathe. It's not like I'm allergic to anything. They were just hotboxing the car with cigarettes and couldn't figure it out because when you're smoking, you don't realize that it smells and it's, smoky and everything. But because of that, I was so just grossed out by cigarettes. I never had the desire to ever smoke them.
Well, I wouldn't either after something like that. Shit. Because actually, I remember when I was already smoking for like 2 or 3 years, but I was still a teenager, and I used to go to like those all night skates at Skateland, like roller skating, and they had the smoking room because you couldn't smoke, and you had to go, and it was like this big room, and there's like 20, 30 people in there. It was just a huge. You couldn't even see 10 feet in front of you because there's just smoke. And I'd be going in there so much that I was just breathing, and then I'd get sick to my stomach, and then I wouldn't smoke for like another 6, 8 months. But for some dumb reason, I kept picking them back up.
And Garrett, yes, I do remember that, and thank you for doing that because that dude, I know you saw that when that happened. That was absolutely disgusting for me, and I thank you for having my back on that because nobody else, I don't think, saw it. Sorry.
I missed that one. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure. That's why I left it up.
Yeah, somebody in another chat had. I came into a chat and I forget what the topic of conversation was, but all I had said was because the channel creator wanted me to come up on the panel, and I said, well, I was babysitting, my brother and my sister-in-law were out having a dinner arrangement, so I was watching my nephews, and I had my youngest nephew. He fell asleep on me. Like we were playing video games on the couch, waiting for his mom and dad to get home, and he fell asleep on my shoulder. And I'm like, well, I'd come up on the panel, but I'm afraid to move, and I don't want to make any sound because I got my nephew sleeping here. And this other person's response in the chat, first thing this person said to me, first thing anything was said, he's like, well, keep it in your pants, Forging. Don't break out the baby oil now.
Gee, what
So
the?
me and mine infinite wisdom, I'm like, okay, so I made one comment about me babysitting my nephew, and this sumbitch takes it to somewhere sexual, and that's disgusting. And so I went
Yeah.
off on him. I'm like, okay, you abhorrent freak, what the hell's wrong with you? I mentioned my nephew, and immediately you think something's sexual. You're disgusting. And apparently, nobody else saw it that way. Garrett did. Garrett had my back. Garrett was all about it. Because when I brought it up to the channel creator later, and I sent screenshots because I took screenshots of all of it. She's like, well, I don't really think that was sexual. I don't understand. I'm like, oh, come on.
Don't think it like bring. Yeah, wow, dude. I wasn't even there. Knew anything, but just that comment alone, the baby oil, like,
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
think
disgusting.
that was what.
If that's the
There's
first
always
place your
like
mind
one in
goes,
every crowd.
yeah, if that's the first place your mind goes, man, you should probably just what's that term? Oh, you
Stay
know,
home and eat crayons.
the short
See,
short walk off a long walk off a short pier, something like that. Just do the
and I
world a favor.
missed. I'm not
Recycle
sure
yourself.
what this conversation was about. Was this last night?
Yeah.
Because see, man, I went to the dang hospital and missed everything. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna have to go back and either rewatch or we could pick it back up. What was the conversation about?
She was explaining narcissists and like being the child of a narcissist and the difference between the part that you
Oh.
inherit versus being raised. It was a lot. It was a lot of
Do you
information.
have, do you know that Silver
I
Girl has
like
a book?
hardcore. I like
I did not
hardcore.
know that.
We have a copy of it. We bought it. You can get it on Amazon.
Yeah, I love to read. That almost has to happen, especially because, like I said, you get like she goes, "Oh, I was talking a lot," but she was making sense, and it wasn't like it was easy to follow. She was making sense, and it was in depth. I enjoyed it, but like we were on in the weirdest hours. Like for you, it's different time. For me, it ended up being I don't even know. It was probably at least 6, maybe 7 in the morning. I'm not sure. I don't want to be wrong, but it got to the morning time. And we were still it was just like her, me, and a handful of people in the chat. And we were just up all night. I hated to end it. I really did. But she was talking about how she passes up the sweet spot of falling asleep. And I just knew that was going to happen. And then she's going to be, I don't know. She explained it better, but like, you get tired and you're in that spot where if you go to sleep, you go to sleep. But if you go past it, you're up again.
Oh yeah, second wind. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that too. And that's why I kind of thought it was a good, I didn't want to keep going and we'll be on. I'd run it. I don't even have any, like a couple hours left. And then I'm going to have to either figure out something else or just wait until I get renewed because I've got the free one.
At a certain point, it's not even worth going to sleep. You might as well just go around the horn and hope you get the next time.
See, some people can do that. I usually end up with anxiety if I try because I have anxiety anyway. And then if I miss sleep, I'm more susceptible.
Nah, man, you get to that point where you just start seeing shadow people, and when people call your name, be like, "Hey, how you doing?" You'd be like, "What? Huh?" You get all irritable. It's fun. It's so much fun.
I've heard of that, and thank God I've never seen shadow people. I sure would have a panic attack with that. I don't see how y'all that would cause it. Have you seen them? I've definitely heard of it.
It's not so much shadow people as you just start seeing weird lights and stuff. Like I unfortunately missed a lot of sleep. I have insomnia just 'cause for the longest. I've been single for a long time, and when I don't have a partner to sleep with, I don't sleep. It's the weirdest thing, but it's like because of that, I'll go 2 or 3 days without sleeping. It's a nightmare.
Well,
And
that's the
sometimes
only
you get so
reason.
tired, you do start seeing like light flickers and stuff.
That's the only reason because I barely slept Thursday night and Friday night, and then last night I ended up going to the hospital, and then I get home at like 6:30 this morning, and I went to bed. Only reason I went to bed is because I didn't get any, like, I think I got 2 hours of sleep total the 2 nights prior. 0 sleep last night up until almost 7 this morning. That's the only otherwise I would have just did like what you were saying, Fortune. I just would have held
Hardcore,
on
dude.
till tonight, and then
He needs to get himself one of them hillbilly dolls to sleep with.
I think I'd rather pound my balls flat with a wooden hammer. Thank you.
But no, but we were
Terrible.
saying though, Cola mentioned, she said I hear them or heard them. That and when he said that, because I swear for the longest time, because me and Nina sleep in the same bed, and I always think like she's moving or something. But then I realized a few weeks ago that she's not even moving; she's passed out dead asleep. But so what am I hearing that makes
That's
it
all you,
sound
big boy.
like I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird. But then again, I don't want
It's
to
just
know.
me. It's me creeping in there, Steve.
He's just coming to
Lights are off. You just hear me whisper. My mind's telling me no. But my body's telling me yes.
All of a sudden you hear, "Hey, it's me, Debo. Turn over, it's Debo."
this Fortune coming in to tuck me in. It's just me. Go back to sleep.
Oh yeah,
Go
I
back
got quiet, bro. I found some zucchini bread and some banana bread and all kinds of stuff.
My
I'm
voice trying to
mowing.
be timid. Trying to sing you to
Oh,
sleep.
but
Like,
back to
I can
Silver Girl's book
stay
though.
awake.
Definitely, I can't remember the name of it. Silver Girl, drop. Wait, Silver
What's
Girl
that?
does have a. I was gonna say, drop the link for it, Silver Girl. I can't remember the name of the book. Yeah, you do. You're wrenched. Drop the link for your book because we bought a copy and I'm glad we did. And
Oh, Hardcore was asking to come up on the panel too.
I dropped her link already.
I can
Well,
jump
our-
and free up a spot. I'm not really talking that much anyway. If you need a spot,
I'm gonna
oh
bounce
no,
too.
we got room for 6 more. I just to me, it's like the more people on panel, we start talking over each other, and but then again,
yeah,
I
it's
guess
hard. But
on who
sometimes
we
it's
have.
like just this enough lag that you don't mean to. And I usually just try to shut up when I notice someone's talking.
I'm
'Cause it
willing
is.
to share this pumpkin roll with you guys if you want a piece.
Oh
You ever
hell
had
yeah,
it?
I'll take some.
I got like
Only
1
if we
foot
can Lady in
pumpkin
the
roll.
Tramp it. Only if we can do like the Lady in the Tramp spaghetti
I'm
thing.
down, bro. Let's do it.
There you go, right there. I didn't die.
Mustache to
There it is.
mustache.
Got it.
Yep.
So how do we
But
know
here you
most
go, hardcore.
and hardcore
Hardcore.
the
I'll
same?
probably only gonna go for another half hour. But
Mhm.
here you go, hardcore.
Dude, pumpkin cheesecake is
You
bomb.
can jump up.
Oh, I guess we'll know now for sure. It said, "How do people think we're the same person?" I said, "How do we know?" I guess we find out.
Yeah. But no, definitely go. Well, if you want, I'm just saying, I recommend to go in Amazon and purchase Silver Girl's book.
Hardcore links
What's
there for you.
what's the book about? Because I wasn't listening because I was eating.
The name of it's
You
"I
are.
Didn't Die: Saving Children from Children Dying from Parental Abuse." Like being the child of someone that's either a narcissist or different abusive
Oh,
parents.
okay.
Real quick. I know it's you, hardcore, but I just got to see your face real quick before I bring you up, and then you can turn the camera back off. I got burned twice, so I just
Close
got to
back
make sure.
on.
Just turn it on and then back off.
Yeah, next time you ask me for my face, Steve, I'm just going to show you a picture of the tattoo that I got on my butt.
Hey,
You
then I'll
remember that
definitely
one?
know it's you. All right,
Yeah, because I'm the
here,
only person with Wilford Brimley's face on my butt.
I'll do this.
I
Here we
believe
go.
it, Sarah.
You there, hardcore? Oh, you're muted. Hardcore copper, you're muted.
We have stories like that, don't we, Steve?
What's that?
Other dimensions over at
You ever
that
been to
Erica's house.
You ever been to Barstow, California? Trust me, other dimensions exist.
Wait, at Squirrel? You talking about Squirrel?
Yeah.
All right. Hardcore Cobber, you gotta say something so I know it's you, and then I can take the overlay
Sorry.
off. Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
Okay, it's her.
My
I just
gosh, I
wanted to
didn't even
make
know
sure
it
it
was
was
a
you.
girl.
Just wanted to make
My
sure it was
bad.
you. Wait,
Well,
where's
my
my
mic kept
regular?
cutting out, and I don't
There
know
you go.
what happened.
Were you biting it like Tyson on his glove?
No, but I forgot to change my. See, I forgot to change my name.
I used to do that.
Say my name. Say my name.
When no
Well,
one
you know,
is around.
Britney Spears was already taken, so Whitney Daggers was close enough.
Wow.
But Dave, were you
That's better
talking
than
about
what
Squirrel?
my display
Yeah.
name used to be. My
Yes.
display name at one point was Elvis Manrod. So
Oh my
don't feel weird.
Yeah, man. You remember
Here
that
you go.
mirror?
Here you go, Dave. Silver Girl answered your question real quick. Autobiographical. Psychopath father and narcissistic mother, sexual abuse, and dehumanizing.
Is there a
Right.
happy ending though? Because
The name of the book is I Didn't Die. I think that's a pretty happy ending.
That's a happy ending
Oh, that's
right there,
good.
right?
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
No, there was something else that she said that was pretty interesting. I never heard before was that so they don't even need to know your parent. They can tell from your behaviors and how you act and your traits whether your parent was a narcissist or not. That's fascinating. I mean, that's how much it can affect you that they don't even need to meet them. They just meet you and your behaviors and stuff. Like she did, I'm not going to come anywhere near as well as she explained it. So I'm not even going to try. It was fascinating.
I had to fight
wonder-
myself my whole life not to be like my dad.
I'm not implying anything about anyone else, but I wonder if that would be affected. That study would be affected if the individual that was being studied actually suffered from something like sociopathy. If they
Yeah.
would alter the circumstances.
Well,
What if they made another person crazy?
Lie down, you're gonna get the belt.
But Dave, about Squirrel though, I do remember when I was kind of living on the streets, couch surfing, and I used to crawl in her window.
Yeah.
And have to sleep in a pile of dirty clothes because I didn't want to freeze.
Many a time.
Weird shit would happen in that house, dude.
Dude, they pulled out the Ouija board and I was like, I'm not down for that. I'm not into all that. And
That's fake anyway.
The Ouija board was made by Parker Brothers.
I'm telling you, bro,
I
it
know,
wasn't
right?
fake. It wasn't fake.
Well, they
Soon
say
as
that
Well, a lot of times it is though. I've done it.
Yeah, I believe it.
with my
But
cousins.
they say it's like opening a spiritual doorway when you mess with things like that. If you look in the
well, the
light
light,
Bible or whatever it's called, or you get a Ouija board, I agree with you. I would not touch it.
the
I don't think it's
the
the
whole
actual
house
Ouija
went out.
board. I think it's the thought process of everyone wanting to do what they're doing. So you could just take a piece of cardboard and something else and pretend it's, it's still doing it for the intentions that you're doing it, but you're opening doorways to demons instead of what you think you're opening doorways. Does that make
They
sense?
got it out, and I was like, they put it on the table, and I go, I'm out, guys. And as soon as they touched it, all the lights went out in the whole house. The whole house,
I've
all at
done
once.
that before too, and mine was glow in the dark, so that made it even freakier.
And nobody, it was like not breakers or nothing. It was just like the whole house went black type deal. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. You guys
Yeah,
can
I
play
can
with
do
that. if
that
you want.
without a Ouija board.
How?
I can't tell you. I'm not at liberty to say.
You make
No.
the lights flicker, you're saying, without the Ouija board? Or was it something different?
I don't know how much they'll let me say, and then I don't want to lose it, so I just pretend like y'all didn't hear that.
Remember Chucky, Steve?
Oh yeah. Dude,
He put
little
his hand.
back.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say little back then. He was little, but then I seen him a few years back, and holy shit, that dude's just one big giant muscle.
Well, the stories I heard from the house the next day were that Chucky put his hand on the mirror, and the mirror was like water, and he went up to his elbow through the mirror, and then from Keith Moratz, who was in the closet, he said the bottom of the closet dropped out, and there was fire, and he was hanging from from the pole
Hmm.
that hangs the clothes. Those were the stories I heard the next day.
Did he ever make it out of the closet?
If he did, I told him to go back in, brother.
I admire his bravery.
Now he's got a boyfriend. Now he's got 2 boyfriends.
Sounds crazy, right? Sounds crazy.
Tom Cruise
The
locked
lights
himself
went
in the
out.
closet.
He said I admire his bravery.
I admire his bravery.
That's hilarious.
Living his best life.
When he explained
know
it,
it.
though, he was white. His face was white. Talking about it.
I believe that type of
Black
stuff.
now. Hey, I've
You
seen.
guys-
Okay, the spirits that are in my house, though, they don't F with me because I don't take crap off of nobody. This fool, I watched him walk from my bedroom into my pantry, and I had just bought them Little Debbie's, and I walked in there. I said, "Look, fool, you can stay all you want, but you touch my Little Debbie cupcakes, and we're gonna have some words." Okay, I'm just saying. I just
you know,
bought
Jeff-
them hoes. I ain't even had one yet. I'll be damned if some ghost fists will take my stuff.
That's
You touch my little
Hey,
Debbie's, I'm gonna send your ass back to hell.
I will shut you. There are worse
Jeff-
things than hell. Touch my Little Debbie's.
Jeffrey
Shit.
Jeffrey was awful put off by that. You know, I sent him to fix your damn furnace, and you yelled at him. That wasn't cool.
Well, he was in the wrong damn room.
Well,
He had to go
Yeah,
in a
turned
safe
around.
space for like 2 weeks, and I lost a bunch of revenue from that.
you know how long it took me to book that man before you and I met? Come on.
No, but
The
we
Bible
have
says
we
when
have
we
some
die,
legs
we're
that live in our
supposed to-
fireplace. I
What do
just
you mean
call them
legs?
legs.
Yeah, I
don't know,
kept
my
seeing
son
that and
says
had
it's
no idea
legs.
what it meant.
My son
What?
says it's just a pair of legs, so I just call him legs. He's not very
As in
talkative.
like an entity burned to death in your fireplace kind of a thing?
I don't know, but it's apparently just legs. I haven't seen it yet, but I talk to him all the time. He don't really talk much though. Like he tap dances a little, but I don't know Morse code.
That's
Well,
that's
here's the
cool.
weird thing, because I've
Hey,
never
Lou.
messed around with the Ouija board, but in the last this year, I guess this year alone, just the last 12 months, I've seen some, and like I said, one of the things is I realized like that's not Nina moving around. I'm just here, like, why does it
That's
sound like
Pablo. It's gotta
someone's
be Pablo.
moving? Oh no, Pablo sleeps in his room at night. He doesn't sleep in the bedroom with us.
You're in
But,
Hawaii, bro. It's probably an ice head.
Oh yeah, it could be that too.
You know how many, dude, I lived in Oahu
Definitely.
for 2 years. You know how many times I've heard a tweaker coming around the back and be like, hey, what is it?
Right? But then the other weird thing is this has happened like maybe a week and a half ago, but no one's ever been in my house, but like there's a hallway, there's our bedroom, and then right across there's another, like our spare room, and that's where Nina's got her stuff set up, her stuff she was in there, and then the hallway goes down to lead out to where I'm at right now, right? And I was talking to her, and I seen something move in the corner of my eye, and she even seen it because she's talking to me, and then I was like, and she's like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing. Go ahead." And I was like, and I thought I was probably Pablo's shadow or something. Pablo was out past the garage, out like in the driveway, so definitely wasn't him. And I don't know, just, and then a couple other times I seen weird things in the corner of my eye where I don't know.
We
So
saw
I
the
never
shadow
messed around.
right during the show. We saw a shadow fall from the ceiling right during the show.
That's right, dude. See, that's another thing. I forgot about that already. Yeah, that's another thing. We seen it. There was a shadow that shit. When was it? I gotta remember what.
And that
No,
was like that was hours either after or before Ronnie, wasn't it?
It was
Wasn't
before, I think.
Yeah,
It was right
before,
before.
yeah.
So I forgot, dude. I can't believe I forgot about that because I was gonna do a video on that.
I know. I kept telling you that ain't normal, dude. I don't know what that was. We watched it over and over, and it's weird.
When was that? 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that was.
Guys,
I
sub
think it
all
was.
these people up. They're cool people. Evo's extra cool. He made me a rock with my name on it. It lives in a
I
shard.
got one too.
Did you? That's awesome.
Yes. With my little piggy.
Didn't it make you feel good?
Yes. I felt like I was part of the in crowd now.
I know, me too.
Oh, but I had one night I was outside smoking and the it was not really windy, but I kept seeing my flag flying, you know, the little flags that you put on your house.
Mhm.
And I kept seeing the shadow of it, and I was like, "Why is the flag moving so like that?" Because the wind's not even really blowing. And I go to look at it, I didn't even have a flag out that day.
Oh
So
wow.
I don't know what that shadow. And my son comes out, and he's like, "What?" And I'm all, "Oh, nothing," because he has like really bad issues with anxiety, and I didn't want to say anything to spook him because I go in his room and I sage it every once in a while, and I got him some crystals just like I have crystals, and I tell him to charge them in the moonlight and everything because we're all made up of energy, and the earth is energy, and you can use certain objects to kind of increase that energy. So we use our crystals to increase our protection, you know, just in case. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't hurt anybody to believe that it does either. Because I can tell him that, you know, a jelly bean will cure this, and he will eat a jelly bean and be cured. Okay. That's how anxiety sometimes works here.
I like to believe that I'm made of violence and beef jerky.
Do you
I'm made out of rainbows and unicorns.
I like that.
All right, you ready? Now, I was sharing it while we were live, so you got to look at like the center smallest one, I guess. But
Top corner above, right on the clock.
yeah, oh, you can't see my cursor, but yeah, it's right on my right. So us looking at it left side, right above the ginger belly, and it's in slow motion right here when we were replaying it.
Am I tripping, or do you have 3 windows open?
No,
Yeah,
that's
I can see
because
through too.
see right there.
Oh my gosh, I've seen that.
And I looked right away too, right?
And
Yes.
we saw it.
Oh my gosh, I just got
And
chills.
and the thing
Where
is too,
can you play again? I didn't see.
the
Look,
only reason I
start
looked
at
was
the
because I
top.
felt something on the back of my arm. And then I looked down and nothing was there.
Dude,
Watch-
I have got
watch
chill
right
bumps
at the
all
white
over
light.
me.
There it is.
It's crazy.
So yeah, there's
I
another
think
thing.
someone in the chat says right arm, dude.
And then I think the next day was Ronnie. I'm almost
Oh,
positive it
that's
was.
creepy.
Oh, that was just
Yeah,
Uncle
so-
Rick.
And there was nothing on
Just
the
dropping in
ground.
to say hello.
Yeah, there was nothing that fell.
Where's
It
the
was
Where's the
Did you
light
see
source?
that on
Where
the
was the light
camera?
source coming from?
I
Yeah, I was
asked
just
the
saying,
same
it
thing.
couldn't have been anything falling because it was right in front of him, like right. You could see the dark on the screen.
Look.
See, like right there, that it would have had to have crawled across the camera.
Well,
You know,
that's
and I'm
I'm
pretty
s-
sure
I
he
was
just did
gonna
that.
say. So the dark, if you slow that out more and like do still images, you could tell if it passed in front of you or behind you, the dark part, and then you could actually like where was the light source coming from in front of you?
In
No,
front
I-
of me. But
yeah.
the thing is, I felt something on the back of my right arm. That's the only reason I looked, because otherwise I wouldn't even have known.
Did you see it in the camera at all, or you didn't see that when it
I
happened?
saw it.
When it happened, I didn't see it. I felt
Wow.
it, and that's why. And then I was like, "What the hell was that?" And they're like, "What?" And I was like, I
Yeah,
just
in the
felt something.
chat it said, and you didn't see anything when you looked down. You know, I can see all of that.
No,
from-
there's still nothing there. The only thing I got there now is my huge chalkboard.
Yeah, I think that would we
So
would
there's
notice
no way it
that.
was that. That's the only thing.
Oh my gosh, that is
Oh.
so creepy.
And you can, it's opaque too. If you look at it closely, it's like opaque.
The
Yeah,
fact
in some spots it is, in some spots it's not. That's what that's how I knew it wasn't coming from anywhere in front of him, because it would have had to been right over the camera, and then it would have covered up more than just that little spot.
It
I mean,
also
people
looks like
try.
a bat to me. It looks like it flies out.
No, play it again.
Look at it.
people
Where's
try to
that one?
capture these
It
things.
looks like something. It looks like something flying in front of the light source, or behind. Like closer to the light, and it's causing it to be opaque and blur like that. Like when a moth flies
Right.
in front of your light bulb.
Right.
the
But how
light
come
in
I
front of
felt
him.
something? The light is literally the light is right here. But I felt something right here. That's the only reason I looked, 'cause I felt something. I was like, what? And then everyone's like, "No, did you see that?" I'm like, "See it? See what? I just felt something." And then I'm explaining right there that I just got a window. It's just my window and my chalkboard, and so I don't know, man. It wasn't even on there when I did that.
Somebody.
And there's no lights. There's no lights behind you that are shining on that. They're like you don't have lighting behind you that's shining on the backdrop, right?
No, just
Okay.
it's just a wall, and
I was gonna say if there's like a moth that flew into your arm, but also like went in front of a light, that would make sense. But if there's no lights behind you, that wouldn't make
It's
sense.
too big. I feel like to be a moth.
Hey, Silver
Right.
Girl, I can't find I'm trying to find your link to where the book is, and I can't find it. Like,
Well, depending on the proximity to the light source or proximity to the lens, it will look bigger or smaller. Like if you put a butterfly or a moth or fly in, like even a mosquito up against the light bulb on one wall, if it's beaming onto the other wall, it'll be the whole size of the wall. It'll be like a projection. Whereas if it's closer to the camera, it'll do the same thing and be opaque like it was, but it almost looked like it was behind him instead of being in front of him. That's why I was wondering what if it was like still framed, you could tell if it got dark in front of him too.
I asked him the same question you did because it looked from. I said, "Where's your light?" And then when
Yeah.
it was behind him, I was like, "That's not normal."
Yeah,
Like,
see, if it
should
was
have
in
been
front of him, I thought it would be something that just flew in front of the lens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so you and me were thinking the same thing then.
Yep. Yeah.
my whole thing was what I felt, because I felt.
You have a
and that's
fan
why
on right now.
We
though, don't
heard
you?
you, Steve. Your house is
I know,
haunted,
but
okay?
I looked
You have
down
a.
right away because I'm like, well, something had to have fallen, or exactly.
Where's your fan?
A ceiling fan right above me.
Okay, it's on the other side of the room. Then never mind.
Steve, I want to buy Silver Girl's book, but she has no, like, the link to her channel doesn't show a book.
Oh no, she put the link in the chat a little bit ago.
I typed it in to Amazon and found it. It wasn't the first one, but I kept scrolling, and the author says Silver Girl and all that. There you go. It's right there.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
I
If
did
you
it
scroll
because
back
whenever
up in StreamYard, it's at 8:10 or 8:10 my time. So 20 minutes ago.
Steve, I know what it was, dude. It's that cryptid that I made up that we used to talk about in Eddie Booze's chats. It was the moth squatch.
Oh yeah.
The
Dude, I
rare, elusive Hawaiian moth squatch.
Yeah.
What on earth?
Dude, I totally forgot, man. That's how we met in Eddie Booze's chat. No shit, because you were fucked up in the hospital and shit.
Yeah, when I got hit on the freeway. When we got hit by that
dude,
drunk.
I forgot. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Wow.
Yeah, me and
that's
Steve met when in another chat for music, and it was right after I had an incident where my fire team was responding to an accident on the freeway, and we had the whole freeway shut down. But a drunk driver came onto the on-ramp that had cones and everything on it, and they came on about 100 miles an hour, went through our roadblock, went through some of our fire team that was standing on the freeway, and then while we were trying to extract a driver from her vehicle, this car hit. It was a I forget what kind of car. It was some kind of SUV, but it hit the lead truck. It hit our chief's truck, and then it hit me, and I went into another fire employee and broke both of his legs, and I went about 15 feet in the air while hitting him, and both of us got so messed up. Like when me and Steve met, I was in traction, on the computer like every night in this other dude's chat.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
he was like hospitalized, and yeah, that's weird because that's weird. I forget how I met a lot of people. I just know that you're like family to me now. We know each other, and then when I remember that shit, it's like, oh yeah, wow. That was like what 2.5 years ago, 2.5 years.
3 years ago. Yeah, the Eddie Booze chats. I went
Yeah.
back and watched some of them, and it was like 3 years ago. Something. But yeah, I got a lot of love in my heart for you, man. We've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's.
I wish I could quit you.
Oh God.
Jeez. This item cannot be shipped to your selected delivery location.
What? Usually, I only
Who's
get that
this?
in Hawaii.
What is going on? I'm in freaking Michigan.
Damn,
Segue into the NordVPN ad. Germany.
It's shipping from Germany, it says.
Oh, really? Silvergo,
Oh,
we need to
cool,
see your
Diego.
papers.
Show me
Ah,
your,
papers, the
show me your
papers.
papers.
I know
I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, I'm still trying to get Eddie Booz on as a guest, but
He's been like last time I talked to him, man, he wasn't doing so hot. Like we could talk about it off here though.
okay, right on.
Like he was so down on music and he wasn't feeling it anymore, and he was just like really, we'll talk about it off here.
Yep, that's cool. Yeah, but he's
My-
got, for anyone in chat that doesn't know, Eddie Booz. Check his channel out. He's a great
Yeah.
musician. He's got
Yeah,
great music.
BOOZE,
Good guy.
booze like the drink.
Yep.
I'm looking for my rock. on
Amazing
Silvergo channel.
amazing live performer. He does covers of a lot of contemporary pop songs and like classic songs. He does like punk rock style covers of them, acoustic covers, and he does his own original stuff too. That's amazing. Great artist.
Yep. He got me through some hard times, man. I was like depressed at the time or something, and I was listening to him, and he got me. I never told anyone that actually.
Oh,
So right
hold
now,
on a second. I got a kid.
I sent him helmet cam footage, Steve. I was playing it, so I had one earpiece in for my comm, and I had one earpiece in that I didn't get out of my head before I put my gear on because I was wearing my bunker gear, responding to a full involved fire. And I was literally walking through a house when we were evacuating because we had a blowback, which is like a backdraft, and the whole structure that wasn't on fire became on fire, so we had to get out quick. And while doing the evac, one of his songs was playing, and you could hear it on my helmet cam going through the burning house. It was the craziest shit that I've ever got on video.
oh shit, that's
yeah.
cool as hell though.
Yeah, his song "Charging Through" was playing while I was going through the hallway and going out the front door. It was crazy.
Sorry about that. I put the wrong button.
Bevo, you got to post another rock video, brother.
Oh, the Rock Garden.
Yeah, I'm looking at like the last one. I think was about 8 months ago.
Yeah, that's when we did it on my channel, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Got Cheryl Rich right there. I see it. I should show it.
Show it.
Yeah. Yes, share it.
Man,
Here you go, Dave. Though I got your back.
got me. I got a link if you want it.
No, not for that.
Oh.
I'm going to send you a copy of.
Does it say it'll ship me?
No, that's, I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't ship to you.
Because I shipped my pants.
I think I shipped
I
my
wish I could
pants.
ship my pants.
I shipped the book.
I want to
that's why
ship
I
a
gotta do
scooter.
this.
I see. Wait, what the hell? Silver Girls in Washington State.
Yeah, there's no, and I don't know what the German thing is about either.
Okay, I'll take a screenshot. You guys see what I'm seeing.
Dave has been going to too many questionable sites.
No, I got a wife. For that.
Virus.
I got a wife for that.
I meant for tools. What were you talking about?
Oh, my bad. Well, you do use a tool. You do use a tool.
What's up, the tools?
I shouldn't have said that.
I was talking about German steel products. I wasn't talking about double-sided marital aid, sir. Let's calm down.
Hey, this ain't no Diddy. This ain't no Diddy party, brother.
No Diddy. Like the bag it up.
I got there late to that Diddy party, and I didn't get any baby oil. All I had left was Vaseline.
Good
It
Lord.
wasn't near as slippery.
Good Lord. What is happening?
Rabbit.
The thoughts and views of those on the panel do not express those of Steve Harloa.
I'm just saying. It's what happens when you show up late.
We love you, YouTube.
Yes, the YouTube overlords.
Oh, you know what though, Dave? You're not gonna get this until the day after the UFOs come and attack the Earth.
Oh my God! I won't even be
You'll
able
get
to
it.
book.
You'll get it Wednesday. But you have a copy of "I Didn't Die" by author Silvergirl. arriving to you on Wednesday.
Oh, I appreciate it, brother. I know you love me. I know
just
you
love the
love me.
mustaches.
I know you do. I like them too. Our noses are both a little bigger than normal though, so it's like you got to kind of turn to the side to get into the mustaches. Get them
Hey, what's
nose
up,
bumps.
Wingnut? What's up, Ghetto? What's up, Ghetto?
Redneck. Hallelujah.
Right.
Somebody get an umbrella quick.
V
Saw
didn't
two
need the
fellas done
technical
blowing each other yet. Now, Dave, I can't have you talking to my little spoon that way.
Oh yeah, my little spoon.
Little spoon.
Yep.
Me
Dude,
and
it's
Steve used to
crazy
joke
for
around
me
on
to.
panel. Everybody used to joke that we had too much fun together. And I have a
Yeah.
tattoo on my right wrist that's like a hopeless romantic tattoo because I used to always say that when I find a woman that's perfect for me, she's going to be my little spoon. So I got that tattoo on my wrist, and it just became this thing where like Steve was like, "Hey, big spoon."
Oh my
People in the
goodness.
chat would be like, "What the hell?"
I'll be your spork.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't be all of that. You gotta be a little rigid.
All right, I'm going to show you a little bit of Steve-O's rock garden, guys, real quick.
Okay, yeah.
This is it. Can you hear it? I don't know if
Oh
you can hear
wait,
it.
I haven't seen this one yet. This is a new one. Shoot,
Look at that.
I've
What
been
is it?
slacking.
Oh, you paint rock.
Look at that. Oh, yeah. If you're famous, you're in there.
He stopped making rocks for me because I kept changing my logo.
I want to
He's
know
like,
the
"Dude, I'm
B
done
one.
with you."
The burning something. I
I
don't
think
that
that
was
was
the
my little
B1.
piggy back there.
I see Indies. Barbecue neighbor.
I have a picture.
Does that say I barbecued my neighbor?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
I know what that
good.
is. That's barbecue and
So anyway, that's
Cool.
Steve-O's. You want to check out some more, go to his channel.
See, this is a picture of my rock.
oh yeah, hold on, let me
I would show you guys a picture of. I would show you guys of my Iraq, but I only went to Afghanistan.
Did you bring home a camel spider?
No, but I played with them and took bets for them over there because people were scared of them and don't know anything about them. But I knew about them, so I like freak people out.
Those things are cool. But they're ugly, but they're cool.
Oh,
we
they're
don't-
not
we
looking,
don't
but there's too many myths about them.
I
We
don't
don't
think
kill
they're
spiders
vicious.
here. Mm-mm.
You don't think they're what?
I don't think they're vicious.
No, they're not.
Oh, those are the ones that chase you because they're looking for a shadow.
They're trying to get your shadow, but people made
Yeah,
up a
because they're
myth about
trying
like,
to be
oh,
cool.
they'll jump on you and eat you. But it's like you can sit there and let
Oh
one of
my
them like chew on your finger, and they don't even break the skin. So I mean,
Well, it's
It's,
like
uh,
I hate it when people kill spiders in their house and stuff. I'm like, we get a little paper or we get the broom and the little dustpan and we scoop them up because they're just accidentally walking in, and then we take them outside and let them go.
it depends on what kind of a spider it is. If it's a wolf spider or one of the other kinds of spiders that actually runs, then me and them have an understanding. They stay the hell out of my house. They know the rules. If they come in, that's on their own accord. It's like
I'll
sharks.
pick one up and
Me and
I can
sharks.
pick.
Me and sharks have
You
an
need to come-
understanding. I stay out of the water and they stay the hell off my lawn. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm okay with
There you
sharks.
go. There you go.
You
You
know?
gotta relocate the spiders to where the mosquitoes are. That's all you do. Put them by your lights.
Well, I have a
And
flamethrower,
let's
so I don't
get
worry
some
about that.
brown. No, I'll come pick your spiders up so that you don't have to
Mosquito?
kill them.
No, I'm
poor
talking about
things.
mosquitoes. I'm talking about mosquitoes.
The mosquitoes.
I hate
But just with the
mosquitoes,
poor little
man.
spiders, I hate it when
No,
the people
spiders are
just go
okay.
there and
Spiders are
just
all right.
smash a spider, and I'm like, don't do that. It didn't do anything to you.
And then we have the oddball and who says alligators are fun.
Wingnut. What are you talking about? Wingnut?
Crocodiles.
That's
Well,
crazy.
now I do agree with that. I had a black caiman for many years. I also housed exotic cats, which was something that was awesome.
I got a retarded cat. Does that count?
All cats are retarded.
He's pretty exotic. He don't move. If you tell him to move, he just sits there and just lays there. You could pick him
I was
up
part of.
by anything, and
I was-
he's just like meow.
That's
I was
why
part of a
I
rescue
have a
group.
dog. I have a dog because I'd rather have a pet that is excited to see me, not one that just gives me an evil look and is pissed off that I'm home.
Right. What's up with that?
Well, mine are excited to see me that I didn't step on them.
Yeah.
Every cat has the same personality. It's like, hey, buddy, how's it going? And they're like, fuck you, feed me.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, can I pet you? And they're like, yes, you can
Worship
pet me. And then
me.
you go to pet it, and it's like, with your eyes. And you're like, oh.
Yes.
I would go for it.
Sneaker is like
Dogs
that.
are like these happy, lovable idiots that they're just so everything about you is the world to your dog. You leave your house for work every day, and your dog thinks you stood on the other side of the door for 8 hours. You leave your house for work, and your cat goes, well, I guess they're gone. Who's going to feed me?
Right.
And then you come back, and they're like, oh, there you
Yeah,
are, you
escalated
worthless human.
quickly.
Feed me. Fuck you.
Oh, he came back. I didn't think you were coming back.
Thought he was
No,
done.
Pablo did that earlier. I had to go to my van to get something. 30 seconds. And I came back and he was like, I was like, dude, I was gone for 30 seconds, bro.
Yeah. You go to get
My
the mail, and
mom's
it's the
dog.
end of the world to your dog.
Yep.
I have to
But-
babysit my little brother. That's my mom's dog. And I will be at the window because I was outside smoking and I'm looking at the dog through the door window and he's, I'm like, I'm right here. Right here.
What,
But
what kind of dog?
he's not there. He's
What kind of
oh my gosh, I can't believe I can't
Good mom.
no,
Good mom.
Don't tell me it's a pug.
no,
Thank God.
it's
What's wrong with pugs? I like
it's the
pugs.
one that
Oh, yeah. Remember? Yeah.
wrecked my life. Charlie Brown.
Steve, do I need?
Snoopy.
Should I go on my?
What
Should
kind of
I go on
dog?
my pug rant?
What
Yeah, the pug.
kind of dog is that?
Yeah, because I love pugs too. Because my sister had 3 of them.
Beagle.
But yeah,
Beagle.
dude, this is fun though. This is fun.
Pugs cannot. Pugs are not dogs. They can't dog. Pugs are a perfect example of how evil human beings are. Because somebody looked at a wolf one day and said, "Hey, check out what I'm going to do to this thing," and now we got pugs. Pugs can't dog. Name another
Smack his
dog.
nose.
Name another dog that goes outside and can be out there for less than 10 minutes and get eaten by a damn owl or fall into a hole and die. You know, other dogs you can roll them on their back and like pet their stomach. Not pugs. You pick up a pug and put it on its back and it goes
Pomeranian.
like, struggles and falls. But if you drop it, it'll die because it can't dog. You ever
'Cause they
see one try to
can't
drink
breathe.
water? It's going to drown and die. I went to my mom's house and she's like, "Did you close the front bathroom door?" No. Well, did you close the toilet seat? I think I did. Well, can you check? Because if you don't close the toilet seat, the dog will die. I'm sorry. Why will the dog die? Because if it drinks water, it falls in there head first and can't get out because it can't dog. That's a pug.
Because they can't
kind of
see,
other
bro. Their
dog?
faces all smashed
What
together.
kind of other dog needs surgery to survive?
Don't plot on you. Maybe that's why I get along with cats
Their
so well.
faces just
I'm a
squished
magnet.
together, bro. They can't
Dude.
help it.
200 years ago, a pug, the descendants of a pug would have had their head up an elk's ass eating it, and they'd be fine. Now you got to have surgeries and
Black
treatments to have
widows
their
are not
colds
really.
cleaned.
That
Black
definitely
widows are not really
escalated
aggressive.
quickly.
You can keep those around; they'll eat the other spiders. Just saying.
I'm
What
just
happened
saying,
to Cola?
pugs are evil.
Co-
Pugs are evil.
Cola just laughing at us.
Right, I was like,
Boy.
that escalated quickly.
That escalated quickly.
I also got one in the chamber for pandas. I also got one in the chamber for koalas. And kangaroos
Yeah,
are
koalas.
close.
Sloth?
They're getting close. They're pushing it.
Sloth.
Hey, you know what? The sloths are cool, man. The sloths can sloth pretty well. The sloth has been slothing for many a year, but the pug
They'll
cannot
bite
dog.
you.
I thought
They'll
you
still
said
bite you.
slut for some reason. Slut.
Sluts.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
he's
was
got
like,
one there
what?
for that too.
Let me go get a hearing aid. God, what?
Hey, sluts can slut pretty well. They've been slutting it up for years.
I know. I'm like, did he really say that? That's like common knowledge. A
Slut.
slut can slut.
The
Sluts
way
really
he turns every
capitalized on
word into
slutting.
a verb is hilarious. Slut
Oh.
slutting and dogs dogging. I'm dying over here.
I have a way with words.
It makes sense is the best part.
That's the
And
thing. Is
books
like
are
I try to
booking?
make it make sense, even if it's a bit eccentric. I always try to give it a little bit
I'm
of.
telling you though, the dog can't help it, dude. His face is all smashed in. His fur's in his
He
eyes.
breathes
well, then,
enough
okay.
oxygen
If
to his
nothing else-
brain.
We'll say
That's
this:
what
if
makes
nothing
it so
else, I feel
funny.
sorry for them, and I feel bad that human beings have treated them so. Like Great Danes that get bred to have really bad hip problems because people want a giant dog, so now they all have hip dysplasia, bone spurs, and short lives. pugs who need help breathing because they're bred so bad. Certain types of bulldogs and certain types of pit bull, different bloodlines that are bred till their arms don't work properly. That is horrible, and that we've done that to dogs because people want to have their little show puppies. I think that's terrible. That we've
Right.
sacrificed
But I mean,
the good health of dogs for our own fashion needs.
that's why everything that Fortune Thought was saying was so funny to me, because my sister had 3 pugs and I loved them all to death, man. They were awesome, but everything he was saying is true.
Dumb as
I
a
mean,
box of rock.
it's like, they're just, they
Word.
couldn't, I remember Henry, Dave. Henry was like, he'd just be sitting there just,
Henry would run into a wall, bro. Just like,
Dude,
yeah, he would just
everywhere
start
pugs
running.
go, everywhere a pug goes, you're aware of it just because it's like, just struggling to dog.
Hey, my
Just sitting there
cat sounds
struggling to
like that
dog.
right now because he's got allergies, so I have to give him nose spray.
You got to give your cat nose spray? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because he's got allergies.
That's the only reason. The only
Sorry.
reason I don't like cats is because I'm highly allergic to them. But
Oh
now
man.
the cat gets allergy
I-
spray. What the hell?
That's a short right there. Steve.
Nose spray.
I nose spray my cat.
He's got allergies.
With it.
I don't want him to suffocate.
Oh my
He can't
god.
blow his nose.
Oh
I have
god.
to blow it for him.
I got
But
something
no,
for you.
about
no?
like Cheryl Rick
He's
says, I
a
love
sweet
all
kitty. He's
animals.
really old.
Leave that dog's
I
nose
love all
alone.
animals. I love all animals,
I'm
but I
kidding.
also agree with Fortune Thought that a lot of them got the shit end of the stick. It's not fair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
every
Eagle. Because my mom's dog, he has a panic attack if he can't see you or your arm or some part of your
Oh
body,
yeah,
and he
I know
sounds
what
like
you're
you're
talking
killing him.
about.
every
Yeah,
wa-
sounds like you're killing him.
Rottweiler I had hip problems, man. Every single one.
A lot of
Yeah.
German Shepherds, Great Danes, a lot of the larger, taller breeds, they've been people in the show kennels and stuff. They want to have them having the most narrow hips, and it's done terrible things to the breeds.
Yeah.
You
Hey, I
remember
have to go
Jasmine?
because I
It's
hear
breeding for the regressive traits.
a kid in the bathroom, and so I gotta go. But thanks for letting me come up, and I will see you all later.
All
Right
right.
It's been a
on.
pleasure. Been a
It's nice
pleasure,
to
pal.
meet you too. But
Yeah,
yeah, I gotta
much
go for
love.
this kid makes a mess in the bathroom.
Tough.
Bye.
I heard him.
Love.
All right.
That sounded like a mogwai.
But what were you saying, Dave? Remember
Yeah.
who?
Jasmine, my rat.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. Yep.
No, Jasmine was. I brought home a lab, and the lab went into Jasmine's cage, not cage, but house outside, and that rat like tore her to pieces, like almost 200 and something stitches.
Damn.
So, and I had little baby kids at that point, so we ended up having to get rid of her because we were afraid, like, what if the kid would have went into the house? Would have been the same? We didn't know. But every single one of those dogs I had hip dysplasia, and it was like $3,000 or something to try to correct it, and there was no guarantee. It's like, okay, so now we have like a York Terrier, little pretty bird dog.
New York Terrier. Oh, okay. Lap dog.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, so-
beautiful hunting dog, and
Totally off topic, but I heard about the Hunter thing, but I'm seeing something where Joe Biden pardoned himself. Has anybody heard that?
he pardoned the
this-
hair on his legs.
He probably just said pardon because he shit himself. Pardon
I
me.
mean, I don't know. It's a channel. It's this guy named Brian Craig, who's in Florida, and he usually sticks to the facts. But I just happened to look down and see that. I heard the Hunter one, but it's kind of, I think that's crazy if he pardoned himself.
Oh, he finally pardoned himself for murdering Corn Pop, eh?
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's a Hunter. I don't know if anybody else has
Corn
heard
Pop was a bad dude. Ran with a bad bunch of boys. I got hairy legs. I love it when children jump on my lap.
I know all about cockroaches.
Yeah, I used to see him at the poor kids' houses.
What was it called? Brian Craig?
it. Yeah, that's my.
Poor
he's,
kids got just as much opportunity as white kids.
He leads the cult. The MAGA
Yeah,
cult.
well, my favorite was,
80
yeah, then don't vote for me, fat.
It's
What do you
actually a
call
radio.
that factory worker fat? I was like, oh my god.
All right, I gotta play it.
Oh, he's on right now, huh?
I just saw it. I didn't. Yeah, you already found it. I was gonna send it, but you already found it. I'll
Oh,
send it
yeah.
anyway.
Let's see.
But he talks a lot and he'll take calls. I don't know really where it's going or not. I keep seeing about Hunter, but I hadn't seen about himself.
Hold on,
I mean,
let's shout him out. Since he's live right now, we'll
Well,
play him.
to
while
get
he's
the
live.
actual facts about it, you can just do a Google search and find what the current news is in print,
That's true.
Think about it. He
rather than
pardoned
listening to somebody's
Hunter
opinion.
for crimes that Hunter was doing for Joe, for himself.
A big hat.
Okay. He's saying I get it. He's saying because he pardoned his son, he's really pardoning himself. It's a play on
Could you
words.
imagine? Think about that.
Because the crimes were done.
It's totally insane. No, Trump is not a convicted felon.
I
He's
told
got
you.
122 watching, but his chat's not moving.
It's got 89,000 subscribers and only, his chat's not moving.
It sounds like he's got about 88,500 fake ones.
Got a bot. He's got bots.
Oh, people troll him all the time. I haven't watched him in a while. I'm just still sub, so I'll catch stuff. But
you
he'll
guys-
take calls sometimes, and he'll go back and forth with them. I kind of like that one thing about him, the fact that he'll still let people that think exactly the opposite of him, he'll still go back and forth with them and put them on the air and stuff.
That's why I like DMA. DMA does it all the time.
I do the same thing though. I don't, because like I was saying earlier, I don't know everything. I mean, I think I know stuff, but I'm still open to listening to other people's opinions and stuff. But
Detroit
it's when it
Metro
turns into an
audit.
argument. If it turns into an argument, that's when I'm like, nah, I'm not here to argue. I'm just,
I like
Yeah,
people
you know
that can have a conversation and not argue. I try so hard not to get mad because everybody's not gonna, you might even learn something if you go talking to somebody that, and I'm willing to
Exactly.
change my opinion, but some people are set. Like there's just no two ways about it.
We got to watch this one more time before the end of the world happens, okay?
Because
You
you're
know what I
talking
find
about
interesting?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I find interesting? Joe Biden, total, has, excluding the people who were pardoned for marijuana simple possession, Joe Biden has pardoned 26 people. Donald Trump pardoned 237 people. George
Donald
Bush
Trump
W.
got-
Hold on. George
Go ahead.
Bush W. pardoned 200 people. Bill Clinton pardoned 459 people. Barack Obama pardoned 1,927 people.
holy
Damn.
shit.
Trump pardoned Kwame Kilpatrick from Detroit, bro. That man had
I
a life,
remember
a
Trump
life
started
sentence.
somebody like a rapper or something one time. I can't remember, like
Did he
old dirty
really?
rapper. Somebody
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
But Biden only pardoned 26. And
26.
everyone else is 400 and up. Damn.
No, so Trump was 237. Barack Obama was just under 2,000. George W. Bush was 200. Bill Clinton was just under 500. George H.W., so the dad, was 77. Ronald Reagan was 406. Jimmy Carter, 566. And then it goes up until you get to like Richard Nixon was just under 1,000. B. Johnson was over 1,000. And then you get into like fucking back in Franklin D. Roosevelt, he was almost 4,000.
Biden's so stiff, he didn't even pardon a turkey this year. That's a yearly thing you're supposed to do, right?
That's because
Anyway.
if you
Black.
don't vote for him, you ain't black.
All right,
Well,
guys,
he didn't want to assume the turkey species.
one more time before we die of alien invasion.
Proudly for your dad, first African American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on.
There it is.
God.
There it is.
Love kids jumping on my lap.
I had to. I'm sorry. That's just too. I mean, just watch it. That's the president. I love hairy legs. The kids used to put their hand in the pool and touch my hair on my legs, and I loved it. And I
And
I
then
learned about
roaches back
roaches.
then.
Where the hell did the roaches come from the pool?
If you don't vote for me, you're not black.
It all goes back to the like I said earlier, the give me control of the nation's money and I care not who makes the laws.
But still, where did the roaches come from? I learned a lot about roaches.
I didn't remember that part until he played it. I was like, what?
I
Probably
was with
talking
Xi
about it.
Jinping in the Kalpahari Mountains with Genghis Khan, and we were running a trail on the Ho Chi Minh. That's
He's
where I
probably
got my first
thinking
kill
about.
on the Saskimo. And I went to Alaska, and the Russians ate it with a sandwich. I had a sandwich once. I put my pants.
I had a
Thinking of
sandwich
Hunter
once.
Biden's ashtray when he was talking about the roaches, maybe.
No, he was
Very
talking
good.
about black kids.
His face, like, it reminds me of that puppet that Jeff Dunham has. It's like at the very beginning, it really looked just like that puppet, the way he was
It
holding it
does.
all grumpy and stuff. I was like, oh my God.
Right. It is too. It's so funny. I love black kids, and I learned about roaches.
Mm-mm.
God, that's terrible. How did
Then
it
you ain't
go
black. Charlemagne, my neighbor.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible the things these guys do. How do they do it?
I
Calling
learned
people
about.
cockroaches.
I
So
hope he
wrong.
gets AIDS. The most AIDS, the biggest AIDS.
But
What
they're
a
all
horrible guy
trash.
he is.
They're all
3.8.
trash.
I said that once. He was horrible.
Dude, I used
He's
to
in bed
stay
with
at my.
Antifa, the worst Antifa.
I did learn about roaches. I stayed at my grandmother's house and slept on the floor, man. And there was some freaking big suckers at her house. You would be scared of them. They were so big. They're big as your pinky, man.
Moved to Hawaii. Fortune thought I was going to talk about it. He lived in Hawaii
Oh,
for
yeah.
2 years. Flying cockroaches, dude. I never even knew that was real until I.
Palmetto bugs, right?
Dude, they literally cockroaches that fly.
Bro, yeah, they're fucking. Ugh. You know what they look like? They look like those giant water bugs, but they fly. They're huge.
They got them in Florida too.
Well,
They
Florida
call
is
them.
the Australia of the United States. I don't doubt it.
I saw a moth as big as my hand in Florida.
The thing I like to say about Florida is, yeah, they have all those animals, but a good representation of the place. Me and my friend were riding across the country on a motorcycle trip to go to Sarasota, Florida from Santa Rosa, California. We were in the state for 12 minutes and my friend got stabbed.
Oh my God.
12 minutes? Jesus.
12 minutes. We pulled over to get gas and randomly, completely randomly, a woman who was out of her damn mind ran from 3 parking lots over and stabbed my friend while we were standing there pumping gas in our bikes.
Just for the hell of it, or to like rob
Literally,
him,
no,
or-
completely random. She literally ran
Wow.
from 3 parking lots over to stab someone, and she just happened to reach my friend first.
So she's either on drugs or just crazy or something?
Oh no, she was out of her mind. If she was a superhero, they have to summon her with the batshit signal. Like she was out of her damn mind.
That's crazy.
She was screaming about something about how my buddy owed her money, and we had literally been in the state for 12 minutes.
That's nuts.
That is nuts.
And it was funny
12
because the gas
minutes.
station attendant freaked out. The gas station attendant freaked out and locked the door. We tried to go inside and he locked the damn door on us.
Even after he was stabbed, it's like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, yeah, the bitch was running around the parking lot with a knife, still holding it. She was screaming at my buddy while my buddy's trying to get inside the door, like, hey, what the fuck, dude? Let me in. And me, I'm like standing there in between. I'm like, well, do I kill her? What do I do?
Yeah, that's a messed up situation to be in.
Like, I won't hit
knocked her
I
out.
won't hit a woman, but I'll beat the shit out of a cunt. So
But I mean, yeah, especially if she's got a freaking.
well, yeah, she
knife
stuck my buddy. It was like a
going
steak, dude. It was like a steak knife. It was like a little 5-inch like kitchen, like a paring knife or a fucking steak knife,
Oh, to knock
like a
her
steak
out.
that's
knife you
what-
get at a fucking restaurant.
That's what's messed up about the law, though, too, because if you did take her out, it would be self-defense, but you would still have to go to jail, and they'd still have to do other investigation. You still have to prove your innocence. Yeah, that's just messed up to me.
Well, given the circumstances, I probably would have turned her into a fucking Pez dispenser, so I would understand going to jail for a couple minutes. I was defending my friend. I felt I had to open her.
Bill Burr does a joke about when people say there's never a good reason to beat on a woman. He's
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah,
No
he's not
reason.
saying the reason. He's not saying you should do it, but he's like, there's definitely like that would be a reason, right?
I can think of a dozen off the top of my head right now. I'm not saying you
I
should
love
do
the
it.
line. I love the line where he says, "Can we just pretend like not every ass whooping just falls out of the fucking sky?"
He's a funny guy, man. I like him.
Oh, he's one of my top 5 for sure. I like the "You're hurting my neck."
There's
Oh,
a
you're
movie
hurting my
probably
neck.
seen.
And I'm like, should I do something? Because maybe if I do something, I might be over there like, "You're hurting my neck."
I've only
Oh,
seen
that'd be
clips of him. I've never
hilarious.
seen anyway one of his full comedies.
He did a movie called Old Dads, which I liked. It kind
Oh,
of
I haven't seen it yet.
yeah, I don't want to say anything. It was pretty good. It wasn't like the best movie ever, but I enjoyed it. I'd watch it again probably. It kind of goes on the how crazy it is in schools and all the things that we probably talk about, and he's from the old school. Like, what do you mean I got to drive in this lane or just different? I can't remember because it's been a while now, but
Right.
yeah, I liked it. Like I said, it wasn't the best one ever, but it was entertaining. He's a
Well,
funny
the
guy.
funny
Probably
oh, he's super funny, but what the funny part to me about him is how he was a dude that would never get married, da da da. Then he met that chick, and then he got married, and now they're divorced, right?
Mhm.
So it's like, he kind of called it before he took action.
I think it's harder in Hollywood too. Like, I don't know. It just seems like they get married so much more than regular people. It's really rare for it to work out when you're in Hollywood, I feel like.
Yeah,
When
well,
you're a
yeah,
public figure,
especially
life. Go ahead.
no. I was gonna say, especially if you're both making money, Hollywood money,
I don't even think it's the money. I think it's just being in the public image. Because if you're a public figure and everybody's all up in your shit, that's that many more eyes. Life moves that much faster. And when life moves that much faster, you got a lot more problems. You got a lot more stress. You got a lot more to worry about. And because everybody's up in your shit all the time, you have no privacy. You have no, you can't work on problems the same way. Everything's in the limelight. It's got to be that much harder, If you can't go
Yeah.
home and have a civil conversation with your spouse who you might be having a tiff with, normal couples can go home after a fight and talk it out and be fine without having a million people in their driveway taking photos of them and making it worse.
Right.
Yeah,
The
true.
opinions on who's
Yeah.
right and wrong. And yeah, they just guess what's going on based off a picture. That's crazy.
Oh
I could
yeah,
not imagine.
they'll
Me
run with
and
anything. If there's a rumor, they'll run with it.
me and Nina can fight every night, and nobody knows about it. Ha.
Right.
See, I used to always just say, whenever I had a fight with my ex Nicole, I had the best, smartest way to do it. This is how I knew I won every fight, but I would never let it go long. If we ever got in a fight that I knew wouldn't be solved, I would just say, you know what, baby, I didn't see it that way. I apologize. You're right. And then we'd go to sleep and everything would be fine. And I would wait for her to go to sleep, and then I'd cut her hair.
Oh my God.
I thought you were gonna say,
Not
and
a
then I
lot.
grabbed
Not a
the
lot.
pillow
Not a
and
lot. Don't get
contemplated.
crazy. Not a lot. Just like a little bit, like an inch off one little section, so it wouldn't just sit right the next day.
Mhm.
That's how I
I'm
know I
big-
won every fight.
I'm beginning to understand a lot about you, brother.
Oh shit.
I thought you were gonna be like, oh, we had the best makeup sex. No, I cut her hair.
No, that's actually what it was. But I used to use that haircutting line in my comedy, and people liked it.
Oh, okay.
You don't do you do comedy anymore?
I did it for a couple years, and then COVID kind of put the kibosh on a lot of it. But actually, Steve here, when we were doing lives before, Steve actually told me a bunch of times that I should start doing it again. And since then, I've done 4 bookings and a bunch of open mics.
Oh,
So
badass.
yeah,
That's
that's one of the
awesome,
reasons
dude.
I haven't been doing lives and haven't been in people's chats for a while, is because I've been doing book shows and stuff.
Yeah, that's
Put
awesome,
them up on
man.
your channel or anything, or
I will.
So,
I'll probably put them up if I do the comedy. I'll probably put it up on a different channel, because the Forging Thought channel originally was going to be for, and it still is. I mean, I'm going to be starting it up here again, but it's for a thing called the Thought Forge, which was a discussion forum, which would be like a debate topic. But the idea of it was I would basically have one topic that we were talking about, be it racism, abortion, whatever the topic was, and it would just be a place to lay out facts, have a discussion with anybody, and not declare a winner like a debate, because when you declare a winner, somebody goes home dejected and they don't actually fucking have any new thought processes. They just get dejected and kind of more cemented in their views. I'm a firm believer that if you get all the facts out on the table for the world to see about a certain subject, like every available fact, people are going to make the right decisions on their own and not be, swayed by any kind of bias. I think that's the best way to get truth out there about any given subject, and that's what I wanted to do with the Thought Forge. So that's what this channel was originally going to be about, because I have a good way to look through some people's bullshit and just kind of be like, okay, well, that doesn't make sense, but how about this? Have you ever thought about this thing about it? Or let's look at this, because I'm always open to have my mind changed. That's all I wanted. So if I'm going to do stand-up comedy that's talking a bunch of shit, I should probably do it on another channel. Which I do have a second channel that's Forging 2 Electric Boogaloo, so it makes sense to be on that.
I don't think I'm sub to you. I
Yeah.
don't see your channel in the chat right now, but I'm sure it will be eventually again. Sounds like I could imagine trying to, that's brave to try to do debates like that and let it happen. Like, oh gosh, I almost run away from that. If people can be not angry about it, it's different, but I feel like it's
you set some ground rules. Like my 3 ground rules are there's no fighting, no cussing. The no cussing one on YouTube would probably be different, but we used to do this in person. That's why I got the idea for it. We used to actually have a thing in Portland, Oregon, where I would rent out this room. Me and another person would rent out this room at the community college, and we did this every month. It was like a monthly thing that we would do, and a bunch of people would come. And so I wanted to bring that to yours, but we had the rules: no cussing, no screaming, which were 3 strikes you're out, and then no fighting. And if you fought, you were done. So on YouTube, I'd probably come up with the different rules, like if you get out of control, you're getting muted, and if you got to do that 3 times, you're out. You're booted. But
That's fair.
Like a great example. You remember when I did the flat Earth debate with Citizen Man?
I was just going to bring that up. Yep.
We talked about, we just laid out the different facts, and because there was a mutual respect, and you don't come at it, you're never ever going to teach anybody anything or learn any new facts if you're coming into something with a bias that's angry and rude and just screaming at somebody. Nobody learns anything that way, and you can't exchange ideas that way. And the fact is, when you exchange ideas, that's how you evolve as a culture. You don't get anywhere. You remain stagnant in your thought process if you just have the same facts in an echo chamber forever. You need to continuously learn about everything that you can possibly get your hands on in order to become a more intelligent person. So try to say everything without being open to new ideas is complete. That's the source of all ignorance. That's complete
Sounds
bullshit.
like Jalen to me.
Sounds like what?
It's
Jalen in a nutshell. Come at it with hate and anger.
Oh, you're talking about Jay? Yeah, Jalen's a dude that
They had a debate.
It's like a cognitive dissonance, right? Like,
Guys, can you hit that like for us if you would, man, so that we can boost the channel ratings? We'd love that. We got 39 right now. Love to get to 50.
Got 40 now. I guess I can do it.
I haven't said that.
I don't
I
have
haven't
the,
said that once. I totally forgot. But real quick too, I want to say aloha to my brother Zachary, Unique Prepping. Aloha and
Absolutely.
Stone and Grown is here. But yeah, if you don't mind and it doesn't hurt you or anything, and it is free, just hit that like button.
Forging, can you say something in chat? I want to throw up your link one more time.
Yeah, let me see. I was gonna, because it says I gotta join the chat, put in my name and everything, because I'm on the StreamYard deal that he sent me.
Or Steve might be able to get it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Steve, if you can drop my link in the chat, that'd be awesome.
I'll find it.
Because I'm not even on my lap. I'm not even using my laptop. I'm on my phone right now.
I'll find
I'll
it.
probably go back and watch that Flat Earth one because I love watching those. I can't say either way because they make such good arguments on both sides. And people go, "You're crazy if you don't think the Earth is round." Well, I don't believe half the things that are pushed down that we're supposed to believe. So why would I start with that? They both make great arguments on both sides.
I enjoy doing them. It's just some people get so upset about them that it's hard to do, any discussion about it because they get so amped. For example, if there's someone who believes in the flat Earth that makes a really good point, and I say something like, "Okay, but how does that work with this last point that you made?" They immediately like, "Well, you're obviously a shill that's getting paid," and it just shuts them down, and they get so enraged that I don't like debates like that. I like it when people are open to new ideas and everything.
Yeah, because that sucks. That one with what's his name? We never really got to finish that because we did 3 of them, but You guys
Well,
both couldn't show up.
he went on he couldn't show up for the last one, and then he went on another channel and was talking about how he did a debate with somebody, but he's not going to do it again because he got really mad when I said something about the snow on mountain peaks, and then I said something about south being every direction. He got mad that stumped him, so he went on another channel and was whining about it, but he didn't want to do it again.
I love when people tell me stuff that makes me think. I do love it. I mean, I might argue with you, but I will sit back and think about
That's
stuff.
open dialogue and discourse is how we get smarter and we learn more. That's unless you're, the day that you stop learning new stuff is the day that you're content with being stagnant in how much intelligence you have. If you want to increase your intelligence and learn more about the world around you, which the world around you changes every day, you should want to learn about it. Then you need to have open discourse and dialogue. That's how you learn. It makes no
Yeah.
sense to sit there with your existing ideas.
I was taught my whole life to do it myself, and no one can do it like me. And I had this false pride, but man, when I opened myself up to letting other people help, even if it wasn't perfect, it was so much easier, man. It just it took so much stress off me when I realized that I could open up and not have to do everything myself. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I've been doing this my whole life, everything myself. Like build
You know what, brother?
payment.
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Character is built by humility.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Unique Prepping. Appreciate you.
Me too. We got 2 new subs.
Thank you
Like
very much.
Wingnut said, everyone knows that the shape of the earth is a pretzel.
How dare you?
But
You're dead to me.
But that's the thing. Who's to say it's not? I mean,
Pretzel theory has been crushed for years.
Well, who knows? It's not going to be here in a couple days, anyways.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
it's going to be on Tuesday. It's going to happen.
I think we all died during Y2K.
Yeah.
I think we flipped a switch in the Matrix on that day. Everyone went nuts.
I
day
think
that
there
Brittany
has
shaved her
been
head.
change. I really do. I mean, the Mandela effect. Like, there's so many things that I know I remember differently than what they say was. And the one that really spun my head around was the freaking Berenstain Bears.
Yeah.
I remember being little and going, "Oh, the I before E except after C."
Yep.
Because it was like wrong or something. And like that's just a thought that I remember having. It wasn't no AI. I wouldn't even stain like a stain on your shirt. I would have never had that thought about the E's and the I's. And like they're like,
Right.
no, it's always been stain. That was, and then there's been a million since then.
And
But
we
like,
know what we saw because we read that book. How many times when we were kids did we look at that book? We know what that book said.
show there were
There's-
several books. It was everywhere.
There's only one that got me, like, of all of those, because I'm by nature just the way I am. I'm very skeptical of certain things because I've uncovered a lot of stuff with like conspiracy theory community folks. Not all of them. Like I definitely love truther content because I do like exposing stuff that's real, but sometimes the breadcrumbs go too far and it's just ridiculous. But like because of that natural skepticism, I looked at the Mandela stuff, but I only saw one that really got me, and I forget what the example was, but it was somebody who was wearing like a live action movie where someone was wearing glasses, but I remember them wearing glasses, and every other person remembers them wearing glasses, but apparently they weren't wearing glasses.
You're talking about the Monopoly guy?
Yeah, I was gonna bring him
Monocle?
up.
No, this one was a live action film, and right now I can't remember what it was. This was several years ago that I saw this, but it was a live action one. I almost want to say it was like a Gandhi movie or something, but like there was something where somebody was wearing glasses, and it's for some reason like in that movie this person wasn't wearing glasses, and it tripped me out. Or you know what actually got me too is the Flintstones spelling. I remember that too, because the Flintstones with the T or without the T, that I remember that one.
Well, I
Oh,
almost
yeah.
got to believe it because there's a lot of some of them can be explained away, and I don't think all of them that are. Like for example, if there's a movie like the Luke, I Am Your Father, and it's like, no, I am your father. Well, we all watch the movie, and then Saturday Night Live does a skit on it, and they word it just slightly different, but everybody sees that too, and then we run around quoting it the wrong way. and it's not in it, then it gets remembered that way by everybody or whatever, but it didn't actually happen that way. I get that. Or like I said, just like reenactments or shout outs in other movies or something where it's just slightly different than the original. That makes sense, but it can't all be that. For me, like it really was the Berenstain for me. Because I don't know how that would happen. Like what? It was
I think some of it might be spoken into word by people who just get it wrong initially. Like Smokey Bear is Smokey Bear. It's not Smokey the Bear.
right.
Like
Things
that.
can be explained away to them. Yeah, it makes
Cheryl,
yeah.
Cheryl, to answer your question, I've actually talked to a few people who are they study the mud flood theory, and they study stuff like that they've been interested in coming up and doing a discussion about that stuff, because I'm big into archaeology and the young age creationism and old age Earth and stuff like that. I love archaeological digs and everything that comes with it. So
So do you believe the Earth is young or old?
Well, not to make it bad. So I'm not religious. I have my own reasons for that, which is another thing I
Yeah.
debate a lot. But I believe it's a lot older than 6,000 years old. I don't believe that.
Okay, I do believe that.
it's
That's
older.
what I was asking. Yep. I could go into a lot of reasons, but maybe we'll do that on another show.
Yeah. No, and
Me
I've
and
done
Ronnie,
a bunch of debate. I've debated really popular, well-known young Earth creationism folks that have millions of subscribers.
That's cool.
It's always been in good nature. I've never had a debate that went bad about it.
Me and Ronnie did a couple streams on the on the mud floods, which I never knew anything about until he was like, "Hey, you want to do a stream with Big Chap this week about mud floods?" I'm like, "What the hell is a mud flood?" So I learned
One thing
new
about me
shit
is
too.
I don't ever think, nobody has to believe in the same shit. Human beings are capable of having completely different opinions about a certain subject and still being good humans to each other. I
Yep.
firmly believe that. I think it's complete horseshit that people think, you need to believe in the exact same thing just to be a good person. Being a good person has nothing to do with what you worship or what you believe is like the origin of something. It's just about being a good fucking person. Don't be a
Yep.
dick.
We're all seeking
Exactly.
truth. We're all trying to seek truth, man.
We're all on the same shit in the same toilet, circle in the bowl, trying to stay afloat. That's what we're doing. Best we can do is
Yeah.
try to be each other's life jackets while this fucking Earth tries to drown us.
Yeah. No shit.
I can't believe we're all gonna die in 2 days. That sucks.
I can't
Brother,
wait
if we
till
all
you
die in 2 days, I'll tell you what, your first beers are on me, because life is a joke and we all reach the same punchline. How about that?
Yeah. I don't think we're all gonna die in 2 days. I just think that shit's going down. No, I don't think it's gonna happen at all. But if it were
There's
to
like
happen,
3
I don't
different
think
things
we'd
that
all
are supposed
die.
to happen that day. Which one? You know what I mean?
What
Like
is even supposed to happen? Like, what's the shit they're saying is going to happen?
multiple things.
Supposedly UFOs are gonna there's gonna be a fight with UFOs and US Air Force or whatever, but then UFOs are gonna be also fighting other UFOs. I don't know. It's
Where do they get that? Where do they say it comes from, Steve? That theory.
some dude had a premonition or some shit
Oh, it's
about,
a vision or some crap.
and it was a long time ago, and something about 30 something days after a trigger point that this was going to go down, but the trigger point was so many days after Trump goes on Joe Rogan's podcast, but this was before Trump was president the first time, so he was still a celebrity, not a political figure. And Joe Rogan wasn't a podcaster at the time either, so it's like, oh well, how did he know Joe Rogan was going to be such a big podcaster and Trump was going to be a president, and then Trump did go on his podcast, and now December 3rd is that many days after that happened, and
Man, I'd like to see that original. Man, now you're starting to scare me. But even if all that happens, it doesn't mean the world's going to end. The aliens are going to
that's
fight
what I
each
mean.
other.
I don't think everyone's gonna die if it does happen, but I don't think it's gonna. Just like Y2K, I was laughing back then. Where I remember the party we were at, and everyone was freaking out. I'm like, dude, nothing's gonna change.
I thought
It's
it was
people
gonna
following
change.
the breadcrumbs too far. It's just like UFOs, man. UFOs happen every day. Any aircraft you can't see the numbers on is a UFO to you. People follow the
Yeah.
breadcrumbs too far, and they go insane. It's like when I was on the ground. Great example. When I was on the ground fighting the fires in California, one of my best friends in the entire world was killed in this fucking fire, and then I have to listen to these idiots tell me it was a damn space laser when it
Space laser.
wasn't. If you understand anything about fire and how it works, and you knew the circumstances on the ground, you know it wasn't a laser or a directed energy weapon. That was nonsense. It's the same thing as the fires in Maui. There were circumstances that were really messed up and didn't make sense, but not about the fire itself. About everything the government did, yes. About the fire's behavior, 100% explainable. That's the kind of stuff that drives me nuts. Because it takes people away from the actual truth and takes energy away from the real stuff that needs to be focused on and puts it towards nonsense that wastes time.
Look here, not there kind of thing. The way you said laser, I saw Dr. Evil with his air quotes.
Laser beam.
Why does it say Harloa instead of
the logo? Because
Yeah.
I don't know. It shows it on the YouTube side, but on this side it only shows I don't know. But
Ship
shout
my
out to
book.
Dave for the super chat, brother.
Someone
Thank
in
you.
the chat just dropped a bag. Super chat in the stream, making moves no lag. Thanks for the love, my dear, the real MVP. Just that.
You can buy a gumball with that or something.
Gumball.
It's inflation, bro.
Hey, let me buy you a piece of gum. Maybe I'll teach you how to chew it. What movie was that from? Is it Robert De Niro? I think is hey, let me buy you, or no, it was Al Pacino. Hey, I'll buy you a stick of gum. Maybe I'll teach you how to chew it.
I think I can still like Pacino. I don't really like De Niro anymore, but
Yeah, I
I think
can't stand De Niro, that freaking guy. We were talking about that last week, weren't we, Dave? De Niro with his, he's like, oh,
Yeah.
Trump, you're no gangster. It's like, neither are you fucking idiot.
You
You're
think
a
you're
fucking-
a
For the chat,
You ain't no
for the chat,
gangster.
for the chat, the fire that I'm talking about, and that was the California fire, was the Tubbs fire. And when an entire county burned with about 14 different fires at the same time because of an electrical fire that started where you can actually see the footage of where the fire started. And then because of sustained 70-mile-an-hour winds for 3 days straight, not bursts of wind, but sustained 70-mile-an-hour winds, which is Category 1 hurricane winds, which acts like a bellows on a blacksmith's forge, the entire county burned. That's the fire I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, so not the Lahaina ones.
No. And I'm saying it was the same because there was 70 mile-an-hour plus winds in Maui. That's why you had straight lines burning. There's a bunch of different circumstances of why it was burning. But when people were saying like, oh, only, the only thing that wasn't burned was blue umbrellas. And then you look and it's like, okay, well, what about all the brown wood underneath the umbrellas and the tablecloths and everything else under the blue umbrellas that nobody looked at because they were too busy listening to this blue umbrella theory? Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. And it's amazing, dude. Even on Oahu, different island, far away from Maui, everyone's roof started becoming blue, and it's like, wow, okay.
I'm just saying the thing is, it's why I don't, it's what me and Ronnie used to talk about a lot, how I don't trust anything from the QAnon stuff because a lot of that stuff to me personally, and I talked to that fella, the nut, what was it? The nut, he has the
Nut
peanut
House.
for his avatar, the nut house. He was kind of saying the same thing that he noticed is that a lot of it seems like a psyop because it's like you'll get a grain of truth with something, any given subject, you'll get a grain of truth that's like, okay, what the hell's going on with this? Powers that be, and you follow it, and you follow the breadcrumbs, and you get to some truth. But then all of a sudden, it just goes way the hell off the rails, and it takes you away from what the probability is that it's actually is with the corruption and the shit that's actually going on, and it takes you off into a fucking blood cabal where they're harvesting children. It just takes you off on some right turn where it's like, okay, well, here's the truth about what they're actually doing with this horrible shit, and we just took a right turn off into Looneyville, where now, because you're claiming shit that is so far off from what the reality is, now everybody's going to look at what you say as being a complete nutter. Nobody's going to believe anything you say, so it'll have no credibility. Nobody's going to look at the truth of what actually happened, and they're going to think you're just crazy. And it's,
Yep.
you know what I mean? It just seems like a lot of it, starts to go off on the truth, and then it goes too damn far.
See, I
That's
thought
why I'm
that a lot
interested
of
in.
the Q stuff was like the Socratic method, where they like ask you a question, don't give you the answer, and you're supposed to dig for the answer. So kind of like you go as far as you want. That's what I always got.
Well, that's the
Like,
thing is they
why
give
this?
you, they
Why
basically
that?
let you choose your own ending. They let you choose your own ending because it's a lot easier for them to guide you in a direction where you
Yeah.
feel like you feel like you're finding the truth. It's easier for them to guide you that way than it is for you to just accept, like, okay, well, this is where the probability is, but what about these? It's to make you stop or to make you focus on something that's actually the truth isn't as easy as getting you to follow something where you think like, yeah, I'm on the right path.
And that's why they came up with the whole conspiracy theorists to begin with. The government did is to make people like that look crazy. And then on top of that, like what is it saying? It's easy to fool the masses, but nearly impossible to convince them that they've been fooled.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
See,
one of the
before
things
the
I like.
conspiracy theory, they had a big campaign. It's funny because we're coming full circle now, but it was anybody that saw aliens. It's like, oh, they tell everybody they're crazy and make up a cover story on what happened. And like that was like in the 50s and 60s, they really went hard on that. Like anybody, you would lose your career if you were, any kind of person with, and you said that you saw aliens or something, they would ruin their credibility. And
Yep.
now it's like coming out that maybe they weren't lying. But
Well,
I mean,
this
like
kind of
that was
shit.
before them.
This is all full circle to what we were talking about. This is another reason why digital currency and the chip and all this other shit is a bad idea. Because here's the thing: if the government deems that you are a danger to them, or you are someone who, one of the main reasons I believe Q was kind of the calls were coming from inside the house is because what a better way. If you have a group of truthers, if you have a community of truthers that they're unable to track down, what's a better way to find them all and get your thumb on all of them, to track all of them in their what they're discussing, than to make a group where all those people will be on one message board?
No shit. I never even thought of it like that. Wow.
Yes. And here's the thing. If they did that, and then all of a sudden, because here's the thing, they did that with white supremacist groups. They did that with black separatist groups. They did that with all of the domestic terrorist groups. They did that where they made message boards, they made these big forums, and they monitored these groups for several years before, cracking the whip. So what, and after QAnon started getting, all these weird shit started happening where all of a sudden these people were getting popped left and right by the feds. Weird, right?
When are they
Makes a
coming
lot
for
of
us?
sense when you think about it. But here's the thing with the digital fucking money, if all of a sudden the government decides you're dangerous, your ideas are dangerous, or you shouldn't be funded, well, guess who's in charge of your money? Whoever's got the swipe key on, or the rights to that swipe key. So they can ruin you. At least before, if you had, tangible assets you could hold in your hand, then the government wouldn't be able to keep you from, funding yourself and funding your life. But now if they deem you to be a danger, they can take literally everything from you with one keystroke. That's the shit that scares the hell out of me. Because I think that's a lot more. I think that's a lot more plausible than some of the other stuff that people have been talking about.
And it makes more sense and more logical to me.
Yeah. To me, that's what I've been thinking of, at least. If I love discussing this kind of shit because 2 years ago I didn't think this way. It's an ever evolving deal, because if they're 10 steps ahead, unfortunately, it's like playing catch up with someone who's way faster.
Yeah, like Ghetto says, that's why True Social is a setup, same as X, even YouTube.
I never got on True Social, even though I was wanting to know what was going on. I never did.
I've never been on Truth Social or Twitter or X.
I think I tried to, but then you had to pay for it or some shit, and I was like, I ain't paying for this.
I really thought of it the same way, like a setup. Like obviously, if you're on Truth, everybody knows what side you're on, or very mostly. So I didn't want to be grouped, even though so I was saying, when they're coming for us on these YouTube channels, I'm surprised that nothing's come out of just the little YouTube channels. Because they can hear every single thing we're saying. We're not hiding it. We're just here on a platform saying all the things that we think and our deep thoughts.
Right.
It's kind of crazy sometimes when I think about it.
I remember back in 2020, I got a strike and they shut my channel down for a week just because the name Joe Biden came up in one of my live streams.
They tried to do one for me, but I ended up getting it removed because I was talking about Israel and the reasons why I don't support Israel. I had a big discussion about it, and they like my shit got taken down. I couldn't even access my channel at all.
Yep, same thing. And
But
I
it's
got
like
mine
I didn't
removed
even
too, though,
say
but-
like I even had a debate with someone who was trying to tell me that I was all for Palestine. I'm like, that has nothing to do with why I don't. That has nothing to do with anything. I'm like, the reason I don't like Israel is because they murdered a lot of Americans, and people don't talk about it enough. The USS Liberty is why I despise Israel and our relationship with them and their murder of American sailors for the reasons of them trying to procure their nuclear fucking capabilities. Which, if you have never heard of that, by the way, look up the USS Liberty, where Israel was trying to monopolize nuclear capabilities in their area, so they decided to murder American sailors, knowing that they were American sailors. For 5 hours, they tried to sink a ship full of American sailors, napalmed the deck, and America covered it up because they're our buddies.
Hold on, real quick. Dave, you taking off, brother?
Yeah, bro. My mom's sleeping right next to me. I gotta quit talking so she can rest.
No, right on, man. Yeah, I know it's like going at 3
Sorry,
o'clock.
I'm
for
ranting.
you.
I apologize.
But,
I went
but
on a
no,
rant.
if you got to get going, Dave, man, thank you for coming up, man. And tell mom I love her and I love you, brother.
Well, dude, much love, everyone in chat. See you guys next time.
Dave, take care, man. Good chatting with you.
Yeah, you as well. Good night, Cola.
I apologize, Steve. I
Well,
went on
with
the good
that-
one for a minute.
What that reminded me of, though, when you were saying that about killing Americans and all that, and it reminded me, and I didn't know this till maybe, I don't know, this year I found out, but you know how with Trump, like, oh, the only president to serve his presidency and no new wars or whatever. But the thing is, Trump dropped more bombs on other countries than Obama did in the 8 years Obama was president. So he dropped more bombs in 4 years than Obama did in 8. So yeah, but no new wars though. So, it's like, but everyone that's in that cult and just, only hearing what they want to hear and believing what they want to hear, only hear the no new war part. But they don't know about all these innocent people that are dying in other countries.
Two sides of the same coin, brother.
Exactly.
Left,
That's
right,
what I
red,
mean.
blue, doesn't matter what you choose. We're addicted to false truths. This is the media song where everything's a lie. We're all doing great, then we're all going to die.
You can get it in my merch store, man. It's left, right, red, blue. Government don't give a damn about you.
Well, I've made a bunch of different versions of that song that I sent you, and God, the lyrics just keep getting more and more true.
Yep.
Crazy, man.
He also continued Obama's killing in Yemen. Yeah, it's
Fucking
It's a
Yemen, dude. Oh my
further-
God, dude. You don't even know about Yemen, man. Yemen's the only place I did contract work after the Marine Corps. Yemen is one of the most depressing, heartbreaking places I've ever been in my life. 2 out of 3 children is walking around on crutches because they got their legs blown off with fucking landmines.
Jesus, damn. I'll be
Yeah.
honest. The only thing I never knew what Yemen was till I was, I don't know, still a
So-
teenager, I guess, 1920. And remember the show Friends? And Chandler got sent to Yemen or something. And I was like, what the hell is Yemen? I never knew what Yemen was until then because
So
of Friends.
in the most populated parts of Yemen, the whole country, at least when I was doing contract work, well, and it's still to a point, was controlled by several different groups of warlords. Basically like groups like the Taliban, and like they hijack food, they hijack everything they can get their hands on. They'll take it from the local governments for themselves, and if they feel like it, they might give it to the local populace. So people are starving to death. There's like a famine going on. People will, and I mean mostly women and children because they kill all the men, but mostly women and children will come to one location in the city to get food daily or every couple days. And on these routes where these people travel, some for several miles walking to get this food, like a giant food bank, on these trails, these groups of warlords and these terrorist groups, these terrorist organizations, they know where these people travel. They know where the trails are, and they know where they walk to get food. Well, they lay landmines on these trails where they know these people are walking, and they're never removed. The government never sweeps for them. So people are walking on these trails to get food, and they're all hitting these landmines, and the landmines get replaced. And it's a never-ending cycle of horror. The reason I went there wasn't to do fire support, the reason we went there, and my training as a recon Marine helped, is because I was trained in explosives, and I was one of the people that went there to train locals and civilians how to protect themselves against improvised explosive devices and landmines. It's fucking horrible, dude. Some of the shit you see over there is just fuck. It's one of those places that makes you realize just how horrible some parts of the world are.
And that is the crazy part to me too. I just put this in response to Wingnut's comment, but yeah, wake up, sheeple. But shit, I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, that's like when people are like, I mean, because it's true, but it's not true. It's, we don't realize how much freedom we really do have, even though we're still slaves to the government, and we still have, you're breaking a dozen laws every day you walk out of your house. You don't even know it, because the government keeps creating new laws every day so that they can keep their revenue coming in from we the people. But if you compare it to like what Fortune Thought was just talking about, yeah, like look at the difference. Imagine living that life.
Yeah, I've been on every continent except for the frozen one, and
so you don't know that the Earth is flat. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, if you think south is every direction, then
I know.
Anyway, man,
No, well, the
after
funny
being-
part to me about that is I've still never said if I believe the Earth is flat or round. I just said I don't know. Could be fucking a pretzel for all I know. But
yeah,
everyone
and
still
that's-
thinks, well, you think the Earth is flat? I'm like, I never said that.
Well, dude, it's one of those subjects that everybody gets so polarized on. But here's the thing: is it's because that's the way we've been trained.
I'm more like you on that. I can't. How do I know? Like how would we know for sure? So that's exactly. I don't want to say, but if you don't say automatically, then it's round. Then people say, well, you think it's flat. It's not true.
That's the major problem with society today. That's because that's how we've been trained. We've been trained to think that if one side of the debate is on 100 and one side of the debate is on 0, the truth is probably going to be somewhere around 50. But if you say, oh, I kind of think it's around 10, then the other side is going to be like, oh, you're with them. And human beings are tribal creatures that like being accepted.
Dude, perfect example, man. I was saying earlier, I used to be I think I was in a cult. I don't even know. I used to be the biggest Trump supporter ever. And then I opened my eyes and I started realizing it. But now when I say bad things about Trump, you're like, oh, what and I'm like, I'm not for either side. And they're like, well, if you're not going to vote, you're not voting for Trump, then you're voting for, and I'm like, well, if I don't vote for the other side, does that mean I'm voting for Trump? What is it? Like, it doesn't mean, it just means that I'm not for neither freaking side. But that's the thing. If you don't say one thing, you're automatically for the other thing. It's like, no, that's
and
not
those are the
true.
same people. And those are the same people who forgot that just a couple of years ago, they were trained to think that the third party is a wasted vote. And there's a reason that they fucking did that. They're playing the long game.
Exactly. That's
It's
why I
all-
vote for Neil.
It's yeah. It's they control every choice that we make because it's another line from my song. They control every choice that we make because it's a dog whistle and we become addicted to hate. They do the shit so consciously we end up following it. It's fucking ridiculous. And until people realize that, like, why is the last independent that got any fucking footing Ross Perot? That was a long fucking time ago, dude.
Yeah, I remember Ross, bro. That was before I knew anything about politics.
The fact that people think that a third party is a wasted vote like they don't even give it a second thought, is an example in itself of how the long game brainwashing has been very effective. Because you know what? 2 generations go by, and then those opinions become cemented in the reality, and the old false truths become the reality that's accepted. That's why it's important for people to learn their shit, because if you go, if one generation gets apathetic about it and they don't, educate the youngsters, well, then guess what happens? Those youngsters have youngsters, and then those youngsters have youngsters, and you know what happens after that? Got like a pack of retards. Just
They
The
keep
youngsters
dumbing
forget how to
everyone down.
youngster.
yeah, the
Dumbing-
youngsters are
dumbing
chopping
them
off their ding
down.
dongs and all kinds of shit.
You're right. Like, no, you can't smoke cigarettes till you're 18, but oh, you want to chop that off? Well, of course, baby. Go ahead.
You want to get the lop it off of me, sweetheart? You want to get the addictomy? Go ahead.
Addictomy.
Yeah, female to male is the addictomy, and the male to female is a lop it off of me. Those are scientific terms. Medical dictionary. I'm a doctor.
Yeah, I remember Ross Perot though, when that was before I knew anything about politics, and my grandpa was just all about Ross, and I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. I
My
didn't know
grandma-
shit about politics till Trump, till Trump came out, and then the only reason I got into that because I was like, yeah, you know what, we do need a freaking businessman in here, and then I fell for everything that came to me afterwards, like a sheep. Bah.
Except it's
Stockholm. Stockholm syndrome on a massive scale. Yep. Well said. But no, I voted for Trump too in 2020. Only time or second time in my actually the only time I voted, because the first time I voted, I went to vote for Barack. And then when I waited in that long ass line, and when I got there, I found out that I wasn't registered for some reason, even though I registered. So I never got to vote, although I would have. And then the second time was in 2020, or the first time I actually voted was 2020.
Did I ever tell you what happened to my brother in the 2020 with his vote? My brother went to go vote. My brother went to vote, and they told him he already voted.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did. Yep.
Yeah. And he tried fighting it, and they're like, "Well, sorry, you already cast your vote."
See,
And,
that's
and he's like, "What? How can I?" And then later, it took a lot of doing, but he was able to find out that it was cast for Democrat. And he said, if they would have told me that there, I would have been like, "The fuck, I did."
Why is Ghetto my biggest troll? Like, why is that?
So then, there's no good reason to like Barack. I don't blame you. See the nuclear
what's
plant
it-
melt down in
Mr.
the cover
Beck?
up.
Mr.
I
Beck,
think about the
first
thing.
of all, aloha, Mr. Beck. Good to see you, brother. And what's it called? What's the name of the song? John Sykes. I'm trying to pull this song up that Mr. Beck from Doing Time.
I think the only admirable thing that Barack ever did was giving a home to that large fella that needed a home. What was his name? Michelle. That's it.
That large fella.
So my only thing about Trump is I feel like people are counting him out before he's even back in, and I'm not. I have to have hope. Now, if he goes, and that's the thing also, that I don't feel like I am one and the same as the MAGA cult. I really don't. Maybe other people see me that way, but I don't see it that way, because I don't care if it is Trump. I don't care if somebody else comes and says the things that Trump says and means them and does them, then I would be for that guy. He says things like, I'm giving it back to you, the people. Well, I want to believe that. I want to hope for that. And I do see that he's different than other people. I have heard the things that you've said before that got you thinking. And I mean, I get it. I mean, like I said, I don't have to agree with every single thing of another person, but I don't want to give up hope. And if I think that he's one of them, then we're screwed. And I don't want to believe that. I'm not ready to take that in yet. I'm still like wondering if I don't feel like anybody is prepared or has the thought that maybe everything could get better. Like everything, like literally clear out a bunch of the corruption. Why is that no one sees that as a possibility? I realize it's like a lottery ticket, but it might happen. And I'm not willing to count it out yet. I'm not. Like, there you go, Southern. He has done a lot. Like, I mean, everybody wants to focus on some of the bad things, but there were a lot of good things too, you know? And like I said, I don't feel like I'm part of the cult. I feel like if something with Trump doesn't work out, if somebody else was to take in that, even if it was a Democrat, if they had if they said and believed the same things, I would be for that person. You're stupid, Ghetto. Anyways, I just had to say that because Ghetto said you called me a sheep, and I don't think that you did, because I don't identify as a MAGA cult.
I used to, and I'll admit that, but I don't anymore, thank God.
Right.
And I think that's part of growing too as a person, is to be able to admit because how else do you grow as a person?
Yeah. I didn't like Trump originally, so I already came up pretty much a full circle. And I do have my eyes on him. But and then, like, for example, the guy Kash Patel that he's putting in front. I listened to 20 minutes of this guy talking. If half of what he says is true, we could be looking up. He says he wants to. I'm sorry if you heard me say this before. You might have, actually, but he did say he wants to clean up all the 3-letter agencies. He wants to release the Diddy list. He wants to release the Epstein list and clean out things. Now, whether he does it or not, I don't know. But if he does that, I feel like that's a huge step in the right direction. And that's supposedly right. I agree. But
there's too much power. There's too much power on that Epstein list. I don't think we're ever going to see that.
Well, and I agree. It's a very long shot. That brother has an MA on a cup and a GA on the other. What? Oh my God. Do not, Ghetto. But yeah, I agree. It's unlikely. But I heard the guy sit here and say that that's what he wants. That's what he hopes. And he's supposedly going to be the head of the FBI. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm scared that he is going to do a lot of stuff he said he's going to do. That's what scares me. Like indemnifying the police and red flag laws.
And you're talking about Trump. See, I was talking about Kash Patel, but
sorry.
That's okay. I'm just saying I don't know that's all I know about that guy. And supposedly he's going to leave the FBI. And I was kind of shocked when I heard that because I had listened to that. When I heard him saying all those things, kind of like Forging Thought said, I thought, okay, well, this guy's not going to get in. They're not going to give him a position because of the things he was saying. And then I heard he was going to lead the FBI against the tariffs.
The big problem is all these promises and all these, basically the lip service that these people put out. It's all the same shit over and over again. And there's a reason for that. And there's a reason not a lot ever changes, because the only way this society functions is if there's acceptable compromise between all parties and all people. And nobody's ever completely happy with every decision because people are subjective, and that's just not the way it works. So what they do is they overpromise and underdeliver. And it always comes down to, okay, well, who's going to deliver on the most amount of their shit that we know that they're not going to be able to do all of. So all the stuff that seems very far-fetched, like the Epstein list, I guarantee they're not going to ever release that shit. There's too many powerful people on that. I mean, there's no reason, logically, there's no reason they shouldn't have released it already. But politically, it makes a lot of sense because they're pieces of shit. I expect very little. I love this country. I fucking went to war for this country. But the problem is we have some really shitty people at the helm, and the idea of what this country was supposed to be has gone to shit because of the people, the powerful that are in control. So until we stop fucking fighting with each other and actually shift the blame and fucking look at where the problem's actually coming from as a society, because they've done a really good job of keeping us at each other's throats. That's what the polarization is about. Because if we're looking at each other, we're not going to be looking at them. There's a reason they want to get rid of the Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment is the only amendment that protects the other amendments. You know, if they get rid of our
Yeah.
guns, we don't have a way to stop them.
And did you know that America's the only country that has like a Second Amendment that has a being able to carry
Hmm.
a
Well,
firearm like that?
the thing about the Epstein list is that it's not bipartisan. There's people from both parties on that list, and that's what makes it so corrupt is that they all have dirt on each other. And if you don't do this, then everybody's got you clear all those people out, and you might actually have a couple honest folks left. Probably won't have many people left, but like that to me, if that happened, that could change so much. And I'm just I'm hoping on a prayer, something like that, big clean sweep of things. And if I think anybody would do it, it would have to be him because he's been saying it for so long. Maybe he really does. Maybe he's just clear enough of that, list that he can put it out there. But, I won't be shocked if he doesn't. But I certainly hope that it does because I feel like that would change so much. Just that one simple thing, clearing out all the people that are, doing these sick, vile things behind the scenes and they literally can make anybody do anything because they're all got dirt on them. Now, if everybody with dirt on them was gone, what would they use then? They'd just have to go with what's right and what's wrong versus I have control over you because you had sex with a child at this party, because I feel like a lot of them have that on them, like a lot probably more than I even think probably do. Probably people I like probably do. The idea is you don't get to come to this rank if you don't do these vile things is what people say.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I also understand it's a long shot, but everybody keeps saying that's what's going to happen. Maybe it does. I don't know. I do tend to lean
get to a point.
Hopeful side.
I just want to get to a point. I want to get to a point as a country where we can not have to fucking hope that we're going to get a candidate that's going to be a decent fucking human being. The fact that we're like, well, who do we got lined up for this piece of shit next time? God. I mean, I don't know, man. The fact that our government is using plain as day psyops to fucking control the opinions of its people just for political gain and fucking monetary compensation is like the bleakest outlook you can have for the future of a nation. But somehow we've been able to hold it up. I just really hope it gets better.
I agree. I do too.
I hope something fucking happens, man, because people talk about change, but it never fucking changes. And if any of these candidates ever come out with anything more of that believe shit, they can eat shit. Believe. Hope. Suck.
Hope. Right.
Oh yeah, they were the party of joy, and they always look like those. They never look joyful. Always mad about
Joy
something.
and
You know,
tolerance.
God, them weaponize everything. The George Floyd thing, weaponizing that fucking lie. God,
Oh,
everything.
big. I was just watching this thing, like I don't know, kind of a documentary on it the other day about how
Steve, do you
they
want his medical papers?
Oh, you actually have them. That's right.
Yeah, I have
Or
them.
you
Whose?
Yeah, I have the
George Floyd, yeah.
full medical examiner's report on George Floyd that talks about how there was no trauma to his fucking throat, trachea, larynx, anything.
Huh.
overdose and yep.
He
And,
died
but
of
they
a, he
wouldn't
died of
let
a
the
massive
media.
fucking overdose and the heart condition or the heart fucking palpitations and myocardial infarction that came from it.
They'd only allow the media to put out a certain narrative, and they wouldn't allow them to put out the full video. And then, because one chick that used to work there, she quit because she's like, this isn't the story. This isn't what happened, you know. And they're like, well, nope, this is what we're putting out there, and da da da. And then they weren't even allowed, like when the peaceful protests were going on. They said, we don't say riot, we say peaceful protest.
So remember that report when the guy was like, the protests have been mostly peaceful and the building behind him was on fire?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the best. That's
Mostly
the
peaceful.
best. Sure that, yeah. It's hilarious.
How can they tell the people not to trust their eyes? It's like that. What was that one puke's name? The guy that looked like a giant baby on CNN, Brian Stetzer. when
Oh
he went on
yeah.
there and he made that report that was like, don't believe the spin, only listen to us. We have the real news. And it's like, you lying piece of shit. Like, you giant
Right.
Cabbage Patch doll. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's like
Have
just
you-
because you said that, I'm not gonna listen. What's
Like,
up, William
you
Kramer?
just you're the guy that just told me that a president who fell upstairs 3 times is with it. I don't believe
Yeah.
you.
And then didn't he end up getting fired from them?
Yeah, but I think he might have got his job back or got hired by somebody else, because I saw him recently on something, because I don't watch TV. I only watch like YouTube and do internet shit. I haven't had like a regular TV in a long time, so that shit's always popping up on the feeds.
He must have got a bigger man purse.
His MERS. He's the only guy that can look 17 and fucking 140 at the same time.
Right.
Man, I'd love to see your stand up. You are just funny on regular talks. I can imagine you doing stand up.
Well, I was a fat kid when I was younger, so a personality developed out of necessity.
It was crazy to me because Thursday we had on Tyler Morrison and Tom O'Donnell, stand-up comedians from Canada, and I was asking them, it's like, because most comedians, what they talk about on stage is like actual stories of what happens to them in their regular life, right? But they just make it funny. And dude, I have so many stories to talk about my regular life, but I don't know. I just can't. I'm not good with words, I guess. I don't know. I just can't put it together to make it funny. But I've always wanted to be a comedian.
When I was younger, when I was really young, I wanted to be a comedian, and my parents told me for a long time that I wouldn't make money doing it and I wouldn't be good at it, so I never pursued it. But being in a band and singing for a bunch of years got me used to the microphone, got me used to being in front of a crowd. So I started doing open mics when I was living in Portland. That's the only reason I got into it.
Right. Well, the other thing too they say about comedians is the best thing about being a comedian is like, yeah, you don't make. They say they don't make that much money unless you get really big, but then they also don't pay for therapy anymore. And I was like, well, I'm gonna do the next best thing. I'm gonna start a YouTube channel, and I don't have to pay for therapy anymore either. So I can just bitch about everything on here.
I do understand the whole therapy part of it, man. You know, especially after after my daughter passed away, it's like it really did help me being in front of a crowd and like talking to them and just like getting the giggles out, because I mean, shit, dude, it got to a point where it made me feel so much better. Just I would go if I wanted, or if I got booked for a night. Shit, I would have done it if they told me they were gonna fucking buy me a cheeseburger and just let me chat with people all night, because the depression got so bad for a little while. But
yeah,
definitely helps. And I mean, if you're good at it, I mean, hell, it's just fun. I mean, it's fun to be up in front of people and, you know, getting a positive reaction from people. It's awesome.
One of my favorite comics is Dave Chappelle, and I don't know how long ago, but it's still on YouTube to this day. There is a 3 or 4 hour long, like somebody recorded it with a cell phone. He's like in the UK. And I believe, I've seen it a million times because I just love the guy. I believe he was bored to death and he just wanted to talk, and he went and did this. And it wasn't like gusting funny. It was definitely entertaining. And I've watched it so many times. I've watched it to go to sleep and stuff. He like bums cigarettes. He talks about getting food for the longest time. Someone goes getting food. It's like 17 people or something in the whole place. And I believe that's why he now collects cell phones at his, you know, venues and things when he's seen, because he probably lost a lot of material. I mean, he was doing stand up, but he was also talking and kind of fun
He's done
facts.
that a lot.
Oh, I
He's done
just
that a
love
lot,
it.
actually. Joe Rogan recently said something about that, how he does that a lot. He'll just go to a random club to see,
He
and then he'll
totally
just go up
did.
on
He
stage.
bumped the next guy. He goes, "Look,
Yeah.
you got to know your place or something." He's like, "This has happened to me before. Get over it." You know, he's Dave Chappelle. You don't. They're
And
going to
thank
bump
you.
your spot if he's still going. But
Thank
man,
you,
it was.
Cheryl and Wolverine. Appreciate that.
But you were saying that you know, for just fun. I bet you he didn't get paid too much for that. He was just bored and
He probably
somewhere.
didn't get paid at all. If he
Million.
just went up on stage, he probably didn't get paid at all. But I mean, you tell me a comedy club that wouldn't like having Dave Chappelle just appear at their fucking
Absolutely.
club one night.
But what
Holy
comic can
shit.
do
What-
almost 4 hours? Almost 4 hours. That's a long time. It's still up. You just kind of put on YouTube, it'd say Dave Chappelle. I don't know what it said. But I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
no,
there was
I think I seen that one because he wasn't up there like being funny. He was just up there talking basically, but it was still entertaining and still funny.
yeah, and like he's
But
smart. He was like saying things that were like, he's racist. Yeah, I mean, he said things about Trump. He said things. There's definitely things I don't agree with 100%, but I don't have to. He makes me laugh. He's intelligent. He's funny. I don't got to believe everything he believes or think exactly alike. I love that guy. But most of the things I do, most of the time he makes so much sense. It'd be hard to argue his points.
One of
Ronnie
my
is
favorite, yeah,
sorry.
one of my favorite things that Dave Chappelle, no. One of my favorite things that Dave Chappelle has said that, or at least I don't know when he said it, but that I've heard recently, is when he was talking about, a lot of people talk shit about me or this whole community, the trans community, and all these people were talking about me that I'm racist and I'm a prejudiced and all this stuff. And he said they were saying this on Twitter, but I don't give a fuck because Twitter isn't a real place. I loved that. I loved every second of that.
I liked how they said something about trannies, and he went on to do like 3 more things, and every single he's like, "This is the last time I talk about trannies," and then talk about them the whole time. He dared them to cancel him. I dare you, and nobody, because just like liberals, it's like there's a smaller group of people than it seems like. They couldn't cancel him. There's too many other people that are like, he's not being offensive. I don't know. Even Netflix, everything, like he just couldn't. They wouldn't cancel him.
You
For it.
walked away from $50 million
Yeah.
decades ago
Yeah.
and didn't
Hey,
give a shit.
Wolverine. Sorry to interrupt. Wolverines, I said it
No.
earlier about, others, but check it out. Since Ronnie has passed, we've talked about Ronnie. Everybody's been sharing stories. Everybody's been appreciating. There's people who have come in the chat who never heard of Ronnie who now know about Ronnie. As long as we keep the memory of Ronnie around and we talk about Ronnie and share his stories, guess what? Ronnie never dies because Ronnie lives forever because heroes never die. Ronnie's fucking lives. As long as we keep talking about him and keep his memory alive, Ronnie lives.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to be past tense. Ronnie is a good guy. He may not be with us anymore, but you know what? He kind of is.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I know. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like maybe people, when you're saying good things about them, they can hear you. I know it's such a childish thought, but you never know. How do I don't know what happens when we die. I hope that's true though, because we do say I hear it all the time. People saying such good things about him.
You know why I think it matters though is because, for example, my religious beliefs are my religious beliefs. I don't personally believe that there is. I would 100%, getting very open here for a second, not to go too long, but I would absolutely love it if I'm wrong and there is something after this, because there is not. I would cut my own legs off with a chainsaw right now and gladly bleed to death if I could have one more minute on this planet and one more time to hug my little girl and tell her I love her and how much I miss her. But I don't, and that hurts. But you know what? Me sharing her story with other people has helped. I've shared her story and the things that she did with kids in the hospital and their parents, and I've been able to counsel parents who are going through loss of kids with terminal illness. So that shit does matter, regardless of what beliefs are, regardless of where we go. That shit really matters to share people's stories when it's a good one, because human emotion stories are heartwarming, and if someone led a good life, others deserve to know about it.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does.
Don't be
No,
sorry.
man. I love you too, brother.
I love you, Steve.
I cannot imagine that pain.
Here, I'm gonna play a little bit of this just because shoot, I can't fast forward these when I play them. Damn it. Because I made this over a year ago. So every clip in here is from over a year ago with Ronnie, but it's also other people. But this used to be I know I'm going to get a copyright for this, but I don't give a shit. But these are clips of Ronnie and other people that have been on the panel with me from over a year ago. And like I said, I'm still working on Ronnie's tribute video, but this is one I used to play. But then Adam Calhoun, you prick, took his thing off to where I couldn't copyright it anymore. So here goes a copyright.
I'm saying we ain't never gonna run though. You playing, but you got the right one though. You can get it out, boy, we get it poppin'.
Damn good show. Aloha, everyone.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours, bullshit pay. So I could just sit here and waste my life away with Steve Harlow and Ronnie Cash today. It's such a damn shame.
It's unfiltered.
Coming in close and hot.
How do you make it out of your front door and you don't even know how to get gas? I just don't get it.
No, they're not going to take us out because they need us. We make the world go round.
You're just taking up space. You're here sucking up air.
How you doing today, brother? I hope everybody's doing great today and having a great weekend. But I said, no, let's go ahead and cook something to eat because I'm starving to death. It ain't nothing like home cooking. She just cooked some breakfast. Well, she made scrambled eggs, with bacon, biscuits, and gravy. There ain't that much left, though, because I ate just about all of it.
It's still like 60 degrees. I'm like, ooh, I'm cold. And
it was cool when I got here, but 2 days later, I got up in the 70s, and everybody went golfing. Tuesday, Halloween, it's supposed to snow in Michigan. Last year, Chris took a picture of me shoveling the driveway in my bathing suit.
I didn't like the cold weather even when I was young, and now that's the last thing I want is cold and snow and everything.
It'll warm up, or in Michigan, it won't.
You and Hawk, Chap, David Devine, my best friends on here. Then after the welcoming part, we get into the deep part when we have our guests there. Well, when we get them on, we can just shut up and let them go.
Make a beer run. That was a long time ago. Ronnie's so old that he remembers Preparation A.
I sure do.
Man.
More than likely, sitting there puffing on one of them joints, so.
$15 for an 8.
Gold chip.
It's pretty good.
I think that there was some shit that came over, whether it be underwater, through the ice passage in the ice wall, above water, or maybe it's just portals that can open up.
They've got certain depths that submarines can't even go to.
Any other times in your plumbing career has something sounded as crazy as the Old Faithful butthole story?
Loving this, where the guy comes in and interviews the host. This is wonderful.
It's a great story. I had so many questions.
Maybe for medical misinformation, they could go fuck themselves. We talked absolutely nothing about medical whatsoever. There's 11 full-grown German Shepherds in here right now.
My old friend told me that I look like an orange with a toothpick shoved through it.
There's a special place in hell for that.
He's supposed to be the smart one.
Ronnie, I had to kill that rooster as the rooster's gone.
You're going in one ear and out the other.
You're going to turn the air conditioner up. I know how you get hot when you're sitting in that spot. Satan himself is dwelling right there in that computer, and we are fighting against him, bro. Hey, I want y'all to keep kicking ass because y'all are kicking ass.
Oh, and Gary, this question's been on my mind for a while now. Could you please watch our show more often and keep your son in line?
I tried.
Damn, I miss that dude, man.
That was awesome.
I haven't watched that. I haven't even played that in like 6, 7, 8 months. I don't even know. But yeah, exactly. Southern Stone Growing, screw a copyright. But yeah, I'm working on the new video now, and it's
You doing another tribute?
Yeah, that I made that video there like a year ago. Because what my dad was in there from 2 years ago when he was here, so. But I got to get my computer fixed first. I can't really edit anything now.
What's wrong with your computer?
I don't know if it's got a virus or I just need a bigger RAM or what
Oh,
it is.
Steve, what you been watching?
Well, that's the funny thing
What
to
you
me.
been
'Cause
watching, Steve?
the only thing I do on this computer, honestly, is
I'm changing. Don't come in here. I'm changing.
YouTube and editing.
Uh-huh.
And then everything else
Oh.
is on my phone. So if I got viruses, it should be on my phone. So in a way, I'm
All
admitting
right.
what I've been watching, but I just don't watch on this computer.
Right.
Because I'm too wide in the open here. I'm literally right next to the kitchen. I'm in between the kitchen and the family room, and then the sliding glass door to the backyard. So, yeah, no privacy. There's no
I
privacy
got
here.
you. I got you. It's like me. I need to spread out. I need a lot of room. Need
Exactly.
need my privacy. Gotta have
So
room
if
for the
neighbor
flippers and the hula hoops and stuff.
ever walks by the backyard part and the curtains are closed, and they're like, Oh, okay, we get it.
Yeah. Like there I was, and I saw Steve. I need therapy. Man.
I'm it's a deal for real. I'm on my phone in the bathroom. Yeah, no, William, that was one long intro, but that's when I was first learning editing. That's when I first started like messing around with editing, and
I wish I could. That was really cool. You got just every person. You could kind of get a piece of what they were saying. That was really cool. I liked it.
it took me 3 weeks because I literally go through, and that's what's well, besides my computer being slow as hell right now, but each clip, I go through all those, and each live stream was like anywhere from 2 to 5 hours. So I go
Man,
through
I remember
each individual.
9-hour streams back when you were doing all the goofy like computer cartoon characters for your thumbnails and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Dude,
you
that's
had that
funny
intro
too.
that was like the driving that made me seasick to fucking watch it.
Yeah. Dude, that I look back on that stuff and it blows my mind because it's like, one, the thumbnails, it's like, oh, and I used to think those thumbnails were good. And it's like, dude, that's horrible. But that,
Well,
and then that intro.
I tell you what,
with,
they're effective though, because I went back recently and watched, because I was trying to find that one of Travis when we did the underpainting and the that hilarious one where Travis was getting screamed at by his mom or whatever.
Yeah.
So I went back to watch all those, and it's like I can tell which one it was because I'm like, which one was it? And I'm like, okay, the one where I went on the rant about the pugs, the pandas, the manatees, and the koalas. That one where we did like 5 hours of batshittery. That was the one that's the monkey with the boxing gloves, and then the one with the there's one with the fish or whatever. That was another funny one, and then the Travis one was at the ass end of the flat Earth debate one.
Man, no shit. I guess they do make it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're eye catching. They definitely stand out from each other. So that's what's important. As long as you got something that's recognizable.
Yeah. Yeah, because even I'm looking at it now, like even if you here, I'll just share it. Let me start from the top. Because the thing is too, when I started doing this too, I remember telling this to Ronnie. Ronnie's like, well, you know more than I'm like, Ronnie, I really don't know more than you. I don't know shit about computers. I'm just figuring this shit out as I go along. And
That's
I
the best
really
way to do it.
was.
Because hey,
Yep.
that's the best way to do it. Because if you ever have to troubleshoot, you're gonna know how to get back the way you started.
Right. Yep. And I'm still learning. That's the thing. But I mean, you can look
Never
at like
stop learning.
look at the thumbnails, and then when I was like, how did they make these awesome thumbnails? I couldn't figure it out. And it's like, and it, like that, why is farting important? That's funny. But and then I just start figuring shit out. I figure shit out. And I remember this one right here, the that yellow and black one for Ronnie. I made that for him. And he still used that one. Well, no, it was similar, but it was yellow and black. But then like look at these ones, like my Where It Begins and my karaoke ones. Those are all kind of the same. There's my sister.
Oh.
But then
The joy of underpainting. I remember
that's the
that
one.
that's the thumbnail I made. That Bob Ross one.
Yep.
That's
This
the
is the
thumbnail I
one
made.
with this is the one with
All right, here we go. I hope the hell that you fucking get your shit together and not bother me like this. This is fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
Billy, truth be told, huh?
Oh, Billy, truth be told.
Yeah, you'd think my family is on crack, but we're not.
Hope you're okay, Billy.
That would be cool.
Did not do a motherfucking thing.
That's awesome, Mom. Thank you so much. Oh, you're coming back out. Oh, that's perfect.
So you're not gonna do a fucking thing.
You're not gonna do a fucking thing.
Dude, that was so uncomfortable.
Fucking night on that son of a bitch,
What?
and then not do a motherfucking thing for a week. Do it.
Some entertainment right there.
You'll fucking get tired of it one of these days. I don't know. I got this fucking shot. I'm gonna be able to move
Oh,
around.
Nancy.
I was hoping for some help.
Yeah, you're awesome. Thank you. That's awesome, Mom. Thank you so much. Oh, you're coming back out. Oh, that's perfect.
Dude, I thought she was gonna attack him.
I guess so.
That would be problematic.
What happened? What happened, man?
That would be
Yeah,
really
this
fucking cool.
this also, I did all this on my phone. This is when I was still editing on my phone. I didn't even have a computer yet. So when I finally got a computer and started editing on a computer, I was like, holy shit, this is so much better. Like, how was I ever editing on my phone?
Somebody needs to show that guy where the mute button is. Oh my god. He's
No,
like,
I
oh
feel
my
bad. I
God.
feel bad for Billy, truth be told, man. He's a good guy, but yeah, I was a little rough on him.
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know.
I mean, he
Well,
was
that
on
night, okay, but that
like
night he
a couple
brought it on
months
himself, though.
a week
He said a
ago.
lot of inappropriate, hateful shit that night. So I mean, he brought it on himself that night.
Yeah,
But
that's
he
true.
was also on a good one. You know, after that, he redeemed himself a bit.
Yeah.
I saw him about a week ago. I think it was maybe a little less than that. I was on Bonnie's panel, and that was the first person Bonnie kicked off her show. She's
Oh,
never
really?
because he was kind of going too far. F everybody and F the chat, and she tried to say it nice a couple times, and she finally put him off of there.
Last I heard is I guess his mom did pass away. So
Oh man.
Oh, really? That's
that
too bad.
mom from that video isn't there anymore, but still, I wouldn't blame him if he's mad at me because I mean I shouldn't have made that video. I think I'm gonna.
No,
take
he
it
didn't have a
down.
problem with that. He said something about it.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, because
So maybe that's
that whole
why I
night he
didn't
knew
take
he
it
was
down.
he was on a good one, and he was poking people the wrong way. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
why he got laid into the way it was. Because I
He
mean,
was definitely drinking over at Bonnie's as well. There's no doubt he wasn't sober. And I think that's a lot of it.
Well, he was saying shit about Samoan. He was saying shit about a bunch of people that were in the chat. That he started talking shit to Monty. Like it was weird. And it's like I barely knew him, and he started in on me, and I'm like, all right, you want to play? Let's play. And chatted up about me. I'm gonna fucking make you regret life. That was a night. I told him he looks on camera like he smelled like a kangaroo's pouch, and he was never the same. But I talked to him later when he was sober. He seemed like a heck of a nice guy. I think he's just one of those people that maybe, should think twice
Oh,
before
yeah.
he's drinking on a live stream.
Yep.
I don't remember the dolls. I remember
Yeah.
the airplane and not using a parachute because he didn't need it and things like that. What was the dolls? Do you remember?
I kind of remember dolls, but then again, I don't.
I remember
like,
didn't his mom collect like ceramic dolls or something?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah. And then he had this obsession with Jasmine Rice, and he told us he was a chef and all kinds of shit that night. He told us about that damn underpainting and the Jasmine Rice about 30 times.
Yeah, I've known quite a few people like that though, like super good people, but once they start drinking, it's just like, here we go.
You know what I wonder? I wonder if he's borderline. Like, have you ever heard of wet brain?
I've heard of it. I never really knew what it meant though. Wet brain.
So wet brain is a condition. It's called alcohol dementia or alcoholic dementia. And what it is basically people who drink for so long they have an addiction to or a dependency on alcohol for so long, their brain they get basically traumatic brain injury that's caused by the effects of long-term alcoholism. And I wondered back then if he was like suffering early stages of that kind of thing because a lot of the symptoms are kind of there. And I wondered if his cognitive ability was affected by that, because I don't know. He seems like a heck of a nice guy, but when he's drinking, he's just
right.
I don't know him well enough to pass judgment, so it's like I don't want to do that. But I don't know. Definitely more pleasant to just talk with when he wasn't on the sauce, or at least on only a little bit of the sauce.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard him completely sober. I feel like he's always drinking or getting ready to be drunk, and he gets drunker as it progresses.
I think every time I've had a conversation with him, he was drunk, but there was times when he was obviously less drunk. But I think that he's one of those folks that might be in like a functional stage where it's like, if he's not drinking, he's even worse, or like, physically jacked up. So
I knew a guy when I was real young that literally was Gary Larry. Like one was sober name and was his real name, and then the other is like, no, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Larry. And I mean, it was so funny to me because he was painfully shy and like blushed a lot as a sober person, but as a drunk person, he'd just say it was like dead opposite. I met him really young. I haven't seen him in years, but yeah, we used to be like, oh, what, Gary Larry? We didn't even use his last name.
I was gonna
So
say, I
everybody,
thought you meant he was just such a party animal. He's like, I'm Gary Larry.
no, his real name was Gary, but when he was
Right.
drinking, he'd be like, I'm not Gary, I'm Larry. And he
It's like
would be
his
all
alter
loud and
ego.
boisterous.
His Mr. Hyde was Larry.
It was wild though. Like I was really young, and that was my first. I don't think I've ever met anybody like that since. That had a whole nother name and personality. It was, I mean, like I said, then you see him later, and you'll say something to him about it, and his whole face will turn red and everything, and be all embarrassed. It's like, well, that's not who you were the other night. It was so funny.
Larry's not even creative. He could have come up with something better than Larry from Gary. He's like, his real name's Gary, but when he's drunk, he's like, I'm El Pollo Loco or something crazy.
I do wonder sometimes if he still does all that, if he's still like that, or if he ever quit drinking or what. Because we were young. And he'd be backing me up.
Leisure Larry.
Leisure Larry.
Yeah, me too. I drink, but I say this. I pretty much drink every day. Dude, Renke 2000. What's up, brother? Aloha. No one likes a quitter, exactly. But yeah, I basically drink every day, but I just don't get drunk. That's, I guess, I mean, I think I got drunk 3 times on live streams, and I didn't even know I was drunk until after. I was like, dude, I think I'm drunk, and then I go back and I'm like, oh yeah, I was definitely had a good buzz going.
Working in bars and for so long, and then being with the fire department definitely helped me. I never had a problem with alcohol, but it made me drink less. Because I would look at like people falling down drunk working at the bars, and I'd be like, I really don't want to be like that. And then, other shit. It's like now I drink at. I'll have wine and I'll drink at social events and shit. Like if my friends are going out or somebody's going out or I go to a concert. But other than that, like you'll never catch me drinking alone. That's something that
Right.
my
I
dad
mean,
did.
that,
I never got it.
that's why I don't like when people are like, dude, do a shot, do a shot. I'm like, nah, dude, me and liquor doesn't mix. It's like liquor, I could do 2 shots, 3 shots of liquor, and then that whole other side comes out. It's like, who the fuck is this guy?
You're like, I'm Zeus.
Right. Yeah,
The world
exactly.
can stop me. Ah, cacao.
So then I'm like, nah, what's the point, dude? Because now I'm gonna feel like shit tomorrow. I'm gonna do something stupid. Who knows if I end up in jail? It's like, nah, I don't know. It was fun when I was 19, but I don't have a drinking problem. Everyone else has a problem with me drinking. Exactly. Well, that's my thing though, Renke, because everyone's like, oh, you always drink. Yeah, but I'm never drunk. So it's not fair. I just enjoyed.
Renke. I haven't seen Renke in a long time. If I remember correctly, that's an Aussie, and I think that's part of their design. Without alcohol, they'll die. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have
And
a
they
problem with
got
it.
really, really good beer too. I know for a fact.
And
because
it's not Foster's for anyone who thinks it is.
it's
Trust me.
not Foster's. But Renke sent me 2 Australian beers, and I was pissed after I drank them because I was like, now what? I can't get any more.
I have
I only had
my
those
old
2.
my old bass player lives in Melbourne. My good friend Boof lives in Wagga Wagga, and I got another friend that's in. He moved from Sydney to someplace Queens something, and so I've had all kinds of. I've been there a couple times. I've had all kinds of beer, and yeah, Foster's is shit.
Yeah, isn't it from China,
I
actually?
thought it was
Or what
Japanese
was
or
it?
some shit.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know it's not Australian. Ever since Renke told me that a couple years ago, I never forgot that it's not from Australia. It's not Australian for beer. That's an insult saying that it's Australian for beer. Melbourne is like the Seattle of Australia.
Melbourne's just like the Seattle of Australia. So there's just a bunch of emo kids running around in the rain. Got nothing to do. I guess I'll do heroin. Will I ever leave this bleak place of despair? God, Seattle's such a depressing place. I remember the first time I went there.
Oh, you went to Australia? Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, you said you've been everywhere. Okay, go ahead. To Australia?
Oh, I was just saying, the first time I went to Melbourne, I said Melbourne, and I got jumped on by like 10 locals. Like, what the fuck is Melbourne? I'm like, it's funnier now.
It's the way it's spelled. How
No,
is
they
it pronounced?
they
How is
like,
it supposed to be pronounced?
well, they say Melbourne. They just say it without saying like
Melbourne.
Melbourne. You know,
Oh, okay. Melbourne.
but I
I
mean,
never knew that till just now.
dude, my friend,
Shit.
my friend Buff, good God, that guy pronounces some shit. He lives in Wagga Wagga. I don't know if that's where he's from, but he lives in Wagga Wagga. The way that guy talks, oh my God. He's that stereotypical Aussie that you would see in like cartoons, where it's like if you saw a bullfrog, it'd be like, I would have called it a bullfrog. I would have called it a Jabberwocky Ding Dong, like that kind of shit. Dude will say a whole sentence without opening his mouth. You'd be like, hey, how you doing, man? And he goes, and that's a whole
Alright.
answer. That's a whole answer. Hey, all right.
Yep.
It's like it sounded like he
You
yawns.
know
He's like, hey, all right.
mate. Mate. But Latina
You
and
know he's having a
Kelly.
good day when he's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Plus he has a fucking mullet where the top is shaved, and his name is Buff. And I don't even think that's his real name. I think his name is Jeff. But I've known him for 14 years.
Dude, I got respect for Australia just because of that.
Say it right there, you're on the money.
A lot of the YouTube channels I watch that are Australian, they're bringing the mullet back, dude. Shout out to Australia for the mullet. Hell yeah.
Well, I met Buff because he was a bikie. He was a part of a motorcycle club down there, and I met him when his charter came up to Oregon, and it's the bikie world down there is fucking crazy. But he's been up here to visit. I've been down there to visit.
Ren K and Ren K2 and Ren K1, they both ride.
Oh, right on.
Good day, cunt. But real quick though, Latina and Kelly, the past the Christmas lights, we will always do the New Year's Eve in Oahu. And if you don't know what New Year's Eve in Oahu is like, look at the stream from last year. I think you got to go in the live streams, but it's bigger than the 4th of July, put it that way. But wow, we're going on 6 hours already.
That's what happens when I
I
join the
think-
party. You can't help it.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
probably
I'm gonna
jump down.
I'm getting ready to call it because my foot is really starting to hurt me right now. I gotta go lay down and elevate it or something. But
I'll probably go to
Thanks
sleep on
for coming
Wednesday.
well, I really haven't slept since Wednesday. I was up Thursday, and then this morning I slept for like 4 or 5 hours, which felt awesome.
As you ask the shadow person next to you, when's the last time I was asleep?
Right. Yeah, as I'm laying in bed by myself and I hear Nina moving around, but she's not even in the bed. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make a BLT.
That's what I'm gonna do is eat. I think I'm getting hungry. But I
Should I
do
make
appreciate you
pancakes?
having me up and hanging out. It was a lot of fun.
I appreciate you coming up. And shout out to Dave's Not Here, man, and Hardcore Copper for coming up, and definitely to my brother Fortune Thought.
Love you, brother.
Man, I think it's
Cole,
been
absolute pleasure chatting with you.
You
I
as
think
well.
it's
I actually
over
said
a year, hasn't it? Over a year since
It's
you've been
been about a year since I've been up on your channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to let the anticipation ripen, if you will. And I'm doing this thing with my
I'm
hands.
glad
You
you did
can't see.
today, so I got to meet you and sub up like that. I can't wait to see some stand up. I know it's going to be good. I can't imagine it's not good.
Well, no matter what, like I probably won't do the stand up on this channel, but any of my lives that I do, because not all my lives, like the lives that are on my channel, they're just discussions that are like funny. Anybody that wants to come up, that we have a shit ton of fun. There's some discussion about this stuff, but the actual thought forge, like the debate stuff, will be on a different part of the channel, and I'll probably be releasing those as full videos after the lives. So it's going to be a whole different thing. I'll be doing the lives that are funny a lot more than the lives that are serious, honestly. I'm a
The
goofy
series
guy.
would sound pretty awesome too, though. Like I can dig a debate, especially if people can be, civil and all that.
That's
But
my thing. Is it's just I hate the debates where people are screaming at each other because nobody learns nothing and it doesn't do anybody any good.
Right.
So you can't change
All right.
minds
Well,
with bullshit.
y'all have a good night. I'm gonna stay here and chat if y'all do the long goodbye. It was really fun though.
Me and Steve have to do the whole no, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Good night, you guys.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. You didn't hang up. Okay.
Good night.
All right.
Much love,
Have a good
Cola.
night.
Everyone, make sure you subbed up to Cola too.
All right, brother. Well, hey, man, it was hell of a good time chatting with you. It's been too long.
No, it definitely was. We'll definitely have to do it again soon too, man, for sure. I go, hey, every Thursday and every Sunday I go live, so you're
Right on.
always welcome.
Awesome, dude. Well, hey, you have a great night. I'm gonna go eat some food. Chat. Y'all take care. Peace be to Journey. Cool run-ins.
All right, much love, brother. Love you, man.
Cheers.
All right, I'm in the wrong section here. Where am I at? What am I looking at? Here we go. So, all right. Oh, I forgot I turned my camera off like shit an hour ago, I guess. But yeah, thank you everyone in chat. Everyone. Ghetto. Always good to see you, Ghetto. William Gramer. It's a damn good show. I don't know, man. That feels weird saying it now without Ronnie, man. But good to see you, William. Wolverines, brother. Get a hold of me. Yeah, go Wolverines. Go to that link I sent you, and after I get off here, I'll go in that one real quick, and in private chat, I'll put my number. That way you can text me. But you can call if you want, but I never answer my phone, so that won't work. But show Rich, Ren K 2000, always good to see Ren K. Latina and Cali, Southern Stone and Grown. Oh, this list is way too long to go all the way back up. All y'all. That's why I always say I love all y'all, because I do. I love all y'all. Every one of you. I love all you guys. So with that being said, though, I will he's in a CIA operative. That would be fucking awesome, right? Under another name, yeah. Exactly, Ren K. But I'll say what I always say, because I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. At the end of the day, we all have a lot more in common than we don't have in common. So stop focusing on the bullshit. Turn your TVs off. Stop listening to the bullshit, because it's all dog and pony show. And live like human beings with morals. And it'd be a much better place. Much better place. And it is a much better place, especially with all of us, because that's the world we are living in. So I love all you guys. Thank you everyone for coming tonight and hanging out with me. And have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless. Hello. Aloha.
Okay, very well. If you say so. If you say so. Doesn't matter if you're left or right, red or blue. The government don't give a flying about you.
Damn good show. You got Mr. Ronnie York as Ronnie Cash.
Brother Aloha here, man, has just made my day. He just has.
Every comment shout drives us to start. Community strong, feeling like a fortress. Every click, every sub building a sub feeling. See the light of the screen, friendships bloom. Every pixel, every heartbeat makes the room. Living the moments with digital flair. I know how screw we living without a care.
Much respect for you. I love your channel. I love everything about you. You're the real deal.
Be kind to each other. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And be nice for the hell of it. It actually feels good.
Through the strife, this online space feels more than real life. Every shout out echoes deep and wide in Aloha's world. We stand next side by side, painted in vibes, no need
Talk to her, man. You never know what's gonna happen day to day. Like I always say, stay close to God, stay prayed up.
Fucking simple shit, right?
I don't understand what is going through their minds, if they even have one.
I always wanted that mullet. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button. Have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless.